Our story for today begins in the summer of 1872, when Julius Chambers, a young journalist, feigned insanity and had himself committed to the Bloomingdale Insane Asylum in New York. Inside the gates of this institution, he found a nightmarish world hidden behind a gentle facade. Locked in a psych ward, he spent 10 days observing a night of horror among raving patients, sleep shattered by the agonizing cries of inmates, meager and foul food, filthy conditions, and vulgar and rude attendants. In one account he described, quote, imbecile boys exposed naked to the sun, and venerable blind men beaten by their enraged keepers. These revelations, published in the New York Tribune, shocked the public and helped pull back the curtain on the grim reality of one of America's most prominent mental hospitals. The Bloomingdale Asylum had been founded half a century earlier, with all the high ideals of modern science and the pastoral charm of a country setting. Yet by the late 19th century, it had become synonymous with abuse and scandal. So what's the story? How did Bloomingdale turn into what it became? Such a descent into infamy. Well, that's the story for today. We're going to look at the optimistic beginnings all the way through the decades of hidden horrors, abuses, and finally the reforms. And by the end, we'll have a pretty good picture of what happened. Now, before we do begin, I will welcome you to the channel. Another insane asylum video today. I hope you're enjoying them so far. There's a few more to come for the American Asylums. Interesting topic, that's to say the least. Now, if you are new here, I do invite you to click the subscribe button and check out the playlists for anything else you like. And a reminder, this video and everything else on the channel is 100% ad-free. And that is because of the contributions on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the occasional donation through Super Thanks or the PayPal link. All of those links are in the pinned comment or description. Now, without further ado, let's get on to the topic for today. The road to hell. It's always paved with good intentions. It's a nice little saying that sums up the early days of the treatment of mental illness in a sense of modern science, not modern in terms of 2025, or whichever year you're listening to this in, but certainly modern in terms of the broad scope of the historical basis of things. As for Bloomingdale, yes, that road to hell was paved with the same good intentions. They opened the doors in 1821. It was meant to be a progressive venture in the treatment of mental illness. It was established by the New York Hospital, which was also known as the Society of the New York Hospital, at a time when dedicated facilities for the insane, quote-unquote, were virtually non-existent in the state. Now, of course, this term insane back in those terms was quite an umbrella term, but we'll get to a little bit of that later. Now, Bloomingdale was built on a tranquil 38-acre tract of farmland in rural Upper Manhattan, in an area then known as Bloomingdale, today roughly the Morning Rise Heights neighborhood. The location was intentionally chosen for its serene and healthy environment. Back to nature, it was set up on a hill overlooking the Hudson River, removed from all that noise of the city. Descriptions from the era praised the site's natural beauty. They had everything. They had orchards, gardens, little paths winding through. It created a calming and park-like setting, which was thought to be therapeutic in itself, and, well, you can't argue with that. Nothing better than getting out of the city and back into nature. or just taking a walk through the park. It all helps. Well, in its early years, Bloomingdale embodied the principles of moral treatment at the time, an enlightened approach to mental health care that emphasized kindness, routine, and occupational activity, all built into pleasant surroundings, rather than the medieval brutality that had been inflicted on the mentally ill in the past. Watch the video about England's Bedlam Asylum that I did, you'll know what I mean. As for the patients, they were encouraged to work on the asylum's farm, tend the gardens, engage in hobbies, all with the aim of restoring a sense of order, responsibility, and rationality to their minds. Of course, another old saying is the devil makes work for idle hands. You got to keep yourself doing different things. Well, the asylum's architecture reflected these ideals too, and it was built with that in mind. The main building was an elegant federal-style stone edifice, expanded with additional wings in 1829 and 1837 to accommodate more patients in need of quiet, or, in the case of new wings, to seclude the noisier or more violent patients in secure quarters. Contemporary accounts in the 1820s and 40s lauded Bloomingdale as a model institution, and even travel guides and city directories described it in glowing terms. They used the words pleasantly situated, a haven of healing, with airy, healthful grounds and a humane regime. And it was, at the time of its founding at least, the only hospital in New York State that cared for the mentally ill. Of course, it aimed to set a high standard, a trailblazing institution in all senses of that word. The asylum's early statistics were cited as evidence of its success. By 1836, nearly 2,000 patients had been admitted since its opening, and the majority were reported as either cured or at least improved. The philosophy guiding Bloomingdale's founders was influenced by Quaker-run asylums such as England's York Retreat, emphasizing compassion, minimal restraint, and constructive activity. England, of course, had its aforementioned Bedlam Asylum, which they learned very harsh lessons from. Anyway, from the outset, admission to Bloomingdale was required not just a medical determination of insanity, but also the financial means to pay for care. And so you can see by these early decades certain realities belied that idyllic image. Sure, hopes were high, but this was no charity. People had to be paid. Maintenance had to be done. This isn't a Disney film. So in 1816, the state had granted funds to establish the asylum, but by policy, Bloomingdale would charge weekly board to patients who could afford it. In 1841, there was a watershed change. New York City opened a public mental institution, the City Lunatic Asylum on Blackwell's Island, that was designated for indigent patients. After that, Bloomingdale ceased accepting paupers, and it became an exclusive haven for those whose families could put up the cash. Now, what did that mean? Well, effectively it meant that the patient population increasingly skewed to the middle and upper classes, becoming a bit more like what you would expect from a sanatorium. The grounds and facilities continued to expand over the years, including a new building with barred windows for violent male patients in 1829. But Bloomingdale was clearly positioning itself as a private sanctuary for the affluent insane. While this ensured a steady income, certainly helps, and a certain standard of comfort, it also meant that Bloomingdale was somewhat insulated from external scrutiny. Behind the high walls, picturesque lawns, and there was a self-contained world existing, where wealthy families, troubled relatives were tucked away, out of sight, out of mind. By the mid-19th century, cracks were certainly starting to appear in Bloomingdale's foundation of a shining reputation. The very features that made the asylum so attractive to wealthy patrons, that being its prestige, seclusion, ease of administration, were the same ones that made it ripe for abuse. At that time, the legal process of committing someone to an asylum in New York was alarmingly simple and prone to misuse. A patient could be declared insane and institutionalized upon the certification of 2 physicians and a magistrate's signature on a lunacy warrant. So in practice, this safeguard was pretty weak. Unscrupulous relatives could find cooperative doctors to sign the papers or bribe someone to do so. No trial or rigorous investigation was needed. Thus, Bloomingdale became an expedient dumping ground for inconvenient family members. You can see that that's a prospect that certainly invited its own scandals. Of course, stories began to surface of sane individuals being forcibly shoved into Bloomingdale due to some family disagreement. And there's a pretty good case of that, in the case of Carolyn Underhill. We looked to the 1850s for that one. Underhill was a New York woman who suddenly found herself locked up in Bloomingdale at the instigation of her own nephew and sister. Now, as it turned out, her loving relatives were conspiring to take control of a house that Carolyn's father had given to her in the will. By having her declared insane and locked up in Bloomingdale, well, they could effectively evict her and seize the property. Well, that's a tale as old as time, isn't it? Disputes over wills and all the rest. Well, similar tales followed. Commodore Richard W. Meade, a distinguished naval officer and brother of the Civil War hero General George Meade, was committed to Bloomingdale against his will. Why? Well, apparently, he opposed his daughter's choice of fiancé. Now, if that's not family drama, I don't know what is. Powerful family members, in his case, possibly his sons-in-laws, apparently used their influence to sideline him in the asylum until he relented on the marriage. And there were rumors of a woman locked up merely for catching her husband out in an affair. Husband had sent her to Bloomingdale to silence her outrage, only agreeing to release her when she promised never to mention his infidelity again. Well, that certainly shows the disturbing reality. All these stories show that for the right price, one could essentially purchase someone's disappearance. As one local historian, Jim Mackin, had noted, quote, "If a wealthy husband wanted to get rid of his wife, he paid a lot of money to get a doctor to sign and put her away for mental health reasons." The asylum's good reputation, ironically, made it a preferred tool for these schemes. Families of means trusted that their troublesome kin would be kept in pretty comfortable custody. But most importantly, unseen and unheard. Problem solved. Now, how terrible to think about all this, huh? You just imagine getting on the wrong side of a sibling, perhaps a cousin, or even if you were a teenager and you were going through your rebellious phase and your parents put you into an insane asylum for, I don't know, listening to My Chemical Romance or something, I don't know, whatever your rebellious phase was. Terrible, absolutely terrible. Anyway, legal incentives also played a role in these abuses. In the 1850s, New York law stipulated that a husband was not obliged to support an insane wife. Once a woman was declared insane, her husband's financial responsibility for her upkeep was nullified. This perverse statute effectively rewarded men for committing their spouses. One notorious instance occurred in 1857 when Maria Hopkins, was sent to Bloomingdale by her husband, S.J. Hopkins. Now, Mr. Hopkins had apparently grown a little bit impatient of Maria, or of paying her expenses, and discovered that by having her declared insane he could be rid of both her presence and her financial burden. Maria Hopkins was, by later accounts, not insane at all. I know, right? Shock horror. Bloomingdale's doctors quickly found her to be perfectly fine and arranged for her discharge. However, that was not the end of the story. Her husband was not impressed at this news, infuriated at losing his convenient solution. So when Maria arrived with her brothers at New York City Recorder's office to formalize a release, Hopkins attempted to assault her in broad daylight, shouting that he would, quote, assert and obtain the right to control his wife. Yikes. Well, the recorder nonetheless freed Maria into her family's care, a decision reportedly met with spontaneous burst of applause from bystanders, especially the women present, who understood all too well the implications. That's right. And then everybody clapped. The New York Times, reporting on the case on the 27th of August, 1857, noted the dramatic scene and highlighted that Hopkins had taken advantage of a law that, quote, the very moment a wife becomes insane, the marital rights of her husband are gone. The husband, therefore, is not responsible for her support. Well, in other words, Mr. Hopkins had cynically used the asylum system to try and cast off his wife both socially and financially. It was cases like this that began to chip away at the assumption that everyone in an insane asylum actually belonged there, which was kind of a new idea, because before, all of the undesirables, well, people just thought, they're in their right place. Keep them out of sight, out of mind. But now, people were starting to think, hold on a second, what if somebody throws me in a place like that? Feelings start to change when people become personally affected or have the prospect of becoming personally affected by something. So advocates for the mentally ill and a few courageous judges began to ask a few more questions. By the 1860s, habeas corpus petitions, that is, legal challenges to wrongful confinement, were occasionally pursued on behalf of suspected sane inmates. Lawyer John D. Townsend emerged as an outspoken critic of Bloomingdale's commitment practices. Well, Townsend took up the case of several individuals who claimed to be unjustly held, and he did not shy away from publicizing the issue. He warned that cruelty and false imprisonment were plaguing the system, and that only sunlight as public scrutiny could disinfect this situation, right this wrong. Meanwhile, conditions within Bloomingdale were not always as therapeutic as advertised. Not like the pictures on the brochure, that's for sure. No rancho relaxo. Restraints such as straitjackets or manacles were still used in cases of violent behavior. Medical treatments of the mid-19th century, even in a moral asylum, could include physically harsh measures, cold and hot baths, emetic purgatives, or opiate sedatives, administered in the hope of shocking patients back to their senses or pacifying their outbursts, kind of like when you punch the top of the old television to stop the static. Basically the medical equivalent of that. But the staff, although presumably more refined from those in the poorhouse asylums, were not immune to using force or neglect when dealing with the more difficult patients. Yet for many years the internal happenings remained a mystery to the outside world. Bloomingdale's administration painted a rosy picture in their official reports. and polite society, they were inclined to just accept it at face value. At least, until the 1870s. That is when things got a little bit more public. A series of scandals would thrust Bloomingdale into that harsh light of public inquiry. And so the decade of the 1870s proved to be a turning point for Bloomingdale, as mounting allegations of abuse and wrongful confinement began to burst onto the public scene. A convergence of events, investigative journalism, lawsuits, and official inspections laid bare the horrors that had festered behind the asylum's walls. The first shock came in late 1870, when New York City's Board of Health conducted a surprise sanitary inspection of the Bloomingdale Asylum. Uh-oh. You could only imagine how much they were panicking on that morning. Certainly not what they needed. Well, despite the institution's substantial income, as wealthy patients were paying on the order of $8 to $30 a week, equivalent of hundreds of dollars today for their care, the inspectors found appalling sanitary neglect. As reported in the New York Times, human waste from the asylum's numerous water closets was being funneled through inadequate pipes into a cesspool directly beneath the building known as the Women's Lounge, and from there, untreated sewage seeped out into a sluggish half-mile-long drainage ditch, forming a stagnant pool in the nearby Manhattanville neighborhood. Imagine the smell. Of course, it was overwhelming. Residents complained that the water was muddy enough and the smell sickening enough. By the time it left the asylum grounds and entered the public streets, it was a right mess. This revelation rather scandalized the city. How exactly could a premier private asylum, ostensibly devoted to health, be poisoning its own environment and neighbors with such filth? Well, gross mismanagement at best, and at worst, utter disregard for patients' well-being. The 1870 inspection hinted that Bloomingdale's administration, despite its resources, was cutting corners on basic hygiene. Just one ominous sign of the deeper dysfunction. Much worse news was to follow. In 1871, James Van Vleck, a prominent New York banker, became the central figure in a sensational case of false imprisonment. Van Vleck was a prosperous, respected man, hardly someone who would you expect to vanish into a insane asylum, that's for sure. We're talking Great Gatsby sort of stuff, you know. High New York society. Yet as Van Vleck later recounted, he was abruptly seized one morning at his own breakfast table and dragged off, kicking and screaming, to Bloomingdale without a word of explanation. Whose orders were behind this abduction? Van Vleck didn't know, and alarmingly, he remained in the asylum for about 16 months without any clarity on why he was there or who had authorized it. Just imagine the helplessness there. During his long confinement, Van Vleck kept a secret diary documenting everything he observed and experienced. And when he was finally released, through efforts of his friends and a lawyer, he revealed the contents of this diary to the press. Although he noted that he himself had been spared any singular indignity or torture, he described the routine treatment of patients and attendants as, quote, simply revolting. Inmates were handled roughly, with cruelty and neglect being the norm rather than the exception. Equally scandalous was Van Vleck's assertion that he had received no true medical treatment for the entirety of his incarceration, and that throughout his imprisonment he showed no signs of insanity at all. a claim bolstered by his lucid demeanor and intellect. I'm surprised he held it together for 16 months, to be honest. It'd drive you absolutely mad being in there, that helplessness. Just on a bit of a human aside there. So he left Bloomingdale, no wiser about who had orchestrated his confinement, or on what supposed medical grounds. He only knew that he had been victimized by the system. The obvious implication was that someone, perhaps with a personal or financial motive, had engineered a fraudulent commitment, and the asylum had compliantly taken him in. No questions asked, just a big pile of money. Corruption. Now that's a tale as old as time. The case of Van Vlick, once publicized, caused an uproar. Here was concrete evidence that Bloomingdale's gates could indeed close upon a sane man. Governor John T. Hoffman responded quickly, appointing a special commission in August of 1872 to examine the charges against Bloomingdale. As investigators prepared to look into Bloomingdale, more fuel was added to the fire by Van Vleck's attorney, John D. Townsend. Now, Townsend gave interviews to the press, detailing the abuses that he alleged were rampant, and he painted a ghastly picture. The insane, Townsend told the New York Times, were kicked and choked until blood spurts from their mouth and nostrils. He claimed some patients had been literally bullied to death, driven to take their own lives by systematic cruelties. And he also suggested that Bloomingdale's management had tried to cover its tracks, remarking that whenever official inspectors did come, the asylum had everything arranged for the inspection to create a false impression of order and kindness. Well, you can certainly imagine the media frenzy outside the front doors of Bloomingdale after that. Well, nor was Townsend the only whistleblower. A former Bloomingdale employee, George K. Irwin, decided to come forward with sworn affidavits corroborating the worst accusations. Irwin described many cruelties resulting in deaths of patients at the hands of the staff. He attested that food given to inmates was poor and inadequate, that foul treatment was commonplace, and that generally vile practices prevailed. Although the specifics of those vile practices were not detailed in the press, such language in Victorian reporting often alluded to physical abuse or other misconduct and morally shocking behavior by the attendants. And the picture emerging was one of an institution riddled with brutality and corruption, despite its outward respectability. Amid this storm of allegations, an extraordinary act of journalism took place, one that would further amplify the scandal and capture the public's imagination, and not to mention one that took a hell of a lot of guts. We mentioned in the introduction a reporter from the New York Tribune had taken up the asylum's head doctor on an offhand challenge. Bloomingdale's director, likely Dr. D.T. Brown, the superintendent at the time, had bristled at the criticisms and supposedly remarked that skeptics ought to come and see the asylum for themselves, if they doubted its integrity. Okay, then. So the Tribune decided to do exactly that. Of course, the director was talking about come and see the asylum in the areas we will let you in after we've cleaned them up, on a specific day and time that we have organized for you to come and see them. He didn't mean just, well, you'll see what Julius Chambers does. At that time he was 22 years old, a new reporter, and he volunteered with his editor's support to go undercover as a patient, which is a very new concept. It's kind of undercover expose journalism in 1872. Now that's trailblazing, that's for sure. So, August 14th, using an assumed name, either Joseph Bartlett or Felix Summers in different accounts, Chambers managed to get himself committed to Bloomingdale via the standard procedure, feigning delusions and having some confederates or a cooperating doctor help to get the lunacy warrant signed. And once inside, Chambers dropped the act and keenly observed everything around him. For 10 days, Chambers lived as a normal patient, experiencing the asylum's daily regime and secretly noting its realities. He witnessed exactly the kind of conditions that Townlend and others had described. Later, in a series of front-page articles in the Tribune, Chambers divulged his findings, validating many of the rumors of neglect and cruelty. In one article, entitled "Among the Maniacs," he gave a harrowing account of a typical night at Bloomingdale's worst ward. It was, he wrote, a night of horror among raving patients, sleep disturbed by the agonized cries echoing through the hallways as severely ill inmates screamed and howled in the darkness. The accommodation was uncomfortable and Spartan, close, barren cells with hard beds and little warmth. The food provided to patients was scanty and foul, barely fit to eat. Baths were infrequent, and when you got them, they were filthy. Chambers described a bath so dirty that it left him feeling less clean. Most of the attendants, the nurses and orderlies, he characterized as untrained men of low character, often rough and vulgar. And compassion, that was rare. Instead, what you got was cursing, shoving, and mocking of patients. There were no efforts to provide mental stimulation or diversion. No amusements, no games, no reading material were available to break the monotony of the imprisoned mind. Perhaps most disturbing were the specific abuses Chambers recounted. He saw vulnerable patients suffering indignities and violence. In one scene, imbecile boys were, quote, exposed naked to the sun, left unclothed in an open courtyard, likely as punitive or neglectful measure. In another, quote, venerable blind men were beaten by enraged keepers for trivial infractions. The elderly and disabled, who could not defend themselves, bore the brunt of the sadistic behavior of the attendants. One patient, Chambers noted, even had his skull broken after a violent altercation with a staff member rather. And of course, people taking their own lives was not uncommon in Bloomingdale, and he personally believed that abuse and neglect were driving many to the despair of self-destruction. Chambers' articles certainly electrified the public. Everyone was talking about it. Never before had an American journalist done such a stunt to expose an institution from within. He predated Nellie Bly's more famous 1887 expose of Blackwell's Island. Reactions were mixed in some quarters. The medical establishments were embarrassed, and some physicians condemned the Tribune's methods as unethical trickery. Yeah, well, of course they would, wouldn't they? And indeed, the prestigious New England Journal of Medicine huffed in September of 1872 that feigning insanity and sneaking into a hospital under false pretenses was dishonorable and a sensationalist deed, although they weren't saying that beating patients and all the rest was very dishonorable. They were just ignoring that part of it, which is convenient. Well, the journal and other defenders urged the public to withhold judgment, arguing that insane asylums were basically misunderstood places, and that one should give Bloomingdale the benefit of the doubt. However, these voices of professional pride were drowned out by a near-universal wave of public outrage following the exposé. The general press lauded Chambers' courage in revealing the truth. 12 patients who had been at Bloomingdale, and whom subsequent inquiry determined were actually sane and no longer ill, were promptly released as a result of the scrutiny. The Bloomingdale administration itself could no longer deny the need for change. Under pressure from the governor's commission and the damning newspaper coverage, the asylum's management was reorganized. Several staff members accused of mistreatment were fired. The supervising physician, who had long run Bloomingdale and who had scoffed that no abuse existed, found his position untenable. By 1877, he resigned, an outcome widely attributed to the accumulated scandals and general loss of public trust. When the governor's investigating commission finally delivered its report, it somewhat predictably cleared Bloomingdale of gross wrongdoing, perhaps an indication of political pressure and the reluctance of authorities to fully condemn the venerable institution. The official stance was this: conditions were not as bad as the worst reports claimed. They drummed it up to sensational journalism, saying that they just want to sell more papers. But as for the public, well, their minds were already made up, and for many the writing was on the wall. Bloomingdale Asylum's name had been completely tarnished. That phrase, barbaric cruelties exceeding the most startling records of fiction, has been used by the New York Herald to describe what New Yorkers now suspected went on in asylums, and that lurid description stuck. It was sort of carved into the popular imagination now that asylums were complete nightmares. People whispered about patients dragged from their homes on the mere pretense of insanity, thrust into a gloomy dungeon of an insane asylum, and there, helpless and remediless, left to linger, suffer, and die. This was the nightmare image of Bloomingdale that took hold in the public imagination. Even after the sensational events of 1872, further cases continued to reinforce the asylum's horrible reputation. In 1877 to 78, newspapers in distant states carried the story of Susan B. Dickey, a 30-year-old woman from New York who had been locked away in Bloomingdale for 7 years. Susan's father, a wealthy man who had died in 1871, leaving her a substantial inheritance, an income from a almost $1 million estate, by the way, a huge fortune at the time. Mysteriously, right after the will was read, Susan was declared insane and packed off to Bloomingdale, thereby removing her from society. And, of course, she wasn't allowed to manage her money from there for the better part of a decade. Only by chance did some acquaintances who encountered her years later begin to question her supposed insanity. Upon re-examination by unbiased doctors, it became clear that Susan was not actually insane, or at least to a degree warranting institutionalization. She had effectively been disappeared so that others could control her inheritance. A South Carolina newspaper, the Newberry Herald, decried with ease with which one physician who had examined Susan for only 10 minutes, it was said. Can you believe that? 10 minutes, that's all it takes. And some complicit officials had, quote, deprived a fellow human being of her liberty and consigned her to a living tomb and the fellowship of maniacs for 7 long years. The phrase, living tomb, that's interesting, isn't it? That's certainly what an asylum could be like when a sane person was confined there indefinitely. Well, upon Susan Dickey's release in 78, the Bossier Banner in Louisiana reported, with some irony, that after spending 6 years as a, quote, solitary little woman in a cell among imbeciles, idiots, and maniacs, she was at last free to enjoy life again, and to benefit from the $7,000 per year share of her late father's estate. That ought to make things interesting. Of course, this case was a reminder that Bloomingdale's abusers were not all in the past. Wrongful incarcerations could still quietly occur, especially if money was a factor. It took persistent publicity and legal action to rescue victims like Susan from that living tomb. So by the 1880s, Bloomingdale Insane Asylum was at quite a crossroads. Its notoriety for scandal was somewhat tempered by the fact that it continued to serve the wealthy and influential. I don't know who was still showing up at the clients list, but, well, I don't know. Public authorities had implemented some reforms, of course. For instance, commitment procedures were tightened slightly, and oversight by state lunacy boards increased in the wake of the 1870s controversies. But Bloomingdale still largely operated as a private institution under the aegis of New York Hospital. Interestingly, even as its name was blackened in the newspapers, the asylum was also reaching new heights of financial prosperity. The demographics of Bloomingdale's patient population in this era were almost exclusively drawn from what one newspaper called the highest classes of society. In 1889, a journalist dubbed Bloomingdale the richest institution of the kind in the world. The asylum, sprawling 40-plus acres of Manhattan land, had appreciated immensely in value as the city grew northward. It was now sitting on millions of dollars of prime real estate. The patients, too, were people of means, or at least had families of means. Papers delighted in pointing out that Bloomingdale housed the mentally ill offspring of millionaires and prominent families. For example, John Travers, son of a Wall Street tycoon, was confined there with a share of $300,000 waiting for him in a estate. It, of course, back in those days was worth a hell of a lot more than the normal $300K of today. Still, $300K today's not bad. Well, another patient was noted to be Howard Mayer, heir to a New Brunswick fortune, whose family paid $7,000 a year, a huge sum at the time, for his support at Bloomingdale. The annual fees for an upscale patient, including medical attendance and room and board, were indeed very high, and one observer wryly commented that such a sum might seem large, but when one sees how the physicians and others who minister to the rich charge for their services, it soon melts away. So in essence, Bloomingdale had become less like a charitable hospital and more like a very expensive sanitarium or mental health resort for the elite. Those who could afford it might genuinely receive decent care. Indeed, Julius Chambers himself noted that once he was moved out of the worst ward and into the more comfortable main building where calmer, paying patients stayed, the food improved, the attendants were a bit more polite, and the conditions were far better. This indicated a two-class system within the asylum. The troublesome or less privileged patients got harsher treatment, whereas wealthy gentlemen in the genteel wing, such as the plush Macy Villa, built in 1885 as a cottage for affluent male patients, enjoyed a relatively comfortable environment with a bit more personal attention. But despite these improvements for some, the fundamental problems of asylum care persisted. We're talking about, yes, good conditions, but good for the 19th century. And indeed, mental illness in the 19th century still had no truly effective medical care. Treatments remained rudimentary. Sedatives like opium to quiet agitation, bromides or chloral for sleep, various rest cures, and the familiar regimen of fresh air, diet, and benign occupation. When patients did not respond to such measures as that, as many with chronic or severe mental illnesses would not, at least we know this now in hindsight, they often ended up simply just warehoused for years. Bloomingdale's genteel veneer could not fully hide the cries of the disturbed or the occasional violence that broke out in its halls. Attendants might not beat the son of a millionaire, but less prominent inmates possibly still risked abuse if they were difficult, and especially if no one was watching. Nevertheless, by the late 1880s, the most egregious horror stories about Bloomingdale began to subside, or at least they were less frequently reported. This was partly due to the greater public vigilance, and partly because attention was shifting to far larger state-run asylums, such as the enormous Utica State Hospital and others, where overcrowding and underfunding caused even worse conditions, believe it or not. Don't worry, videos on them soon. In fact, New York's hospital's trustees had long been contemplating that Bloomingdale, Manhattan's site might be more valuable for other uses, and that the asylum could be moved to a new location where it could expand and modernize. This idea gained momentum as real estate pressures and community attitudes began to evolve. So by the end of the 19th century, the Bloomingdale Asylum's days in Manhattan were well and truly numbered. The city had expanded northwards, right up to its once remote site. What had been farmland was now becoming prime urban property in the emerging upscale district of the Upper West Side and Morningside Heights. In May of 1888, the New York Times noted that the site occupied by the asylum is confessedly the finest residence purposes on Manhattan Island. Developers and institutions alike were coveting the land. It was estimated that the asylum's plot could be divided into over 550 valuable building lots. At the same time, new owners, including the administrators of St. John's Cathedral and upscale homeowners, were increasingly uncomfortable with having an insane asylum right next door. I mean, you can't blame them, but they were the ones who moved in, so come on. Anyway, protests were made by local interests who felt that a lunatic asylum was a blight on an otherwise desirable neighborhood. The stigma of insanity, combined with the lurid reputation of Bloomingdale's past, meant that many wanted the asylum gone, regardless of its serene gardens. The trustees of New York Hospital, which were overseeing Bloomingdale, responded to these pressures pragmatically. They had, as early as the late 1860s, began quietly purchasing land in the countryside for a possible new asylum, and by 1887 they owned about 300 acres in White Plains, a rural area north of the city, with the aim of building a spacious, state-of-the-art replacement facility for Bloomingdale. In 1889, they formally announced plans to relocate the asylum to White Plains. The institution would, in the process, be rebranded with a less ominous name, eventually becoming known as Bloomingdale Hospital. But don't worry, many years later they would shed the Bloomingdale part entirely. The move was partly framed as a progressive step. In the country, patients would have more room to roam around, fresher air, and modern buildings suited to contemporary psychiatric care. But it was undeniably also a financial transaction. Through 1888 and 1889, the asylum's Manhattan land was gradually sold off to generate funds for the construction upstate. One major buyer was Columbia College, which had been searching for a new campus. In 1892, Columbia purchased the majority of the Bloomingdale grounds, and by 1894, the old asylum was officially closed, and any patients left were transferred to the new White Plains campus. Demolition of most of the asylum's historic buildings in Manhattan soon followed, clearing the way for Columbia University, as it was renamed to erect its Morningside Heights campus starting in 1895. And in 1897, Columbia held its first classes on the former insane asylum site. an ivy-covered university having supplanted the institution for the insane. The asylum's move did not instantly erase the dark legacy, however, but it did mark the end of an era. The new Bloomingdale Hospital in White Plains operated under modern principles and with closer oversight. The late 19th and early 20th century saw significant changes in psychiatric care. The rise of a specialty of neurology and psychiatry, more specific approaches to classifying mental illnesses, and eventually new treatments, albeit, well, some of those, like insulin shock or lobotomy, brought their own horrors. But the worst scandals that clung to the name Bloomingdale gradually faded from public memory as attention shifted elsewhere, and there was plenty of other places to shift attention to. The site in Morningside Heights, once filled with anguished cries, became home to academic halls and libraries. Only one original asylum building survived the demolition, a brick villa donated by the wealthy benefactor William Macy for genteel patients, which Columbia repurposed and today is known as Buell Hall. Every day, students stroll by this, too much time on the internet for me, stroll by this unassuming building, often unaware that its bright red bricks and protruding chimney were once part of Bloomingdale's attempt to make institutional life comfortable for the rich insane. But for those who do remember its history, the irony is not lost. In 1947, the writer Horace C. Kuhn wryly observed, "It is no accident, perhaps, that the present site of Columbia University was once occupied by the Bloomingdale State Insane Asylum." Well, that's a bit of a quip, but from the old people to the young people, I suppose. It suggests that the grand university, with all of its intellectual fervor, might share a spiritual kinship with the madness that preceded it. Tongue-in-cheek reminder that the boundary between genius and insanity can be thin, or perhaps it's just old people once again berating the youth for the new ideas. Who knows? So, this whole story that we've been through today, it's really an encapsulation of the trajectory of many 19th century asylums, founded with optimism and humanitarian goals, only to become overcrowded or mismanaged, and then devolve into places of scandal and despair. Yet Bloomingdale's tale also highlights the emergence of reform and accountability. The exposés by figures like Julius Chambers were pioneering efforts in investigative journalism had concrete impacts. They liberated individuals wrongly confined and spurred administrators to improve conditions. Public outrage at the horror played a role in the broader mental health reform movements of the late 19th century, and that led to stricter commitment laws and the creation of state commissions to monitor asylums. Over time, society began to accept that the mentally ill deserved treatment and due process, not just secrecy and summary imprisonment. And of course, Bloomingdale also has quite a unique spot in the history of journalism. Well, still, the memory of Bloomingdale's darker days has not entirely vanished. The phrase Bloomingdale Asylum, it still retains a faint cultural resonance, sometimes cropping up in literature or local lore as the archetype of a terrifying madhouse. Oh, and there's even ghost stories, by the way. Of course there is. Legends claim that old Bloomingdale grounds are haunted by the restless spirits of the former patients, and that underground tunnels that once ran beneath the asylum still echo with phantom screams. Well, I don't think we can get many peer-reviewed results about that, but it's certainly something interesting to think about. And it certainly testifies to the lasting aura of the existential dread that a place of suffering can imprint on a community's consciousness, that's for sure. It is quite easy to imagine the abandoned Topeka State Hospital as a stereotypical haunted asylum. The whispers of ghosts, the creaking corridors, a crumbling relic of a bygone era. And indeed, after the hospital closed in 1997 and its imposing Victorian buildings fell into decay, locals had the great pleasure of swapping ghost stories about the strange moans echoing near the patient cemetery. Yet, as fun as that is, the true horror of Topeka State Hospital does not lie in the supernatural, but rather within the very real history of what happened inside its walls for a century. This was a place founded with pure intentions, but it gained infamy for abuse, neglect, and the cruelty inflicted on society's most vulnerable. Patients were chained up for months on end, sometimes left unclothed, rolling around in their own filth. Reports of beatings, SA, and even mysterious deaths became part of the hospital's legacy. For decades, employees and even state officials turned a blind eye or actively covered up the atrocities. The institution that was supposed to be a refuge for the mentally ill instead became a symbol for all that could go wrong in psychiatric care. But what's the story? How did such an academic-sounding place, a quote, state hospital right in the heart of Kansas, accumulate such a grim reputation? Sounds like the plot of a horror film. Well, to answer that, we have to go way back to the 19th century, when ideas of mental health treatment were rudimentary and often quite brutal. Over those ensuing decades, Topeka State Hospital would witness forced sterilizations, experimental surgeries, and routine violations of human dignity. But it would also sporadically be the focus of reformers' efforts to shine a light on its darkness. And so, today, we trace the full story, from the optimistic founding in the 1870s to the bitter end in the 1990s. It's, like many other asylums, a story of good intentions, warped by prejudice, underfunding, and the abuse of power. Well, let me first welcome you to the channel. Always good manners to say hello. If you're new here, or if you've not clicked the subscribe button yet, I invite you to do so. You'll get plenty more content like this. Now, speaking of the content, it's all 100% ad-free. You won't get interrupted now that you're here. Whether you want to sleep right through or listen all the way through, you won't get any ads. And that goes for all the videos in the playlists as well. And this is due to the kind contributions on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, lots of goodies on there, and the occasional donation through Patreon, that kind of thing. All of the relevant links are in the description, and it certainly helps when you share the channel with your friends, so thank you in advance for spreading the word. Now, without further ado, let's get on to the topic for today. Nice and relaxed, nice and slow. Let's do it. Well, the story, I suppose we can begin in 1861. If you know your American history, that was the year when Kansas became a state. Its constitution mandated that the state support institutions for the, quote, benefit of the insane, blind, deaf, and dumb. The first Kansas Insane Asylum opened in Osawatomie. That's an older native name, isn't it? In 1866. And for a few years, officials believed that one facility would suffice for the state's needs. They were wrong. That optimism faded quickly as the number of patients outpaced capacity. By the 1870s, overcrowding at Osawatomie prompted calls for a second institution to be opened. And the result was Topeka Insane Asylum established by legislative authorization in 1875, with a budget of $25,000 in that day's money. Local authorities in Topeka eagerly contributed funds and land, 80 acres on the western edge of the city, to secure the project. Construction of the asylum's first buildings, majestic red brick structures with turrets and gables, was overseen by John G. Haskell, a prominent architect who also worked on the Kansas state capitol, by the way. The design followed the Kirkbride Plan, a popular 19th century blueprint for mental hospitals, emphasizing long, staggered wings, plenty of windows, and airing courts to promote a healing environment. June the 1st, 1879, Topeka Asylum opened its doors to its first 2 patients. The early administration talked of modern, humane care. Dr. Barnard Eastman, the first superintendent, formerly of Worcester State Hospital in Massachusetts, insisted that mental illness should be treated medically, not punitively. At that time, Kansas law required a formal court order to commit anyone to the asylum, as if they were criminals on trial. Dr. Eastman argued that the insane were not criminal, but rather just sick. They called mental illness, not mental criminality, and he tried to dispel the public's notion that an asylum was a prison. He projected an image of progressive institution that would favor hands-on therapeutic engagement over mere custodial confinement. After all, people were here to get better, not to be punished. But the optimistic rhetoric soon came to a head with a harsh reality. In practice, the late 19th century asylum was more about custody than care, pretty words notwithstanding. The staff were too few, and more often than not undertrained. They didn't understand the mental illness of the time. It was still all in its primitive understanding. And the funding, well, that was also quite primitive too. Very quickly, rumors of mistreatment began to surface. By the 1880s and 1890s, families of patients and even some brave employees voiced concern that patients were being neglected and abused behind the asylum's high stone walls. The patient population climbed steadily, and overcrowding led to squalid conditions. Restraints were frequently used to subdue patients, and in some wards attendants resorted to chaining people to prevent escape. A later report would reveal that some patients in those early decades were kept continuously shackled, sometimes chained in place for months and left unclothed, a practice as inhumane as it sounds. But such conditions were sadly the norm, not just in Topeka, but at asylums across the country. But for Topeka, they certainly set the stage for even worse abuses. One of the first major scandals to hit Topeka State Hospital, as the State Asylum would be renamed in 1901, came in the mid-1890s. In 1896, Kansas newspapers reported a horrifying incident. A patient had been beaten to death by an attendant, and the killing was essentially swept under the rug. Well, the victim was J.I. Dodd, a man from Jewell County, who had been committed to the asylum. Another inmate, a doctor named Duncanston, who was recovering his sanity, witnessed and later described what happened. According to Duncanson's testimony, an attendant named Flint grew angry at Dodd for being restless and approaching the ward door repeatedly. Flint repeatedly knocked Dodd down, choked him, jumped on his chest, all while Dodd cried out and tried to defend himself. After Dodd became too weak to move, the assault had essentially broken his ability to even raise his arms. The attendant dragged him into a side room and slammed the door. Other patients heard noises as if a struggle was going on, and then the sickening sound of 3 heavy blows and a final groan. When the door opened, Dodd was unconscious, and soon after he was pronounced dead. What followed added a layer of outrage to this cruel death. The asylum's administration tried to explain Dodd's demise as an unfortunate but mundane occurrence. But word gets out pretty quickly. Duncanson wrote a detailed letter to a local newspaper, and a county attorney from Dodd's home county traveled to Topeka to demand justice. This should have been a turning point. One might expect that the authorities would arrest the murderous attendant and initiate an inquiry. Instead, every level of the state's power structure stonewalled the investigation. The Shawnee County prosecutor, in whose jurisdiction the hospital sat, refused to cooperate with the out-of-county attorney. Shockingly, Governor Edmund Morrill himself refused to order any investigation into Dodd's death, effectively covering the whole thing up. Superintendent Eastman, the very man who had championed compassionate care, quote, neglects to take any steps to require humane treatment of patients, as the newspaper bitterly noted. And so in the end, the attendant Flint apparently faced 0 consequences, protected by a wall of silence and official indifference. He literally beat a man to death in the hospital, and he got away with it. An editorial of the time pointed out that this was the 2nd suspicious death within a year at the Topeka Asylum that had come to public knowledge, and it called for action to be more, look after the poor unfortunates before they met similar fates. Yet, nothing of substance was done. The horror was not just the violence itself, but the lack of anybody caring, the impunity that surrounded the whole ordeal. And we're just getting started. That same year, 1896, brought another grim story, and one that's, suggested this pattern of lethal abuse. Reports circulated that old soldiers, that being elderly veterans, were being quietly killed off in the Kansas asylums. At Topeka, a man named Gus Mauer, who was a veteran, died under highly questionable circumstance. Mauer's body was sent home to his family with 2 black eyes, a broken nose, and a broken neck. You don't get that from falling over, that's for sure. Yet the death certificate issued by the superintendent blandly stated that the cause was apoplexy or stroke. In other words, despite clear signs of brutal physical trauma, the hospital insisted Mauer had simply suffered a sudden and natural death. As one newspaper noted, quote, no effort was ever made to right the wrong, and the superintendent is still in office. Well, if Mauer's family or others suspected foul play, their cries did not penetrate the shield of officialdom around the hospital, that's for sure. The inference was chilling. Vulnerable patients, even war veterans, could be beaten to death, and the institution would close ranks to protect itself. The late 19th century thus ended with Topeka State Hospital acquiring a dark reputation. People whispered about what might really be happening in the wards, but their voices were often hushed by the disbelief that such things could occur under state supervision, or by fear of reprisal from the powerful officials who seemed determined to keep the hospital's image clean. By the first decade of the 20th century, the litany of abuses at Topeka was becoming quite a bit harder to conceal. 1901, reflecting a trend to use more benign terminology, the insane asylum was officially renamed to Topeka State Hospital. But a change in name did not equate a change in practices. Patients continued to endure awful treatment, and perhaps most importantly, employees began to speak out. The turning point came in 1911, when a group of former and current staff members presented formal charges of abuse and neglect to the State Board Council. State Board of Control, rather, that is the agency overseeing the state institutions. They had given up on internal reform. All those meetings on Friday afternoons were amounting to nothing, I assume. And, well, they turned to public exposure instead, penning letters that documented specific incidents in harrowing detail. The local press, especially the Topeka State Journal, obtained these letters and ran articles that read like an indictment of the hospital's administration. One letter described the slow and senseless death of John Green, a patient in Ward E2. Green fell seriously ill, yet for 8 days he lay in bed with no food, no medicine, and essentially no care, just left to die. Each morning, attendants had duly reported Green's worsening condition up the chain of command, but nothing was done to help him. The story got even more grotesque after his death. Green's body was taken to the hospital's dissection room, where Dr. T.C. Biddle, the superintendent and chief physician at the time, removed the man's brain. The next day, Biddle used poor John Green's brain as a prop in a lecture for a class of medical students in the hospital chapel. He had never sought permission from Green's family to conduct this post-mortem demonstration, and one suspects the family was unaware that their loved one had effectively been starved to death and then wheeled out for an autopsy show. Dr. Biddle claimed the brain pathology proved Green had a congested brain, perhaps to imply an untreatable condition, but the attendants who watched Green waste away couldn't be convinced. They knew that he had died purely of starvation. Another witness statement exposed the sadistic handling of a patient known as Mr. Smith, who had once been a respectable Topeka banker before mental illness overtook him. Smith's attendant treated him like a dog, as the newspapers put it. Visitors and staff had seen Smith wandering the grounds in handcuffs, led by a rope like an animal. On multiple occasions, the attendant tied the rope around Smith's neck and hauled him up off the ground by looping it over a door, essentially strangling and tormenting him for the attendant's perverse amusement. When not actively abusing him, the attendant might tie Smith to a tree and leave him out there exposed to the elements for hours. To make matters worse, this particular attendant was frequently drunk while on duty, a fact that did not stop him from beating Smith mercilessly. You can hardly conceive a more extreme betrayal of caregiving responsibility than a guard tasked with a mentally ill man's safety, choosing instead to torture him under the influence of alcohol. It really doesn't get much worse than that. Or does it? There was more. The letters recount how attendants would spit tobacco juice into patients' eyes, just to hear them yell, or kick or stomp the patients at the slightest perceived infraction. A staff member named F.J. Grubbs described seeing an attendant violently kick a patient who had merely stepped out of line during a group walk. That patient, identified as Bert McKibben, died the very next night, presumably from the injuries sustained. It seemed that nearly every kind of abuse imaginable had taken place. choking patients with towels until they collapsed, as happened to a man named Louis Vaughan, or keeping patients in handcuffs for days on end. If earlier decades were characterized by silence, 1911 was an eruption of voices detailing the systematic cruelty. As one of the reform-minded writers put it, the, quote, care of the insane at the Topeka State Hospital is so criminal, so barbaric, so distant and far from the care given at our ordinary hospitals, that the public will scarcely believe our statements. The heartfelt plea aimed to rouse public opinion, the writers knowing that only widespread outrage might force the government's hand. Nothing much has changed there, hasn't it? Nothing really changes until someone gets embarrassed in public. Well, a particularly telling accusation involved visitation rights. The hospital leadership had severely restricted visitors, to the point that out of 29 total wards, only 4 ever saw outsiders ever allowed inside. Parents were forbidden from seeing their own institutionalized children, and friends or extended family were turned away at the gates. Dr. Biddle defended this policy by claiming that visits could interfere with the patient's treatment. But to the whistleblowers, this draconian visitation rule was really just about secrecy. It ensured that few witnesses from the outside world would have a glimpse at the patient's bruises, their emaciation, or of course their living conditions. The hospital had effectively sealed itself off, operating with impunity behind a veil of bureaucratic authority. The revelations of 1911 also uncovered how the hospital and state exploited patients financially. One report noted that Topeka State Hospital was seeking ways to claim more money from the patients' families and estates. In fact, the state had begun taking families to court to force them to pay the cost of care. A 1910 Kansas Supreme Court decision even allowed the hospital to bill a patient's estate for the entire cost of their confinement, even after death. That's terrible, isn't it? Well, emboldened by this, hospital administrators lobbied for laws akin to Ontario's Lunacy Act, which would let them take over a patient's property and assets to fund the institution. There was one egregious example. It involved a Potawatomi Native American woman confined in 1918. She owned valuable land in Oklahoma, which instantly made her a target. Kansas authorities portrayed her as mentally sick and then worked to vilify her guardian who was managing her estates, in newspapers and courts accusing him of looting her property. But the real objective, as it appeared, was for the state to wrest control of her Oklahoma estate under the pretense of paying for her care. In other words, declaring someone insane had become big business, a cynical means to acquire wealth. Those bastards. Well, this profit motive cast a grim shadow on the hospital's commitment to actually curing people. After all, a patient with a large estate was simply more valuable if kept in custody indefinitely. Don't want to lose that source of steady income. Faced with all these charges, the Board of Control initially promised a thorough investigation in 1911. However, lasting change was frustratingly slow. Dr. T.C. Biddle, who had been superintendent since the late 1890s, resisted calls to resign. He dismissed the whistleblowers as disgruntled ex-employees, the slough of the institution, he called them, and asserted that he was being targeted unfairly. Indeed, it took some time, and likely more political pressure, before Biddle was eventually replaced. Meanwhile, those who tried to intervene on patients' behalf continued to face retaliation. Lawyers who advocated for patients found themselves stonewalled or, worse, A Kansas attorney named Hansen, for example, attempted to secure the release of several inmates whom he believed were sane or held without proper hearings. Not only did the hospital rebuff his efforts, but get this, in a jaw-dropping turn, the state attorney actually filed a lawsuit against Hansen himself to stop him from, quote, harassing the state officials in charge of the Topeka State Hospital and from disturbing the patients with his legal petitions. The very authorities entrusted to oversee justice used the courts to silence a whistleblower, rebranding the compassionate attorney as a nuisance, a kind of shock jock journalist. Well, this incident, preserved in the public record, shows how deeply the culture of concealment ran. Rather than address abuses, the system often moved to punish the people who dared to expose them. While physical abuse was just one form of horror at Topeka, another form emerged in the realm of medical policy: eugenics-based sterilization. In the early 20th century, a wave of pseudo-scientific thinking convinced many American states that they could improve society by preventing the, quote, unfit from reproducing. You can see how this is becoming a bit of a problem. Kansas was an eager participant in that movement. Well, in 1913, the Kansas legislature passed the first forced sterilization law, aimed at, in the blunt language of the day, quote, habitual criminals, idiots, epileptics, imbeciles, and insane. Under this law, superintendents of institutions like Topeka State Hospital were empowered to perform surgical sterilizations, typically vasectomies for males, and salpinectomies for females, on patients they deemed to have hereditary defects. Now, there was supposed to be a procedural review, an examining board, and a chance for the individual to appeal, but in practice these safeguards were weak. Many in Kansas felt the 1913 law was too timid, and indeed it only produced a few dozen sterilizations in its first years. So in 1917, a new law was passed to streamline the process, removing the requirement of a court hearing and making it easier for institutions to authorize sterilizations on their own authority. So what did this mean on the ground? Effectively, it meant that for roughly the next 4 decades, a significant number of patients, those labeled feeble-minded or otherwise genetically inferior, were surgically rendered infertile without their consent. The hospital's operating rooms became factories of a sort, quietly carrying out the dictates of eugenic social policy. After a slow start, the pace of operations picked up rapidly in the 1920s and 30s as eugenics gained mainstream acceptance. By the mid-1930s, Kansas was sterilizing individuals at a rate that peaked around 10 per 100,000 residents per year. But at least in the early years, most of Kansas's sterilizations were performed at Topeka State Hospital, indicating how central the institution was to the eugenics campaign. Over the entire era in which Kansas's sterilization law was active, that is, 1913 to 1961, more than 3,000 people were sterilized statewide, and a large share of these procedures are attributed to Topekas and other state hospitals. Now, each of these numbers represents a deeply personal horror. Men and women who, in addition to having the trauma of institutionalization, at their very core of personhood, their ability to have a family, taken away by a signature on paper. One infamous figure connected to the early sterilization efforts was Dr. F. Hoyt Pilcher, though he wasn't at Topeka State Hospital itself, but we will mention him. You see, Pilcher was a superintendent of a sister institution, the Kansas State Asylum for Idiotic Youth, in the 1890s, and he performed at least 11 illegal castrations of boys in 1892 before public furor forced him out. His zeal foreshadowed what would later become a state-sanctioned policy. Kind of a trailblazer in a very grim sense, I suppose. At Topeka State Hospital, castration was indeed used as a, quote, treatment for male patients deemed excessively sexual or degenerate. This brutal practice, along with so-called hydrotherapy, which often meant dunking patients into frigid water and wrapping them in ice-cold sheets, was justified by crude theories that such methods would curb insanity or improper behavior. But in truth, they were punitive and torturous. The hospital's use of hydrotherapy tubs and ice baths left a lasting psychological scar on many patients, yet this was considered advanced care at the time. Frightening reminder of how thin the line can be between healing and harming when prejudice guides the doctor's hand. The eugenics era forced the notion that patients at Topeka were not individuals with rights and feelings, but rather problems to be managed or, in the worst cases, eliminated. Descriptions from the hospital's mid-20th century records reveal a chilling detachment. Patients with diagnosis of imbecility or chronic mania might be slated for sterilization upon admission. Women who had borne illegitimate children, or men who were habitual petty criminals and ended up in hospital were prime targets. And this was all perfectly legal under Kansas law. They weren't doing anything wrong in a strict legal sense. It wasn't until 1961 that Kansas quietly halted involuntary sterilizations, following changing public sentiment after the Second World War, when eugenics kind of became tainted by association with the other side. Well, by then, however, thousands of Kansans, is that what they're called? Kansans? Kansanians? I'm not sure. You can tell me in the comments. Well, many of them from Topeka State Hospital had been subjected to this irreversible procedure. The hospital that was supposed to help patients return to society instead permanently barred them from the possibility of a normal family life. And in retrospect, the sterilization program stands out as one of the most haunting aspects of Topeka's legacy. It was an abuse enacted not by rogue attendants in secret, but as an official policy carried out by physicians in white coats who believed or claimed to believe that they were doing society a big favor. This kind of horror, the cold, bureaucratic variety, lacked the immediate drama of a beating in a locked room, but it was devastating nonetheless. And it went all the way to the top. I think that makes it even worse. It also intersected with the same callous attitudes that enabled physical abuse. After all, if patients were seen as less than fully human, as defective, whose reproduction was a threat, it became easier for staff to justify chaining them up, neglecting them, treating them like objects. Eugenics was just another way of dehumanizing the mentally ill, cloaked in that respectability of misguided science. By the early 30s and 40s, the accumulated scandals and a shift in professional thinking finally spurred efforts to reform Topeka. The Great Depression years had been especially dire for the institution. Overcrowding peaked as families impoverished by economic collapse sent relatives to state care, and funding was tight. Under these pressures, abuses might have actually worsened. One 1930s patient would later reminisce the staff were often overwhelmed and resorted to brute force to maintain order. However, change was in the air, at least a hint of it. Notably, Topeka became home of the innovative Menninger Clinic, private psychiatric clinic established by Doctors Carl and Will Menninger, which espoused more humane psychoanalytic approaches. The presence of the Menninger Clinic in the same city cast a contrasting light on the old state hospital. Enlightened methods were being extolled just a few miles away, and that made Topeka's Victorian-era custodial approach look even more outdated. In 1948, the Kansas governor Frank Carlson took a decisive step that marked a turning point. Confronted with continued reports of substandard conditions, one report actually said it was 100 years of darkness. Doesn't sound good. Governor Carlson ordered a thorough investigation of Topeka. What this investigative panel found was damning. Among other issues, they discovered that the hospital's record-keeping was so poor that many patients essentially had no documented treated plans or any histories on file at all. Some inmates had simply been deposited in the asylum and left to languish, forgotten by the bureaucrats. The investigators also confirmed ongoing use of restraints and the lack of active therapy. This time, however, the response was not to hush it up. Those days were long gone. It was time to implement changes. After the report was published, state funding for the hospital nearly doubled to address the most glaring deficiencies. The worst offenders on the staff, those implicated in abuse or gross neglect, were fired. You fired. Well, for the first time, social workers and psychologists were brought in alongside doctors to evaluate and plan patient care. The ethos began to shift from mere confinement to actual treatment. Of course, the effects of this post-World War II reform effort were significant. During the 1950s, observers noted that Topeka was becoming a more modern psychiatric institution. The use of chains and cages were phased out. Medications started to play a role in calming patients rather than straitjackets alone, particularly the antipsychotic drugs in the 50s. And by the early 60s, some even claimed that Topeka had transformed into one of the top mental hospitals in the country. Rather optimistic assessment, likely influenced by the presence of the Menninger-trained psychiatrists and new therapeutic philosophies. The hospital adopted practices like occupational therapy, recreational activities for patients, and in some cases open wards, that is, allowing certain patients more freedom of movement, a far cry from the terror of Room 18, or the locked dog cages, as they were called, of earlier years. Doesn't sound nice, doesn't it? And yet, even in this era of relative enlightenment, there were undercurrents of the old horror that had not fully dissipated. Consider the story of Miss X, a case that came to light around 1950. Now, Miss X, her real name withheld in press reports, was a 55-year-old woman admitted to Topeka State Hospital in 1932 after she purportedly had a mental breakdown. She suffered paranoid delusions, including the belief that her husband was trying to kill her, and in her fear she apparently tried to attack him. At first, her commitment might have been justified by her condition. However, what follows shows how patients can be lost in the system. After a year, doctors noted some improvement, but said she still had delusions. After 4 years, they claimed she was too dangerous to consider releasing, and by the 9th year, they bluntly labeled her incurably insane. For 17 years, Miss X lived at the hospital with that label, essentially a life sentence. But then a new doctor joined the staff, someone with perhaps a more compassionate or curious approach. He found Miss X, by then in her 70s, physically healthy and still intelligent, just deeply institutionalized. And this doctor did something astonishingly simple. He spent half an hour each week just talking with her one-on-one, giving her personal attention and a sense that someone cared. And over a few months, Miss X's demeanor changed markedly. The long quiescent spark of her personality returned. After 5 months of these gentle chats, no drastic medical intervention, just human contact, this woman who had been deemed incurable was calm, oriented, and no longer considered a threat. Sometimes that's all you need, just to talk to someone, right? Well, at age 72, Mrs. X was released back into the world, where she went on to work as a practical nurse and housekeeper, proving she could function in society. They should have given her a payout, though. They really should have. 72. Well, the doctor who helped free her made a sobering observation. Perhaps not every patient would respond so well to simple kindness and attention, but he admitted doctors should slow down on the brain surgeries and shock treatments for patients who are often just starved for human interaction. And indeed, during the 1940s and 50s, there had been a surge in the use of radical treatments like lobotomy and electroconvulsive therapy at mental hospitals nationwide. Topeka was no exception. Some patients who were difficult to manage were subjected to lobotomies or frequent shock therapies as a way to quiet them. Yeah, that would certainly quiet me down, I tell you that. Well, Mrs. X's case suggests that in many instances such drastic measures might have been avoided if anyone had taken the time to just sit down and get to know the patient, actually engage with them. A small beacon of hope amid the horror, I suppose. Proof that even very long-term inmates could improve if treated with respect, but also an indictment of how rarely that happened. Another case from the same period exposed ongoing flaws in the hospital's judgment. John Crabbe, a Danish immigrant, provides a tragic example of bureaucratic error with nearly tragic consequences. In 1931, Crabbe was a dishwasher in Topeka who got into a little bit of a scuffle at work. He had a hot temper, and when a co-worker provoked him, Crabbe made some threatening remarks and was arrested for disturbing the peace. While in jail, he was apparently quite furious at the situation, sulking around, refusing to eat. This apparently led authorities to call in a, quote, expert, likely a doctor with questionable credentials, who diagnosed the non-compliant, non-English-speaking Crabbe as insane. He was then promptly shipped off to the state hospital and certified as a hopeless case. He would spend nearly 20 years there as an incurable patient, even though in reality he was perfectly sane. And in a darkly ironic twist, Crabbe's persistent protests of sanity were taken as further evidence of insanity. Every time he would say, "I'm not crazy, I'm completely fine," they would basically say, "Look, he's in denial of his illness." So in denial, he may as well be in Egypt. That's how in denial he was. Yeah. Well, thus it only entrenched his status further. He grew increasingly angry and uncooperative, which the staff interpreted as symptoms rather than the understandable frustration. I think we can all say that we'd all be pretty frustrated at this situation too if it were us. It's certainly easy to imagine this poor man's plight, trapped in a madhouse, unable to convince anyone of a mistake, and every effort to prove himself rational only tightened the noose of his imprisonment. But one day, Mr. Crabbe's salvation came almost by accident, not from within the hospital, but from outside. A group of Danish businessmen, insurance men, that being, visiting Kansas, heard about a Dane languishing in the asylum and took an interest. Thanks to their advocacy, Crabbe's mental state was re-evaluated around 1950, this time with proper testing, and likely with translation so he could actually express himself, and he was found, surprise, surprise, to be perfectly sane. After nearly 2 decades of his lost life, the hospital agreed to release him. But even then, red tape delayed his discharge for another 10 months while officials dithered. Finally, in 1950, John Crabbe walked free, a bitter testament to how easily someone could be disappeared into the system due to a mislabeling. Of course, the public had a field day with this one. It became a case of public embarrassment. Newspapers as far away as Chicago picked up the story of the sane man trapped in the asylum when he was released. And in fact, a Chicago Times article in 1951 trumpeted the quote, "Kansas solves the problem of treating mentally ill," highlighting the Crabbe's release and a broader effort by the hospital to review long-standing patients' diagnoses. It was as much a publicity piece as a news article, but it signaled that Topeka State Hospital was trying to shed its image as a hellish warehouse. The hospital's administrators in the 50s wanted to prove that they were turning things around, and for a while it seemed like they might be succeeding. Despite the mid-century improvements, Topeka could never fully escape the legacy of horror. The broader tide of mental health care was turning by the 70s. Across the United States, deinstitutionalization became the new paradigm, rather than just keeping tens of thousands of patients in massive state hospitals. The idea was to treat patients in community settings, halfway houses or outpatient clinics. New psychiatric drugs made it feasible for many people to live outside an asylum who would earlier be confined for life. Kansas followed this national trend. By the late 80s, the population of Topeka had dwindled dramatically from its mid-century heights. Where once 1,500 patients had filled its wards, fewer than 200 remained by 1990. The old sprawling institution increasingly looked like a dinosaur. Unfortunately, even in its waning years, there were grim accidents that reminded everyone of how things can go terribly wrong in a place like this. Now, one such incident was the murder of Stephanie Ulrich in 1992, a tragic event that proved to be the hospital's final notorious scandal. Ulrich was a 30-year-old music and activity therapist who worked with patients to provide enrichment and a sense of normalcy. Among her charges was a man named Kenneth D. Waddle, who had a violent history. Waddle was at Topeka State Hospital because he had been found not guilty by reason of insanity for an aggravated battery charge. Effectively, he was a forensic patient, sent to the hospital instead of a prison for a violent act. Initially, Waddle was placed in a high-security ward at another facility, but due to budget cuts, the secure forensic unit at Topeka State Hospital had been shut down in the 80s. Well, as a result, Waddle was moved into the general patient population, an administrative decision that in hindsight was disastrous, because on February 23rd, 1992, Ulrich and another staff member took a group of patients, including Waddle, on a supervised outing to see a movie, part of the hospital's effort to provide social activities. And when they returned that evening, Ulrich was escorting Waddle back into one of the buildings, when in a secluded moment, Waddle attacked her, strangling Ulrich to death and assaulting her in a bathroom. The murder sent shockwaves through the state. A mental hospital, presumed to be a place of care, had become the scene of a brutal killing. And the victim was not a patient, but a dedicated employee. Certainly breaks the trend, doesn't it? In the aftermath, there were many questions. Why was such a dangerous patient allowed that close to a staff member on their outing? And why was the secure ward closed? Officials conducted reviews, but in a controversial 1995 ruling, the Federal Appellate Court concluded that while Ulrich's murder was undeniably tragic, as they said, it did not result from reckless and conscience-shocking misconduct by the hospital administrators, and effectively cleared the state of any liability of her death. Oh dear. Not good. Not good. You might have expected something like this back in the 1910s, 1920s, but in 1995, now that is ridiculous. Of course, from the staff's perspective, the environment had grown more dangerous as the hospital's resources dwindled in its final years. In fact, another female staff member, Dr. Cynthia Turnbull, was actually assaulted by a patient around the same time, and she later sued the hospital alleging a pervasively hostile and unsafe work environment. Dr. Turnbull's case highlighted that even in the 90s, female staff were at risk, and the institution struggled to maintain safety. A lawsuit went through appeals as courts debated whether the hospital could be held accountable for not protecting employees. Now, these incidents certainly show a painful truth, that even as the patient population shrank, the hospital's fundamental problems persisted. Chronic underfunding, administrative neglect, and a lingering culture of making do with what you have. It all meant that patient care and staff safety were sometimes compromised. In 1988, the Topeka State Hospital had lost its accreditation to receive federal Medicare and Medicaid funds due to deficiencies in care standards. An inspection had found the hospital failed to properly review the treatment of 2 patients, among other issues, leading federal authorities to pull funding until corrections were made. This was a public embarrassment and put additional financial strain on the state to support the hospital without federal aid. By the mid-90s, the Kansas legislature faced a decision. The state was operating 3 mental health hospitals, Osawatomie, Larned, and Topeka. Maintaining all 3 of them was too costly and at odds with a community-based care model. The political and fiscal wounds favored closure. So in 1997, after 118 years of operation, Topeka State Hospital was ordered shut. May 17th of the same year, the hospital discharged its last patients and locked its doors for good. Some patients were transferred to the remaining state hospitals. Others were moved to community facilities or nursing homes. But there was little fanfare. In fact, given the hospital's reputation, many believed its closure was long overdue. Yet for the city of Topeka and former employees and patients, it was the end of an era. An institution that had loomed in the collective consciousness for generations was no more. What did remain, however, was the empty, sprawling campus, decayed buildings, and, of course, no doubt a lot of painful memories. For a few years the site stood abandoned, drawing curiosity seekers, urban explorers, and of course the aforementioned ghost stories. I'm sure plenty of teenagers would be bringing the Ouija board up to that abandoned building. The once grand center building with its Gothic turrets sat silent and vandalized. Eventually, practical concerns won out. In 2010, the Topeka School District, which had acquired the property, demolished the old buildings to make way for new development. The demolition crews noted the iconic 5-story administration building was the most formidable, a symbol of the old asylum era, finally coming down in clouds of dust. By mid-2020, almost no trace of Topeka State Hospital structure remained on the site. The very ground was cleared, and even the concrete foundations were dug up to leave no haunting monument. Today, in place of the asylum's halls, one finds a sports park, school facilities, the landscape of terror, transformed into something mundane and healthy. Well, they should have at least left one part of it as a museum, I think. Old buildings getting knocked down, I just think it's a tragedy. To me, buildings, statues, this kind of thing. Parts of history gone, it breaks my heart. Maybe it doesn't break my heart, but you know what I mean. In any case, one part of the hospital could not so easily be erased. The cemetery. On a quiet corner of the formal hospital grounds lies a 2.8-acre burial ground where patients who died in custody or were unclaimed by family were interred. And so for over 75 years, the hospital buried at least 1,157 individuals in that plot. And the nature of these burials reflects the anonymity and tragedy of many of the patients' lives. Only 16 graves ever had headstones with names. The rest were marked, if at all, with a simple numbered marker or nothing at all. In the rush of the hospital's daily routine, record-keeping for the deceased was spotty. Some names were just lost to time. For decades after closure, the cemetery sat neglected, a patch of weeds and weathered stones, essentially a mass grave of the forgotten. Only in 2001 did the state authorize a memorial, eventually installing a plaque listing the names of the dead and putting a fence around the site. Visitors who wander there today, perhaps drawn by a morbid curiosity or paying respects, confront a pretty stark tableau. Over 1,000 poor, nameless souls who live their final days, or in many cases years or decades, in the hospital, now lying beneath the earth, their identities nearly erased. It's a pretty chilling reminder of how people were warehoused and forgotten inside institutions like Topeka State. Each number was a human being with a story, subsumed into the anonymity of the insane, thrown into a big bucket of people who never get remembered, people who never have any justice, just thrown in the ground. Once again, finally, out of sight, out of mind. It was early 1972, and millions of disgusted Americans sat in their living rooms, watching an expose of almost unimaginable cruelty unfolding on the evening news. Grainy footage revealed children and adults huddled together on bare floors, naked and smeared in their own filth, all together wailing in despair. The only sound in the crowded ward, one reporter noted, was an eerie communal wail, the collective moaning of those poor, suffering inmates. It might have been a horror film in a different time, but it was shockingly real, and it was filmed inside an institution just a few miles out of New York City. This was Willowbrook State School, a place where the air itself was said to smell of filth, disease, and death, an institution whose very name became synonymous with abuse and neglect, a living hell. Once envisioned as a progressive facility for children with developmental and intellectual disabilities, by the 1960s and 70s, Willowbrook had degenerated into what can only be called a humanitarian disaster. But the horrors exposed here were no isolated story. They pulled back the curtain on systematic injustice in the mid-20th century American healthcare system, where the most vulnerable were thrown away to a place where no one would see or hear them. And so today, half a century on from that expose, we're going to tell the story again, from the very beginning to the very end. So if you'd like to come with me and go into a bit of a darker chapter of American history, it'll be my pleasure to be your guide. But before we begin, let me issue the customary welcome to the channel. If you're new here, I invite you to subscribe if you feel inclined to, and for those returning, good to see you again. Now, this video is 100% ad-free. Just as much as all the other videos on this channel, you might want to have a look in the playlists and see what you like. And this is due to the kind contributions of those on Patreon, the YouTube members, those who chose to donate to the PayPal and through YouTube Super Thanks, and also those who chose to check out the merch store with all of its goodies. Now, without further ado, let's begin. The story begins in October 1947 on Staten Island, when Willowbrook State School opened its doors. Originally, it was hailed as a model institution for children, classified by the state as mentally defective, whatever that means. I'm sure that back then the classification for that was quite broad. In any case, its origins dated back to the late 1930s and 40s, and the campus had been built during the Second World War, and of course briefly used as a military hospital, before being turned over to New York's Department of Mental Hygiene, as it was called. Oh, and by the way, before it was called Willowbrook State School, it was called Halloran General Hospital. Now, the post-war climate was quite optimistic, and it was within this new, cheery mood that Willowbrook's mission sounded almost noble: to provide care, education, and training for children with intellectual disabilities, who at the time had very few alternatives. Early administrators spoke of teaching self-care skills, perhaps even returning some residents to the community. The sprawling complex sat on 375 acres and initially claimed to house around 4,000 children. With airy buildings and green lawns, it suggested a kind of self-contained school village, the place to be. And from the outside, well, it looked pretty nice. In theory, Willowbrook was part of a broader mid-century expansion of public health and social services, and that showed society's intent to handle disability scientifically and humanely. Times were changing, so was science, and new doctors coming in with new ideas. Well, as for the parents, those who struggled to care for disabled children at home, they often saw placement in such a state school as a kind of hopeful opportunity for expert help. Well, unfortunately, the reality would soon depart drastically from those optimistic promises. Well, within a decade of its opening, Willowbrook began to buckle under the weight of chronic underfunding and swelling admissions. By the mid-1950s, the census had blown past the intended capacity. Children, and even some adults, whom the system had no other place for, were crammed into its dormitories. Of course, they were originally pretty decent-sized dormitories, but the size is only relative to how many people you can shove into there. In any case, by 1965, Willowbrook housed over 6,000 residents, despite being designed for only about 4,000, and that made it the largest institution of its kind at the time in the United States. The physical plant and staffing never kept pace with this growth. Additional buildings were added hastily over the years, but budget increases were meager, and hiring lagged far behind the needs. New York's policymakers, confronted with this swelling number of individuals diagnosed with intellectual and developmental disability, simply just kept funneling them down to Willowbrook and similar facilities, effectively warehousing people out of sight and out of mind. In practice, Willowbrook became a custodial asylum, not a therapeutic school. An institution just over a few miles from those gleaming skyscrapers of Manhattan, devolving into a backwater where society's undesirables were dumped and largely forgotten. As overcrowding intensified, every measure of care quality plummeted. Living quarters, originally meant to be classrooms and dormitories, were converted into kind of mass barracks. In some wards, perhaps 70 to 80 children might sleep in rows of metal cots or mats on the floor, packed so tightly that staff could barely walk between them. Dayroom areas intended for recreation were instead filled with beds, and privacy was non-existent. The bathroom situation, as you can imagine, was, well, there were not enough toilets or baths for the thousands of residents. In some buildings, just a handful of toilets for several hundred children. Maintenance couldn't keep up. Paint peeled from the walls. Windows went unwashed. And basic cleanliness completely thrown out the window. Aides struggled to change diapers or clean up messes promptly, and a pervasive odor of human waste and disinfectant came to characterize the place. Well, you know, when you walk into a hospital, you've got that smell of disinfectant and you think, that's covering something up, isn't it? You know what I mean. Not the most pleasant thought. Well, what about the food? You can imagine that was stretched thin, too. Mealtimes were chaotic, assembly line affairs, kind of like an overcrowded prison, with hurried attendants spooning institutional porridge into their mouths one after another. Assembly line style. Often slower eaters simply went hungry. There was no time for individual feeding in the rush. And if you had an intellectual disability that was affecting your ability to eat properly, well, that's just bad luck, isn't it? You might have been among one of the malnourished or underweight children. They were quite common in the internal reports, though these rarely reached the public eye at the time. That would all come later. Willowbrook's rapid descent was not only due to numbers, though. It was also a tale of systematic neglect. By the early 1960s, funding per resident was abysmally low, and cost-cutting was a constant concern of state bureaucracy. Now, I do not need to be the one to remind you, but when they say cost-cutting, what they always mean is profit-raising. Keep that one in mind. Now, the staffing ratio became almost absurd. One staff member might oversee 40, 50, or even more children on a ward. That's right, one person for up to 50 or 60 people. How are you meant to keep up with that? In such conditions, providing any kind of true education or therapy was nearly impossible. So why bother? Many of the rank-and-file attendants were poorly paid, inadequately trained, and overwhelmed by the demands of caring for so many high-need individuals at once. Turnover was high, contributing to inconsistent or sometimes callous care. The more idealistic or compassionate staff found themselves burning out, or just fighting a losing battle. Just too much to keep up with. But others, which is even a sadder detail, become to grow indifferent or even abusive amid the chaos. Oh yeah, we'll get to that in a moment. Don't worry. In any case, by the mid-1960s, Willowbrook had certainly cemented its dark reputation, even within the closed world of state institutions. But it still remained largely hidden from the public view, its problems known mainly to underfunded watchdog agencies and to the families who, when they visited their children, sensed that something was amiss. Surely, things weren't meant to be this bad, right? This is meant to be a school. It's meant to be a hospital. What on earth is going on? But the reality was, when most of them came to visit, the majority of the more flagrant offences were hidden from them, a prescribed path. Or their children were brought into those visiting rooms which were a little bit more sanitary and normal. Certainly didn't want to ring any bells by bringing them into the actual reality of the situation. But what exactly was the daily life of a resident of Willowbrook like, especially during its worst years? Well, perhaps fortunately or equally unfortunately, we have ample testimony and documentation that paint a pretty bad picture. In fact, Senator Robert F. Kennedy, who made a surprise tour of Willowbrook in 1965, famously described it as a, quote, snake pit. After walking through several of the overcrowded wards, Kennedy was visibly shaken. He reported finding children, quote, living in filth and dirt, their clothing in rags, in rooms less comfortable and cheerful than the cages in which we put animals in a zoo. Well, that comparison to zoos in particular shows how dehumanizing the environment had become. Kennedy's words were not hyperbole. Residents at Willowbrook were indeed treated like animals, or perhaps even worse, since a well-run zoo at least ensures clean enclosures and regular feeding, something that Willowbrook had struggled with. Hygiene and sanitation at Willowbrook had reached a state of collapse because of the woefully inadequate staffing. Basic tasks like bathing, toileting, and cleaning the wards were performed infrequently, or when they were, in a rushed manner. It was not unusual for a single attendant to be responsible for washing dozens of profoundly disabled children in a short time. One former resident, Bernard Carbello, who spent 18 years of his youth inside Willowbrook, recalled that the staff would sometimes clean the children by using the same rag and dirty mop bucket of water which they had just mopped the floor with. In other cases, groups of children might be herded into a communal shower and only given a cursory rinse, little soap or personal attention. And then there was the lice, the scabies, and the other parasites. Trying to fight them off was hopeless. A high percentage of residents had such infestations at any given time. The combination of crowded dormitories and irregular bathing also meant a constant stink of unwashed bodies. In the worst wards, children lay half naked on urine-soaked mattresses and feces smeared the floors and walls, simply because there were too few hands, or sometimes not enough willing ones to clean up thoroughly. Clothing and personal belongings were similarly deficient. Many residents owned nothing beyond a name tag, or perhaps a basic set of institutional clothing. But because laundry services were overstretched, garments were often filthy or missing. Photographic evidence and eyewitness accounts described children wandering around unclothed, or only in thin undershirts despite cold conditions. Some residents were even kept naked for extended periods, either for convenience in showering or lack of clean clothes to go around. Piles of soiled clothing might sit unwashed for days. As one staff member later explained to investigators, quote, "We don't have enough clothing. We don't have the proper help to keep clothing on them." Observers noted children shivering or walking about with only a towel or sheet draped over them. And that image of a near-nude, vulnerable child in a barren, dirty ward is one that those who visited Willowbrook will never forget. Neglect was the norm, not the exception. But outright abuse also festered in this environment. With scant supervision, and a population that could not easily report mistreatment, some attendants exploited their power horrifically. Reports and court testimony would later document instances of physical abuse, children being kicked, slapped, or even struck with objects by the frustrated and overworked staff. There were even cases of residents beaten severely for minor misbehavior, or simply out of a staff member's rage. Of course, the other side of physical abuse occurred as well. In the years after Willowbrook's conditions came to life, investigators found evidence that some staff had forced themselves upon the residents, and that stronger residents often preyed on the weaker ones. At that time, these abuses were mostly hidden, occasionally surfacing in whispers or quickly hushed-up incident reports. The dysfunctional culture of Willowbrook, even well-meaning employees could become desensitized. Aides sometimes resorted to cruel practices as crude behavioral management systems. They'd sometimes bind children to chairs or beds to control them, or they would dole out harsh punishment for the most minor of infractions. It was later recounted that one staff member had a wooden paddle. They used to carry it around and use it liberally to enforce silence. And then there were the restraints. They were frequently used at Willowbrook too, often in many unsafe ways. Many residents, especially those with multiple disabilities, were strapped into chairs or beds for long periods, simply because the staff lacked the capacity to monitor them. And tragically, this led to at least one well-documented fatality. In June of 1965, a 12-year-old girl named Renee Meckler died from strangulation. Renee, who had physical disabilities and seizures, was routinely tied to a chair to keep her from falling. On that day, she apparently slid down in the chair. The restraining strap, which had been jury-rigged in lieu of proper safety harnesses, slid around her neck, and she slowly choked to death. By the time an attendant found her, it was much too late. The institution's director called Renee's death a tragic accident and insisted that improper restraints were against policy, yet the very need for such restraints was born of understaffing and the lack of appropriate equipment. In any case, her death briefly made the local papers, sparking a little bit of outrage and an internal investigation. It showed what a lot of people already knew, that Willowbrook was not only a place of misery, but quite often a deadly one. And indeed, mortality rates, they were shockingly high. Children died of preventable ailments like pneumonia, or injuries sustained in untended accidents, occasionally under suspicious circumstance too. In fact, one physician who worked there later noted that the death rate among Willowbrook residents was significantly higher than that for New York City's general population, and by some estimates, 10 times higher. Well, that's a sobering statistic, isn't it? Life inside Willowbrook. You get sent there to get cured. Instead, they kill you. Well, if the restraints didn't get you, the disease might. And disease outbreaks were certainly quite common, exacerbated by the squalor and the overcrowding. In the winter of 1960 to 61, for example, Willowbrook experienced a massive measles epidemic. Over 600 children fell ill with the malady. At least 60 of them died in that single instance. 60 deaths. A toll equivalent to a small classroom of children, from an illness that even in 1960 could have been mitigated with better infection control, and soon after, of course, with more advanced methods. Now, this tragedy shows how public health crises were amplified by the conditions in general at Willowbrook. Gastrointestinal illnesses, respiratory infections, and skin diseases, they spread around too, through the packed dormitories, and medical care was minimal. A handful of doctors and nurses for thousands of patients, doing triage at best. Infirmary rooms overflowed during outbreaks, and many sick children were simply kept on their cots in the general wards, exposing others. For many residents, Willowbrook was not a refuge from illness, but a place where they became sicker than ever. But it is important to note, and this is very, very critical to say, that not everyone who worked at Willowbrook were cruel or indifferent. Some staff members really did try their best under the conditions, and some later became whistleblowers to expose what they had seen. However, the institutional culture as a whole was overwhelmingly one of containment rather than care. The daily routine revolved around managing bodies, getting everyone fed, toileted, minimally cleaned, and then back to bed, rather than nurturing minds or fostering growth. Now here's a term that is often used: custodial care. This essentially means just keeping people alive, sometimes even failing at that. There was little in the way of education or enrichment for the children, which was the whole point of the place in the first manner, and many residents spend their days just languishing in stark rooms. Nothing to do, very little to talk about, no sensory stimulation. Those who could walk might wander aimlessly in the halls or yards. Those who were non-ambulatory lay in bed or sat restrained in chairs for hours. This monotony, lack of human engagement, led to severe developmental regression and emotional despair. It's enough to drive anyone mad. Visitors in later years described entering wards where rows of children and adults rocked back and forth incessantly, a self-soothing behavior seen in animals kept in cages, or engaged in self-harm, like biting their hands and arms. The psychological toll of such neglect was profound, though largely unmeasured at the time. Absolute hell on earth, a place where basic human dignity had been almost entirely lost. But amid all the neglect and all the filth, another disturbing chapter was written, one that raised pressing ethical questions. The overcrowding and unsanitary conditions led not only to outbreaks of disease, but also to an infamous medical research program carried out on Willowbrook's residents. Beginning in the mid-50s and continuing well into the 60s, a team of researchers conducted deliberate experiments on children at Willowbrook, infecting them with hepatitis in an effort to study the disease and test potential vaccines. Well, it's almost unbelievable by today's standards, but who knows what's going to come out in the news. You never know what they're doing behind your backs. Anyway, why did Willowbrook become a setting for hepatitis experiments? Good question. And the reason lies in the tragic epidemiological reality of the institution. Now, particularly hepatitis A, a virus that spreads through oral and fecal contamination, was rampant in Willowbrook. In such close quarters, with poor hygiene, nearly every new child admitted would contract hepatitis within their first year. Doctors estimated that over 90% of Willowbrook residents got hepatitis at some point, often within 6 to 12 months of arrival. It was so endemic that Willowbrook was jokingly referred to by some medical staff as a hepatitis farm. That's not a very funny joke. Well, in 1955, Dr. Saul Krugman of New York University, a respected pediatrician and virologist, saw in this situation an opportunity for research. So he and his colleagues had reasoned that since hepatitis was seemingly unavoidable for Willowbrook's children, well, they might as well just study it under controlled conditions and possibly develop some preventative measures. One giant petri dish. Well, by today's ethical framework, this rationale is deeply flawed. but at the time the institutionalized disabled were often seen as appropriate for the greater good. Krugman's studies, which began in 1956, involved feeding live hepatitis virus to uninfected children or injecting them with extracts derived from the blood or stool of those already ill. In plain terms, they intentionally infected children with hepatitis. The immediate aim was to observe the course of the disease and to test whether administering gamma globulin, an antibody-rich blood fraction, could prevent or mitigate the infection. And so, over the years, hundreds of children were part of these studies. Some were given a newly developed and weakened strain of hepatitis to see if it could act as a kind of vaccine of sorts. Others were simply monitored after being deliberately exposed. While the outcomes did produce knowledge, Dr. Krugman's work at Willowbrook led to a much clearer understanding of the difference between hepatitis A and hepatitis B, and that is, infectious hepatitis versus serum-transmitted hepatitis. Well, it also eventually contributed to the development of a hepatitis B vaccine and better prophylaxis, using immunoglobulin. Medical words are always difficult. Thank you for your tolerance. Well, these were non-trivial medical advances, by the way. And Krugman defended his actions by arguing that the children involved faced no appreciable additional risk, at least beyond what they already encountered at Willowbrook, since they were pretty much going to get hepatitis anyway. He claimed that only children whose parents had given consent were included in the experiments. Well, with the parents giving consent, that just adds another layer of horror to the whole thing, I think. However, the ethical criticism of the Willowbrook experiments was, and remains, very intense. To many, it was a clear-cut case of exploiting a captive and vulnerable population who couldn't fight back. The notion of consent from parents in this context was, yes, problematic to say the least. Willowbrook had long waiting lists for admission. It was so overcrowded that hundreds of families were turned away. It later emerged that some parents effectively were told that the only way to secure a spot for their child at Willowbrook was to enroll them in the human experimentation side of things. In other words, desperate, often poor, working-class families with severely disabled children felt they were unable to care for at home, were coerced into agreeing, because the alternative was no institutional care at all. But this kind of consent under duress would have been rightly considered quite invalid today by our modern standards, and even those parents who did give genuine permission likely didn't understand fully the risks or nature of what they were doing. Moreover, the children themselves, many with significant cognitive impairments, could not assent or protest. It's an imbalance of power, using disabled children as human guinea pigs. It's pretty troubling, isn't it? I'm afraid that there's not many lights at the end of the tunnel in this video. In any case, by the mid-1960s, there were a few voices in the medical and bioethics community that began to raise their concerns. In 1966, the renowned Harvard physician Dr. Henry K. Beecher published a paper in the New England Journal of Medicine on unethical clinical research in the United States, and in it he listed 22 examples of studies that breached ethical standards. And guess what? Willowbrook was right at the top of the list. Beecher's critique, and others that followed, argued that even if some knowledge was gained, infecting children with disease in any environment where they could not receive top-notch medical care was, well, frankly, was morally indefensible. Critics pointed out the very conditions making hepatitis so prevalent were man-made, and therefore they were fixable. The answer should have been to improve Willowbrook, not to take advantage of it. The researchers involved bristled at these accusations, of course. Dr. Krugman and his collaborators published letters and articles defending their work. They maintained that none of the children died from the research, and that most only had mild illnesses. In fact, Krugman pointed to a perceived therapeutic benefit. He claimed that by identifying how to prevent hepatitis, he was actually helping Willowbrook's residents in the long run. And indeed, one outcome of his research was that by the late 1960s, the institution began administering gamma-globulin injections to new admissions, which did reduce the incidence of acute hepatitis among those children. But to many, that was besides the point. The ends did not justify the means, or the means did not justify the ends, rather. The core ethical issue was still threatening these institutionalized individuals, without truly advocating for their well-being or asking how they truly ended up in such a disease-ridden place to begin with. But it wasn't just hepatitis that was studied. Earlier, in 1960, the catastrophic measles outbreak mentioned above, Willowbrook had also been a site of early measles vaccine trials. Researchers, including Krugman, used an experimental measles vaccine on some children during that epidemic. In that case, the intervention likely saved lives, as noted, after the 1963 vaccines became available. Measles was essentially eliminated from Willowbrook. It's a horrible bloody disease, by the way. Terrible, you've seen pictures of it. Blech. But here again, we arrive in that ethical grey zone. On one hand, the medical experimentation at Willowbrook, it certainly produced helpful results. But on the other, those children were given no say, and were chosen precisely because they were voiceless and institutionally bound. By 1971, mounting public criticism, especially from other doctors and ethicists, finally pressured the Willowbrook hepatitis studies to shut down. For 15 years, the experiments had been quietly proceeding, largely unknown to the general public. When the broader scandal of Willowbrook's conditions broke in the early 70s, the hepatitis study had become an additional outrage in the public narrative. It stands today as one of the most notorious examples of unethical research on vulnerable people, often cited alongside the Tuskegee syphilis study. In context of Willowbrook's overall horror, the experiments show a painful irony. Even the pursuit of medical progress became twisted in a place where basic human rights were nowhere to be found. Children who lacked clean beds or sufficient food were being used to test medical theories, a clear indication of misplaced priorities. The experiment's legacy was double-edged. They did contribute to science, and eventually to vaccines that saved life, but they also spurred reform in research ethics. Maybe that's the real legacy. Things sometimes have to get worse before they get better, and it takes a scandal like this for laws to be made. There were stricter rules after it, about informed consent, and overall the protection of institutionalized persons in experiments. So when we look back, it's pretty clear that the warning signs about the horrors of Willowbrook had been appearing for years, and the public could no longer ignore them. As early as the 1960s, a number of individuals from within and outside the institution did their best to raise the alarms. These early whistleblowers and advocates did not immediately succeed in changing the system, but they laid the groundwork and documented the truth, which would later bolster the case against Willowbrook in general. Now, one significant intervention was the aforementioned visit by Senator Robert F. Kennedy in 1965. Kennedy's tour of Willowbrook was part of a broader investigation he was conducting into the condition of institutions for people with intellectual disabilities. The visit only lasted a few hours, but it left quite the impression. Besides decrying the filthy conditions and comparing Willowbrook to a zoo snake pit, Kennedy issued a scathing report and a series of recommendations to improve care. He urged New York State to increase funding dramatically, to hire and train more staff, and to reduce the population at Willowbrook. His words drew some media attention at the time. It's not every day that a U.S. senator calls a state facility an outright horror show, and embarrassed state officials did promise to take action. And indeed, they did develop a 5-year plan after 1965 to upgrade Willowbrook. They spoke of adding new buildings, implementing better training for staff, and enhancing the programs. However, the plans mostly languished, or were only realized in part. A combination of bureaucratic inertia, lack of political will, and competing budget priorities. In fact, the late 60s saw economic strain because of the Vietnam War. Very little political appeal in allocating money to disabled care. You don't win votes with that, don't you? In any case, it meant that in the early 1970s, conditions at Willowbrook, which were meant to have been, going through 5 years of reform to get better, had just gotten worse. In tragic twist, Senator Kennedy's impassioned calls were largely ignored until events forced the issue again several years later. Kennedy himself was assassinated in '68, never seeing the eventual resolution of the crisis he highlighted. Well, parents of Willowbrook residents were another key group sounding alarms. Many families were afraid to speak out initially. They feared retaliation, or that their child might suffer if they made too much noise. And remember that in many cases, parents were only allowed limited access to the institution. It was common at Willowbrook and other institutions of that era that visiting hours were tightly restricted, and visits often took place in designated areas away from the living quarters. Some parents did not even see the actual dormitories or wards. Staff would bring the child out, cleaned up, then dressed to a visitation room, and this meant that for years families were shielded from the full extent of the squalor. Still, many people noticed troubling signs: unexplained bruises on their children, persistent illness, the stench clinging to the hair and skin, or reports of weight loss. Hard to ignore things like that. By the early 60s, a few parents began forming advocacy groups. Notably, the New York State Association for Retarded Children, a statewide parent-led group. It became active in monitoring conditions and lobbying for change. A local Staten Island chapter of such parents kept pushing for improvements at Willowbrook. One incident in 1962 galvanized the parents' activism. In that year, Willowbrook administrators decided to relieve some overcrowding by transferring about 200 children to a different state facility, a former hospital in Manhattan. This was done quietly, with minimal notice to the families. When parents found out their children had been uprooted and sent to a different borough due to dreadful overcrowding, many of them were understandably outraged. There was one mother of a young Willowbrook girl, Willie Mae Goodman. She was among those who mobilized. Parents formed communities, met with lawyers, and started to document the neglect their children were enduring. This group action in the early 60s was essentially a precursor to the big lawsuit that would come later. They achieved a few small victories, such as shaming the state into providing marginally more resources, and reversing certain particularly egregious policies, but overall, the institution's momentum could not be stopped. It continued to spiral into decay. But perhaps the most pivotal unsung heroes in Willowbrook saga were the employees who turned whistleblower. A number of staff members who had witnessed the abuses became deeply troubled and risked their careers to expose the truth. One such figure was Dr. William Bronston, a young physician who worked at Willowbrook in the late 60s and early 70s. Bronson was horrified by what he saw: the lack of meaningful medical care, the warehousing of people, callousness of some of his colleagues. He described Willowbrook not just as a bad hospital, but a crime against humanity. After an incident in which a group of teachers at Willowbrook were fired, reportedly because they complained about the lack of support for educational programs, Dr. Bronson decided that enough was enough. He began covertly collaborating with parents and advocacy groups. Bronson understood that one of the reasons Willowbrook persisted was that the public simply did not know what was happening inside. In fact, even parents were often not allowed beyond certain areas, as we've mentioned. He reportedly said that all they had to do was open the doors and let the parents see the truth. Working with sympathetic colleagues, he arranged for some parents to tour the actual wards, something the administration had strictly forbidden. And, well, guess what? The parents were devastated by what they saw, and it only fueled their determination to seek justice. Another important insider was Dr. Michael Wilkins, a psychiatrist at Willowbrook, who grew similarly disillusioned. Dr. Wilkins was actually fired or forced out by Willowbrook's administration. Apparently he was voicing too many complaints about the conditions. Well, in reality, it seems he was pushing for reform and not being quiet about the abuses. After leaving Willowbrook, Dr. Wilkins did something bold. He obtained a copy of a key to one of the buildings and began reaching out to journalists, offering to literally open the door for them to see the truth. And of course, this would prove crucial when a certain young television reporter took interest. More on him in a moment. Throughout 1971, small cracks began appearing in Willowbrook's wall of secrecy. A social worker named Donna J. Stone managed to get a job at Willowbrook under false pretense. She posed as a newly graduated staff member. What she saw in her brief tenure appalled her, and she compiled a detailed account of abuses and neglect, which she then passed to the press and advocacy organizations. And additionally, some local newspapers on Staten Island started paying attention. In early 1972, the Staten Island Advance ran an investigative series on Willowbrook. The reporter, Jane Curtin, had been tipped off by a protest organized by parents and social workers. Curtin convinced a couple of sympathetic employees, including Stone and others, to sneak her inside on a weekend. The series of articles she wrote described in print what had until then had been largely unthinkable. Children left in sordid condition, rampant illness, all overseen by indifferent bureaucrats. Curtin's reporting was the first sustained public expose, and it ran just weeks before the story truly exploded on the national stage. And it's important, too, to mention that local journalism and grassroots activism was really what lit the fuse. They provided evidence and the momentum that larger media outlets and legal advocates could then build upon. So, by the eve of 1972, the truth about Willowbrook was leaking out. A convergence of courage, parents willing to fight, staff who refused to stay silent, and journalists willing to listen. It all set the stage for a breaking point. Still, it would take the dramatic crescendo, broadcast on national television, to galvanize the broad public outrage needed to force the government's hand. And that revolution was about to arrive, holding a big, bold camera. So on a cold day, in January of 1972, a television reporter by the name of Geraldo Rivera and his camera crew approached Willowbrook State School with a determination rather to document what had been until then mostly hidden. Rivera at the time was 29 years old, an investigative reporter for WABC-TV in New York, and he'd been alerted to the conditions by activist doctors and parents, notably through Dr. Wilkins, who quite literally gave him the key. Well, armed with that key, and accompanied by a film crew, Rivera essentially snuck onto the grounds and entered one of the worst wards without authorization. What he and his team filmed over the course of that unannounced visit would horrify millions, and it certainly earned a place in journalistic history. The television report, which you can look up on YouTube, by the way, entitled Willowbrook, The Last Great Disgrace, aired on the local New York City ABC station on the night of February 2nd, 1972, and it was later rebroadcast nationally, multiplying its impact. Rivera's footage, shot in dimly lit rooms with a handheld camera, brought viewers face to face with the reality, the scenes of abject neglect and suffering that scarcely seemed possible in modern America, happening right under their noses. The camera panned across children with vacant eyes and distant bellies, some of them sitting or lying directly on the cold floor among their own filth. Many were unclothed, or just partially clothed. Others rocked back and forth or moaned, oblivious to the visitors, so deep in their own world of misery. Overcrowding was painfully evident. What should have been a playroom was instead a holding pen for dozens of listless individuals. The visuals were made even more powerful by Rivera's narration and interviews that were captured on site. At one point in the footage, Congressman Mario Biaggi, who had accompanied Rivera on a follow-up visit when authorities hurriedly organized a tour, is seen confronting a staff member. Surveying the ward, Biaggi asked bluntly, "Why are these patients unclothed?" The weary response from the administrator tries to justify it, that they don't have enough clothing, not enough staff to dress them. And anyway, quote, "We have a few nudists among the kids who keep disrobing." It's a pretty weak attempt to normalize what Biaggi rightly saw as shocking neglect. Now, Biaggi was a former NYPD officer turned politician, and he declared, right there on camera, that these were the worst conditions that he had ever seen in his entire life. Rivera's own voiceover was frank and outraged. Perhaps the most chilling moment came when he addressed the viewers directly over footage of a crowded, filthy ward. Quote, "This is what it looked like. This is what it sounded like. But how can I tell you about the way it smelled?" He then answered his own question with a line that's become quite iconic. "It smelled of filth. It smelled of disease. It smelled of death." That visceral description brought home to audiences the complete sensory horror of Willowbrook, something television could only partially convey, but enough to turn stomachs and ignite anger. Rivera didn't mince words in the documentary. He openly called it a complete failure of a system. And in one sequence he states, "There are no civil liberties here. The children are rotting in their beds." Well, the effect of the broadcast was immediate and profound. Viewers flooded the station, and government officers with calls expressing outrage and disbelief. Many could not fathom that such, frankly, medieval conditions would exist in 1972, essentially right in their backyard. Staten Island is part of New York City, after all. The story made the front page of newspapers and was picked up by wire services. Other TV networks followed up with their own segments on Willowbrook in the ensuing days and weeks. Importantly, the scandal quickly transcended Willowbrook itself, and people started asking a very fair question. If Willowbrook is this bad, Well, how many other institutions are similar? Willowbrook became kind of a shorthand for systematic abuse, a byword for the failure of a whole model of institutional care. All that tax money down the drain. Of course, the political response kicked in rapidly as well. New York's governor at the time, Nelson Rockefeller, yes, Rockefeller, faced intense pressure to address the scandal. Public officials who had been dismissive of complaints about Willowbrook now made rushed visits and issued condemnations. And within weeks, the New York state government announced emergency funding injections for Willowbrook and some immediate measures. More staff, cleaning things up, etc. But these stopgap efforts were certainly not enough to quell public concern. The problem was clearly deeper than a quick fix. As investigative reporters dug further, they found reams of internal memos and past inspection reports that had flagged all those problems at Willowbrook. All ignored. And that just added another layer of outrage. It wasn't just that Willowbrook was terrible, but it was that the officials knew, and they didn't do anything until the media came along and forced their hand, and then they can play it off as some kind of way to make themselves look good, coming in as the savior. Sounds pretty typical politician stuff, Well, one particularly heart-rending outcome of the exposé was the way it galvanized families. Some parents who had children at Willowbrook were seeing the full horror for the first time on television. One can only imagine the guilt and grief of realizing you'd thrown your own kid in there, akin to a damn torture chamber. Family members rushed to visit their loved ones, demanding better care or trying to get them out of the place. For some residents, this marked the first time in years that anyone closely scrutinized their well-being. Stories emerged of parents who literally broke down in tears on the wards, embracing children they hadn't seen outside of a supervised visiting room, now discovering them in such a degraded state. And the broader public outcry, well, that also had cultural echoes. In August 1972, for instance, John Lennon and Yoko Ono organized a high-profile benefit concert at Madison Square Garden, with proceeds to support the mentally disabled and advocacy efforts prompted by Willowbrook. Well, for Geraldo Rivera, the Willowbrook story earned him a Peabody Award for journalism, and fair enough too. But more importantly, it validated this new kind of watchdog reporting that wasn't afraid to take a moral stance. His youthful, impassioned style. He was visibly angry on camera at some times. It broke some of the conventions of the detached reporting. And in this case, it resonated strongly with the viewers. The public knew this was not just a story for polite remove. It demanded outrage. And it got it. Perhaps the most significant, immediate result of the exposé was the trigger it provided for legal action. Within weeks of the broadcast, a coalition of advocacy organizations and parents moved to sue the state of New York on behalf of Willowbrook's residents. The New York Civil Liberties Union and other attorneys joined with the Parents Association, the Association for Retarded Children, we mentioned before, to file a federal class action lawsuit. I bet the lawyers were rubbing their hands together at that one, that's for sure. On March 17, 1972, the case, NYSARC versus Rockefeller, being the governor, was filed in the U.S. District Court. The lawsuit alleged that Willowbrook's conditions were so egregious that they violated the constitutional rights of the residents, specifically their rights to due process and to be free from cruel and unusual punishment. And the suit creatively argued that although these individuals were not criminals, they were essentially being punished in horrific conditions by confinement. And yeah, it's pretty hard to argue against that. The complaint catalogued those very issues seen on television: unsanitary conditions, overcrowding, lack of education or therapy, no medical care, and even those instances of abuse. And they were just scratching the surface. If all that stuff was going on, what about the stuff that we don't know about? That's what I want to know. Ugh. In any case, it sort of brought injunctive relief to force the state to improve conditions and protect the residents. This legal battle, energized by public sympathy, was unusual in scope and ambition. Over the next few years, the Nysark versus Rockefeller, later named Nysark versus Carey as governors changed, wound its way through the courts. It was not going to be a 3-day case, that's for sure. But the state initially fought the case, claiming that it was already making improvements and that the issues were resolved administratively. But the relentless public and the clear evidence made it hard to deny the court truth, that Willowbrook had been a nightmare, and that without court oversight, it was simply going to slip back into one. And so, as the lawsuit progressed, an interim victory for advocates was that the court put pressure on the state to start deinstitutionalizing at least some of the residents. By 73 and 74, the population began to decline, as placements were sought for some children in smaller facilities or community homes. The state, eager to show good faith, also started allowing more frequent inspections by outside observers, and that includes parents. And so in 1975, before the trial concluded, the parties reached a historic settlement, the Willowbrook Consent Judgment. It was effectively a consent decree, an agreement enforceable by the court, in which New York State promised to undertake a complete overhaul of the care of Willowbrook residents. The consent judgment mandated specific reforms. It set minimum standards for sanitation, nutrition, and safety. It required the hiring of hundreds of additional staff, and measures to drastically reduce the resident-to-caretaker ratio. It also importantly committed the state to place Willowbrook residents in the least restrictive setting possible, and that meant that thousands of people out of Willowbrook were going back into the community, and other based programs, smaller residences over time. Now, this was a landmark embrace of the principle of deinstitutionalization for people with developmental disabilities. A federal judge, Orrin G. Judd, approved and would oversee this decree, making sure that the state complied. The Willowbrook class, as the roughly 5,000 individuals who had been at the school were called in legal terms, now had their rights clearly articulated and protected by law. The decree outlined rights to appropriate education, medical care, and individualized plans for each person. It even established mechanisms for ongoing monitoring. A review panel was set up to periodically check on conditions and programs. Now, the Willowbrook case did not happen in a vacuum. It was certainly part of a broader trend in the 70s of using litigation to reform institutions for the mentally ill. Around the same time, in 74 to 75, the landmark Pennhurst State School case was going underway in Pennsylvania. Video on that soon. And similar suits were filed in other states. But Willowbrook's consent decree was among the earliest and most influential. Well, at least to push for closure or reform of large institutions. It certainly kicked off a trend. But the closure of Willowbrook didn't happen overnight. After the 1975 consent decree, the facility remained open for a number of years as the slow work of transitioning residents progressed. New York State, under court order, gradually transferred individuals to newly created group homes, supervised apartments, and other community settings. And this was not an easy process. Each person had to have a placement that could meet their needs, and the community infrastructure for developmental disability services was not quite what it needed to be yet. They were going to have to ramp things up. But there was also resistance,
and pretty natural resistance from some quarters. Employees who feared losing jobs, neighbors who were unsure about group homes opening nearby, even a few parents who were initially anxious about removing their children from the only home they'd known for decades, however terrible it was. But the momentum was unstoppable. The philosophy that emerged was that no one should have to live in an institutional warehouse, and that almost everyone, regardless of disability severity, could live in a smaller, more home-like environment with proper supports. Well, in 1983, New York's governor formally announced that Willowbrook would be completely closed within a few years. It had been renamed at that time, by the way, to Staten Island Developmental Center in 1974 to shed some of the stigma, but, well, they were not getting rid of the stigma. In any case, at that point the population had dwindled from thousands to just a few hundred of the most severely disabled residents who required the most planning to relocate. And finally, on September 17th, 1987, Willowbrook closed for good. The last remaining residents were moved out, some to small group homes on Staten Island or elsewhere in New York City, others to small-scale residential centers with far better conditions. On a hill overlooking the Hocking River Valley in southeastern Ohio stands a vast Victorian Gothic edifice of red brick. It's beautiful from afar, yet when you get up close it's quite foreboding. This was the site of Athens' Lunatic Asylum. It was an institution whose very halls witnessed some of the darkest chapters in the history of mental health care. Like many other asylums at the time, it was opened with high hopes and great fanfare in 1874, a beacon of enlightened treatment, but it would gain infamy for the horrors that unfolded within. Let's take an early example. One early patient, a 14-year-old girl, was brought here by her desperate family. They didn't know what to do. She was suffering from epilepsy. And, well, a sign of the times, her parents believed that this was demonic possession. But in those early days, the asylum's elegant parlors and landscaped gardens masked the anguish of the, quote, insane confined inside. And by the mid-20th century, these same wards would be overcrowded and echo with the aftermath of crude lobotomy surgeries and electroshock treatments, leaving patients in a zombified haze or maybe even worse. By the time the asylum closed in 1993, it had accrued a legacy of suffering so profound, so well known, that tales of ghosts and a mysterious permanent stain, the bodily outline of a patient who died unattended, became local legend. So today, we're talking about the rise and fall of Athens' Lunatic Asylum. We'll talk about it in a more third-person tone, I suppose. We'll try to be neutral, even though the topic is quite emotionally charged, as with most of the asylum videos we've done on here. I don't know if you've been following along with the playlist. In any case, just like the others, it's going to be as educational as it is disturbing. A true-life tale of progress turned to horror, where fact rivals fiction in shock awe. There's really no need to embellish this story. The facts are frightening enough as it is. Now, before we begin, allow me to welcome you to the channel. If it is your first time here, well, perhaps you'll click that subscribe button, and you'll leave a like and a comment to push it out in the algorithm more, so we can fill YouTube with this kind of historical investigation, fight that brain rot a little bit. Now, that's something we can all get behind. Also, this video will be uninterrupted from start to finish for your enjoyment. No ads cutting in to ruin the experience. You see, on this channel, we are supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who check out the merch store, and the occasional donation, whether it be through the Super Thanks on YouTube or the PayPal link. If you are interested in any of those links, you can find them in the pinned comment, the video description, and the channel description on the home page, where you'll find the rest of our playlists. Now, with all that being said, welcomes out of the way, let us begin our topic for today: Athens Lunatic Asylum. Of course, just as we've mentioned, if you have been following along with the general trend, then you'll know that those 19th century asylums were always opened up in this wave of, let's call it, reformist optimism. Certainly a time when science was really like a snowball rolling down the hill. Everyone was making these big strides. It was always forward, but sometimes in a wrong direction. Sometimes even straight off the edge of a cliff. We'll get to the lobotomies later. In any case, in the wake of the Civil War, there was a wave of asylum building that swept America. This was led by advocates like Dorothea Dease, who decried the mistreatment of the mentally ill in almshouses and jails, which was usually where they just got shoved into, just to be forgotten about, out of the sight of the public eyes, especially after the Civil War, talking about things like PTSD and all the rest. Well, unfortunately, people just got forgotten about. In any case, Ohio was one state that was eager to modernize care for its insane, a broad umbrella term even at the time, and they authorized a new state hospital in the southeast region. A competition among towns actually ensued for the honor, and of course the economic benefits of hosting it. Athens, a small college town, won out, and local enthusiasm was quite palpable. When the cornerstone was laid in 1868, there was a grand parade of townspeople that marched up the hill in celebration. It was seen as both a charitable undertaking but also a civic trophy. The architecture followed the Kirkbride plan, which, once again, it has been mentioned before in the other videos, a state-of-the-art design philosophy conceived by the psychiatrist Thomas Story Kirkbride. Essentially what it meant was an expansive main building with staggered wings. They called them bat wings, by the way. High ceilings, large windows to flood corridors with sunlight and fresh air, and certainly an improvement on the older conditions of the prisons and whatnot, and indeed the other hospitals. Now, the grounds themselves, designed by landscape expert Herman Harlan, were quite idyllic. Hundreds of acres of farmland, ponds, and walking paths, intended to provide a kind of healing environment that was more close to nature. You might be surprised, it all sounds pretty good for the 19th century. Of course, the buildings were very modern. The grounds were very well taken care of. I don't think we can say that they weren't ahead of the curve in terms of architecture and all the rest. Of course, your surroundings do dictate your mood sometimes. In any case, Athens Asylum had opened as a model of moral treatment, the most modern and enlightened of the time. Patients would recover through compassionate care, routine work, and restorative surroundings, rather than in chains at the bottom of dungeons. And in its early years, the asylum genuinely strove to fulfill these humane ideals. The first superintendent and staff organized recreational activities and occupational therapy in line with Kirkbride's recommendations. That was the guy who described the architect behind the building, by the way. If we mention, just don't forget that name, very famous if we're talking about asylums in America. Well, there were reading rooms, there was a chapel for worship, and there was even a grand ballroom where dances and concerts were held for patient amusement. One particularly strange attraction was a small alligator kept in a fountain on the grounds, a little bit of an eccentric touch that entertained visitors and patients alike. I'm sure many people were going home talking about that one. Patients were encouraged to take walks in the gardens, hopefully away from the alligator, row boats on the pond, and participate in farming or sowing, depending on their abilities, of course. Now, this meaningful occupation was believed to focus the mind and ease distress. In these early days, Athens was considered a gold standard asylum, a progressive place of refuge, where those mentally afflicted might actually have a chance of being cured. But then there's the reality. It all sounds good on paper, and a fancy building with nice green lawns and gardens, well, that doesn't make up for the truth, the reality, which would soon prove to be more complicated. And that line between therapy and confinement began to grow quite blurry. So let's peek beyond the asylum's hopeful facade and look at the individual stories of the patients. Stories that today can be both as horrifying as they are heartbreaking. So let's think about that first patient we mentioned in the introduction, the 14-year-old girl who was unfortunately suffering epileptic seizures, which was thought to be under demonic influence. Such was the medical ignorance of the era that epilepsy, along with many other conditions that we classify separately now, was simply lumped in under insanity. Now, this wasn't intentional cruelty. We can't put it like that. It was more just the ignorance of the time. In fact, the asylum's first annual report listed epilepsy as a leading cause of commitment, accounting for 31 male and 19 female patients in the first year alone. So simply put, a neurological disorder was construed as madness. And epilepsy, well, that was just one of the many dubious pretexts for admission. Victorian social norms, and of course pseudoscience, which there was plenty of real science, plenty of the pseudo kind as well, led to a broad net of what constituted insanity in the broadest sense of the term. For men, habits deemed immoral or intemperate often landed them in an asylum. For example, let's take alcoholism, which was then going by the term intemperance and dissipation. It was one common cause. Even more astonishing to modern eyes, masturbation was considered a cause of insanity. A moral failing that was so severe it was thought to damage the mind. Well, according to the 1876 report, 81 men and 1 woman were recorded as having gone insane due to, quote, self-abuse in the asylum's first 3 years. Well, doctors of the time genuinely believed that excessive solitary vice could destroy a person's sanity. Well, this is certainly a notion that stands as a grim reminder of how unique early psychiatric theory could be. Let's put it that way. Now, women, on the other hand, they often fell victim to sexist diagnoses. The asylum records show that the top 3 causes of insanity among female patients were puerperal condition, that is, complications of childbirth, change of life, a euphemism for menopause, and menstrual derangement. In practice, women going through postpartum depression, menopausal symptoms, or even severe PMS could be labeled as hysterical or deranged. Any bad mood could get you thrown into the asylum, unfortunately. And indeed, dozens of women were sent to Athens for such reasons in its first years. Any behavior deviating from those Victorian ideals of female propriety risked being pathologized. A wife's emotional outbursts or a mother's exhaustion could be construed as madness on the highest level. Well, women were frequently institutionalized for these outright fallacious and unnecessary reasons. The Athens Asylum patient rolls thus became a catalogue of 19th century social anxieties. Beyond illness and addiction, the institution also served as a convenient warehouse for individuals that families or authorities found troublesome. An especially striking example is that of a coal miner from the nearby Nelsonville, Ohio. The accounts from the time revealed that this man's insanity diagnosis had nothing to do with hallucinations or psychosis, but rather he was committed after agitating to start a labor union. His medical notes claimed that he had succumbed to a, quote, overstudy on the labor question, and a delusional belief that it was his duty to organize the miners to have better wages and what not. And in truth, his only symptom was political activism. Looks like you've had a bit too much to think. Well, local industrialists and officials, threatened by the prospect of a miners' union, found it pretty expedient to declare him insane and just lock him away. Problem solved. Incidents like that show how the asylum could be wielded as a tool of social control, and the higher-ups knew it. When the power to define sanity lay in the hands of the establishment, anyone could lose their freedom simply for defying social order, being on somebody's wrong side. The carved inscription left by one desperate patient, quote, "I was never crazy," is etched onto a windowsill. Now that's a testimony that not everyone held at Athens truly belonged there. Bad luck. In any case, not all who entered Athens were victims of misdiagnosis or malice, of course. The asylum also housed many who did genuinely suffer from severe mental illnesses or neurological damage that families simply could not manage or tolerate. And among them, of course, were Civil War veterans afflicted with what we would now recognize as PTSD. Decades before terms like shell shock or even the more modern PTSD existed, these veterans were described as incurably melancholic or disturbed by wartime sights and sounds replaying in their minds. Athens became the final home for dozens of former soldiers. At least 68 Civil War veterans are buried in its cemetery, alongside veterans of other 19th century conflicts. They arrived as broken men, haunted by a war in an era where little understanding or treatment for their condition existed. Similarly, some children and adolescents found themselves in the asylum. Records indicate that unruly or developmentally disabled youths were occasionally sent to Athens by overwhelmed parents. A child who today might be diagnosed with severe ADHD or autism could in 1875 be labeled a lunatic if their behavior strayed a little bit too far from the norm or their parents' rules and tolerance, perhaps. In one extreme case, mothers of large families sometimes checked themselves into the asylum for a brief respite. Life in the 19th century could be grueling, and a few overstressed mothers apparently feigned nervous exhaustion to receive just a few weeks of rest and meals behind the asylum's secure walls. Ironically, for a few people, they viewed the asylum as a sanctuary, a controlled environment where they could recover from the strains of normal life. And speaking of normal life, well, for patients at Athens in the late 1800s, daily life was a mix of routine therapy and, well, implicit coercion, we could say. Let's look at the positive side. Many patients benefited from regular meals, exercise, and a structured schedule, often an improvement over the neglect or chaos they experienced in their lives before. The asylum was largely a self-sufficient community, Patients milked cows in the dairy, tilled the vegetable fields, tended the orchards, and helped maintain the facilities. This work was called industrial therapy, and indeed it could be rewarding for some. Nothing better than a sense of purpose. Without one of them, anybody can lose their mind, I suppose. But here's the thing. It was also forced labor by another name, an economically convenient arrangement where unpaid patients kept the institution running. By one account, free patient labor was essential to maintaining operations at Athens. Those who refused or were unable to work faced staff disapproval or other consequences. And you have to remember, too, that beneath that veneer of kindness, the 19th century asylums had more streaks of brutality. Patients deemed dangerous or unmanageable were likely put in restraints or solitary confinement, and this is despite Kirkbride's gentler creed. While Athens' early records don't flaunt the use of chains or tranquilizer chairs, devices common in earlier asylums, you can imagine that attendants resorted to straitjackets and locked rooms when patients had violent outbursts. In an age before antipsychotic medication, the asylum's tranquility was sometimes maintained by force. And then there was the overcrowding. Even in the 19th century, it began to undermine the moral treatment model. Simply just too many people. Can't follow the rules when you're too stressed and busy like that. Athens Asylum was built for about 550 patients in optimal conditions. Yet within 2 decades it frequently housed many more. As patient numbers climbed, funding lagged. Individual attention gave way to a more custodial atmosphere by the turn of the century. The stage was being set for the asylum's decline, from an enlightened hospital to a custodial warehouse. Entering the 20th century, Athens Lunatic Asylum, by then which was actually renamed Athens State Hospital, reflected a broader shift in psychiatry. The initial optimism that every patient could be rehabilitated had faded away. It was just not realistic, at least not with the technology of the time. In 1903, Ohio formally transitioned Athens to a custodial care model, effectively acknowledging that many inmates would just never be cured and would rather just have long-term housing rather than active treatment. The point now was just to keep them out of the community and try to provide some kind of dignity. This philosophical shift coincided with a steep rise in patient population too. The state steadily funneled more people into its asylums, including Athens, but they did not provide the proportional resources. You can see how this is becoming a problem. Overcrowding became chronic. By the 30s and 40s, Athens was strained well beyond its capacity. The grand Kirkbride-designed building, designed with its private rooms and airy halls to make the patients feel at home, had been now subdivided and crammed with beds in every available space. Day rooms and sun porches were converted to dormitories. A facility intended for roughly 500 was teeming with over 1,500 patients at mid-century, and by the 50s, the census ballooned to around 1,800 on any given day. Nearly triple the number that Kirkbride had recommended for therapeutic efficacy. The effects of such extreme overcrowding were of course devastating. Understaffing was the norm. A few orderlies per ward, struggled to supervise dozens of mentally ill individuals. As for privacy, well, there was none of that. Patients slept in rows of cots or on mattresses lining the hallways, and sanitary conditions deteriorated alongside it. Reports from this era, echoing exposés at other state hospitals, describe scenes of neglect, patients left untended in filthy wards, the smell of urine and disinfectant permeating the air, and overtaxed nurses scrambling to distribute cold food trays to hundreds of hungry patients. At Athens, as at many mental health asylums, the lack of manpower meant many patients essentially fended for themselves within the locked wards. Those who could not maintain basic hygiene, or who acted out, often ended up naked or wearing soiled clothing, shut away in isolated rooms. Contemporary reformers who visited similar Ohio institutions in the 40s were horrified. Life magazine's famous 1946 Bedlam expose, though focusing on other hospitals, could well have described Athens. A quote from that goes like this: "These wards are crowded beyond capacity. The inmates huddled in filth and idleness, most with no hope of release." The Athens hospital's own superintendent lamented the lack of resources and staffing to the state legislature, warning that treatment was becoming impossible amid such congestion of the wards, as documented in annual reports of the 40s. And in truth, Athens had become less a place of healing and more of just a human warehouse, where the goal was simply to keep the disturbed quiet, away from polite society. One indicator of the decline in care was the asylum cemetery. In the early years, families often reclaimed the bodies of deceased patients for burial at home. But as decades passed, more and more unclaimed patients were interred on the asylum grounds. Eventually, Athens maintained 3 graveyards for its dead. A total of 1,930 people were buried over the asylum's lifetime. Up through the early 1940s, these graves were marked with only a small stone bearing a number. That's right, just a number. No dates, no names. It would be patient number 550 or number 1110, laid to rest anonymously. Their identity only recorded in a ledger, but you had to go into the asylum walls to get that. This practice, while partly a bureaucratic expedient, symbolized how the inmates of the asylum kind of ceased to be seen as individuals. They were numbered in life on hospital registers, and numbered in death beneath their graves. Not until 1943 did Ohio change policy to require names on new cemetery markers. And by then, literally hundreds of numbered graves already dotted the hillside cemetery, a landscape of forgotten souls. Now that's sad. In any case, that story's not quite over, because in recent years local volunteers have labored to match names to numbers and replace the old stones, trying to restore some post-mortem dignity to those who perished in custody. It's a nice thought, I suppose. A little late, but, well, it's better than nothing. But in the mid-20th century, amid the daily rush of overcrowding, such compassion was scarce. Athens State Hospital's mission had shifted from care to custody, and in the scramble to manage the overflow, the humanity of patients was too often overlooked. Of course, the stage was certainly set through this furthermore drastic treatments, if we can call them that would become the asylum's most notorious legacy. The hope for more moral therapy began to wane, and the 20th century brought a new wave of psychiatric interventions, many of which in hindsight were quite nightmarish, but at the time were just new and shiny modern science. Athens, like its peers, became a testing ground for experimental cures that often did more harm than good. Medical science was groping for answers for severe mental illness, and a series of invasive procedures entered the scene. In the early 1900s, some doctors dabbled in surgical interventions based on dubious theories. For example, removing a patient's teeth or their colon, in belief that hidden infections caused insanity, a theory thankfully not very prevalent in Athens, but certainly indicative of the mindset of the era. By the 1930s and 40s, more mainstream methods emerged: insulin shock therapy and metrazole convulsive therapy, aiming to jolt patients out of psychosis by inducing seizures or comas. Such treatments were embraced at state hospitals across the country. At Athens, insulin coma therapy was likely administered to schizophrenic patients. They would be injected with massive insulin doses to cause a hypoglycemic coma, and then revived, sometimes only after dangerous seizures. Of course, the outcomes were mixed at best, but the practice continued for years, despite the obvious risk and trauma to the patients. But even more common was the use of electroconvulsive therapy, or ECT, introduced in the 1940s. In the asylum's later records and recollections of staff, there are accounts of the so-called shock shop. Patients, usually those with severe depression or catatonia, were dragged or cajoled into undergoing ECT sessions. In the early days, no anesthesia or muscle relaxants were used. Orderlies would hold the patients down as a psychiatrist placed electrodes on the temples and delivered a jarring electrical current straight to the brain. The patient's body would stiffen and convulse violently, sometimes resulting in bitten tongues or fractured bones. After a brief unconscious spell, they'd awaken disoriented, perhaps with a short-term memory loss or lingering confusion. Some did improve, transiently, I suppose, but the majority did not. By the 50s, ECT was routine at Athens, a grim assembly line procedure repeated on many wards. While electroshock therapy has evolved into a safer, more humane treatment today, in the mid-century it was indisputably frightening and brutal. Noisy, seizure-racked rooms of patients being shocked became emblematic of asylum horror. The most infamous intervention of all, however, was the lobotomy. And I think it's something that people don't talk about as much as they should, for how horrifying it was, at least in my opinion. And this was where Athens really earned its dark renown. So what is a lobotomy? Basically the surgical destruction of brain tissue to temper mental illness. It was pioneered in the 30s, touted as a miracle cure by the 40s. Ohio state hospitals adopted the procedure enthusiastically, and Athens was no exception. In fact, the asylum became a regular stop for Dr. Walter J. Friedman II, the American evangelist of lobotomy. Freeman, sometimes called Dr. Lobotomy, traveled from hospital to hospital in the 40s and 50s, performing and demonstrating his trademark operation, the transorbital lobotomy, chillingly nicknamed ice pick lobotomy. Each summer in the 50s, Freeman would arrive in Athens for an intensive bout of surgeries, using an instrument akin to an ice pick, though it's technically called an orbitoglast. He accessed the brain through the patient's eye socket. I want you to imagine that in your head right now. Ice pick straight through the eye socket. Oof. Very grim. Well, often working with assembly line efficiency and minimal sterility, Freeman would insert the sharp instrument above the eyeball, hammer it through the thin orbital bone, and sweep it back and forth to sever connections in the frontal lobe. Remarkably, this could be done in only a few minutes per patient. Eyewitness accounts and hospital logs from Athens indicate that Friedman sometimes performed more than 20 lobotomies in a single day. Nurses would line up sedated patients, often using just electroshock as anesthesia, and Freeman went down the row with his tools. Over the course of the 50s, he personally performed hundreds of lobotomies at Athens. by one tally, over 200 of them. The results of these lobotomies were as tragic as they were grotesque. Roughly 2 to 5% of patients died from the operations, some from brain hemorrhage, some from post-operative seizures or infections. And those who did survive weren't much better off. They were left often with permanent impairments. Their personalities frequently changed dramatically. Many became lethargic, childlike, or emotionally blunted. Some could no longer care for themselves, trading one form of disability, mental anguish, for another, brain damage. Yet in the optimistic or oblivious view of asylum doctors at the time, lobotomy was a success if it rendered an agitated patient docile. Indeed, hospital officials touted that many lobotomized patients were therefore cured enough to be discharged back to their families. Of course, this so-called cure often meant the person could do little more than sit quietly at home, their former self effectively erased. By the late 50s, reports of lobotomy's horrors and the introduction of the first psychiatric drugs finally halted the frenzy. In 1955, the tranquilizer Thorazine was introduced at Athens and had a dramatic calming effect on patients without having to resort to surgery. Lobotomies began to taper off, ending by the 60s, but not before scores of Athens patients were left with scars, visible and invisible. But it's essential to recognize, too, that such treatments, as cruel as they seem in hindsight, were often undertaken by doctors who really believed that they were just helping. The staff at Athens Asylum operated under the medical standards of the day, and we can't really judge them by a modern lens. Of course, we can look back and shake our heads at the whole thing, but we can't really say that they were villains. Hydrotherapy, electric shock, and lobotomy, they were all accepted practices taught in psychiatric training mid-century. However, for the patient victims, this distinction offered little comfort. In their experience, the asylum, once intended as a place of refuge, became their place of torment. One can find stories in the annals of Athens of patients who pleaded not to be subjected to another icy bath or another round of shocks. Some physically resisted lobotomy and had to be wrestled down. Others went meekly, having been convinced or perhaps coerced that this was the only path for them to get well or maybe get out. I suppose it's one of the grimmest things about this asylum's history, when that cure becomes as terrifying as the illness, or even more terrifying. Of course, amid all the routine horrors, there are a few more extraordinary incidents at Athens that have seared themselves into the local memory. Incidents that highlight the human cost of the asylum's decline. One of the most macabre was the disappearance of Margaret Schilling in 1978. Schilling was a middle-aged patient with developmental disabilities who went missing within the hospital complex. Staff fanned out and searched for her in vain. But it was only weeks later, in January 1979, that Margaret's body was accidentally discovered in a long-abandoned ward of the asylum. She had apparently locked herself in an unused top-floor room and starved to death, utterly overlooked in a building where she should have never been allowed to be left alone. Of course, by the time they found her, the remains had badly decomposed on that concrete floor. The fluids from her body left a permanent stain, a pale, ghostly silhouette of what used to be her form, etched into that porous floor. Despite repeated attempts to scrub it or bleach it out, the stain of Margaret Schilling's body stubbornly remained, and it can still be seen to this very day. Well, that's a chilling imprint of a forgotten patient's death, that's for sure. fueling decades of, I suppose we can say it's a morbid fascination. Visitors speak in hushed tones of seeing Margaret's ghost wandering the empty halls, or hearing unexplained noises near the room where she died. And yes, maybe we're straying a little bit out of history here. Tales like that belong to folklore. But still, the true tragedy doesn't need any embellishment. An inmate of the asylum literally starved and then rotted away, unnoticed by her caretakers, leaving behind a physical trace of the asylum's negligence. Another infamous chapter of Athens' later years involves Billy Milligan, a patient whose story bridged the worlds of true crime and psychiatric controversy. Once again, we find ourselves in the 70s, and Athens hospital admitted Milligan after he was arrested for a series of violent crimes. Milligan was diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, or multiple personality disorder in modern vernacular, claiming that different personalities within him committed the crimes without his awareness. In a sensational legal case, he was found not guilty by reason of insanity and sent to Athens and other state facilities for treatment. In fact, he became one of the first individuals in U.S. history to use multiple personalities as a successful legal defense. At Athens, doctors observed an array of distinct personas in Milligan, from a Yugoslavian communist to a small English-speaking child, each emerging in therapy sessions. Milligan's case, while certainly dramatic, shows the asylum's role in handling the dangerous mentally ill, not just those who were straying from society's norms. Sometimes you had hardened criminals. In any case, by the 70s, Athens was not only caring for the chronically insane, but housing criminal offenders deemed too ill for prison, and that of course puts an extra layer of pressure on the staff. Unpredictability. As for the public, they were both riveted and alarmed by Milligan's story, which raised questions about the boundary between madness and malice. For the hospital staff, managing such a high-profile, unpredictable patient was yet another formidable challenge, in an era when the institution was struggling to reinvent itself. If these later episodes proved to be lurid in the headlines, countless quieter tragedies unfolded at Athens through the years too. Patients died by taking their own lives, unable to bear confinement. Others succumbed to ordinary diseases made lethal by crowded living and stress. There were incidents too of patient-on-patient violence, fights in the dormitories. A few people even got murdered. During the Second World War, understaffing was so dire that some wards were reportedly supervised by conscientious objectors serving as orderlies. Lacking training, they sometimes lost control of the more volatile situations. The accumulated suffering behind the asylum's walls gave rise, after its closure, to a persistent lore of hauntings. For decades now, Ohio University students and town residents have swapped stories of eerie encounters at the old asylum, now renamed the Ridges, by the way. Shadowy figures are said to appear in empty halls. Screams echo at night, and cold spots mark the locations of past anguish. Ghost hunters have frequently trespassed into the derelict wings, hoping to capture evidence of the paranormal. Athens attained such a reputation in 2000. The British Society for Psychical Research labeled it the 13th most haunted place on Earth. A television special once featured the Ridges as one of the scariest places on Earth, too. I don't know if you remember that show. Remember the guy's voice? Scariest places on Earth. Well, I remember the show. We're talking 15 years ago, something like that. Well, while academic historians may not endorse these ghostly legends, they certainly acknowledge the mythos of haunting is, well, it's just another part of the asylum's legacy. A cultural acknowledgement that a great deal of pain and emotion certainly saturated those buildings, and it left an imprint that people can still sense. I don't know if I believe in it all, but it's got to be something to it, right? A place like that, well, like a bad smell, things tend to linger around a little while. In any case, ultimately, as the legend and reality blend, one incontrovertible fact remains, and that is that Athens' lunatic asylum left behind thousands of shattered lives and sad stories. The physical reminders, the numbered graves, the scratched messages in the sandstone windowsills, the fading medical logs detailing one cure after another, all speak to an era of immense suffering and sincere, if misguided, efforts to relieve it. The horror of Athens is not a singular event, but the cumulative weight of everyday cruelty. The quiet terror of a patient awakening confused from electroshock, the loneliness of an elderly schizophrenic wandering the halls among hundreds, yet completely alone, the despair of that sane person trapped, pleading for someone to believe that they don't belong there. Those are the true ghosts that haunt Athens' asylum's legacy, and whether you believe in the supernatural side of it, there's plenty of scary stories to be told just in the realm of history strictly alone. Of course, by the 80s, Athens State Hospital, as it was then known, was a skeleton of its former self. The population had plummeted from its peak in the 50s as part of a nationwide trend of deinstitutionalization. New psychiatric medicines, introduced in the 50s and 60s, mood stabilizers, antipsychotics, allowed many patients who would have once been lifelong asylum residents to now live in smaller community settings. Well, the lucky ones even got to live at home with a bit of support and probably the occasional checkup. Moreover, shifting social attitudes and legal standards made involuntary commitment more restrictive. No longer could someone be easily locked away for hysteria or minor eccentricities. Lawsuits and federal reforms in the 70s demanded better conditions and affirmed patients' rights. The asylum had begun as an embodiment of progressive ideas and ended up being dismantled, caught up in that new wave of progress. And so, in 1993, after 119 years of operation, the last remaining patients were transferred out to a modern psychiatric facility nearby. The once overcrowded wards were now empty, paint peeling from the walls, wheelchairs sitting idly in dusty corners. For a brief time, there was talk of demolishing the historic asylum buildings. They were seen as outdated, or even shameful monuments of a bygone era. But don't worry, there was a fortunate twist. Ohio University acquired the property and recognized its architectural and historical value. The asylum complex was rechristened the Ridges, and efforts began to adapt to its new use while preserving its character. Over subsequent decades, many of the old wards and support buildings were renovated into classrooms, offices, and even an art museum. The picturesque hills and cemeteries were incorporated into a nature preserve and walking trails. In essence, the site was reabsorbed into the community, transformed from a place of exclusion to one of engagement. However, just renovating bricks and mortar and a few new coats of paint, that doesn't quite erase the past. The story of the asylum has become a subject of study and reflection. Just another cautionary tale in the history of medicine and public policy. suppose on the path to progress, I don't know, a few people get the short end of the stick. Scholars have referred to Athens as a healing landscape with a stained legacy, and that phrase captures the duality well. The asylum was founded on lofty principle, yet its legacy is indelibly stained by suffering and error. And when teaching about Athens, educators often emphasize how it encapsulates the trajectory of institutional psychiatry. In the beginning, representing hope, the idea that mental illness could be cured in a peaceful asylum away from the cruelties of the outside world. But over time, due to underfunding, crowding, and the limitations of medical knowledge, it all fell apart. It devolved into something ironically resembling what it had aimed to replace: a bedlam, a place of misery and fear that people whispered about in dread. And so today, the memory of Athens Lunatic Asylum, it challenges us to consider how society cares for its most vulnerable members. The horrors that occurred there were largely a product of ignorance and indifference. Perhaps there were a few bad actors, but for the most part it wasn't intentional evil. But that reminds us that good intentions are not enough without resources, understanding, and oversight. Each generation has its blind spots. I'm sure if we look back on our own generation, we'll find plenty of things in 100 years' time that certainly seem to be quite out of the ordinary. In the 19th century, it was rampant misdiagnoses and quack cures. In the mid-20th century, it was overconfidence in radical medical procedures. Of course, you have to hope that in the 21st century we've learned from these mistakes, committing to treat the mentally ill with both compassion and humility, and to balance safety and dignity. But with each generation that comes around, everyone thinks they're at the pinnacle of science. Everyone thinks they're doing the right things. We only know in hindsight, I suppose. The Athens Asylum cemeteries, with the new markers now bearing the real names instead of numbers, they're the real witnesses, urging us to remember those who lived and died, not as statistics, but human beings with very human stories. So how to sum it all up? Well, the tale of Athens is at once deeply disturbing, but also instructive. The early years showed what care could be at its best, at least for the time. Humane, and as forward-thinking as they could get in the 19th century. But like pretty much all of the other insane asylums at the time, the middle years showcased the worst abuses of a broken system. From the banal horror of neglect to the dramatic violence of forced lobotomies, people dragged off kicking and screaming to be turned into vegetables. And its final years demonstrated society's new capacity to change course, albeit too late for those poor souls who passed through the wards. Even now, long after the last patient left, the honest horrors of Athens have not faded from the public imagination, and that magnificent building still looms over Athens, Ohio, eerie and beautiful. It compels us to ask what stories its walls would tell if they could speak. Of all the horrible things we've talked about with any of these asylums, these are the things that we know about. And when you talk about the 19th century and the early 20th century, well, it was a lot easier back then to sweep things under the rug. But those stories, the ones we have now laid bare with historical research, they're more unsettling than any ghost tale, because they're about real people, frightened, mistreated, or simply lost, and a system that struggled to balance compassion with control. And so, in remembering the horror of Athens Lunatic Asylum, you have to do more than just recoil at past darkness, but one must shed light on how far we've come,
and also how vigilant we must remain to ensure such horrors never recur under the guise of care. And that's it for another insane asylum video. I really do hope you're enjoying the series. We still have another one planned. Maybe we'll do more of them. I don't know how many insane asylums the United States has had. Maybe we'll do ones from other countries. I don't know. My mum used to tell me about one, because from Melbourne, Australia. Mum used to tell me about Kew. K-E-W. I don't know if it was Kew Insane Asylum or whatever it was. I don't think they called it that. Gave it a little bit more of a tasteful name, but basically for kids with autism and all the rest. And yeah. Same old story. Poor treatment, all the rest. Maybe that's the next one I'll do. If not, just for the sake of my mum, who would love to hear it. The year is 1946, and Life magazine published an exposé that shocked the American public. An exposé of Philadelphia's Byberry Mental Hospital. Readers viewed emaciated patients huddled on filthy floors, some kept naked and unwashed for weeks, others locked for days in barren lodges reeking of urine and filth. The article described how thousands spent their days locked up in devices euphemistically called restraints. Hundreds are confined in bare, bedless rooms. By night, merely black tombs in which the cries of the insane echo unheard. Byberry. Officially, the Philadelphia State Hospital for Mental Diseases had become a byword for cruelty and neglect. A medieval pest house, in the words of one 1938 state investigator. Yet this same institution, like many others, had opened with high hopes. It was meant to be a modern haven of humane care, a trailblazer of enlightened psychiatric treatment. What went so wrong? How exactly did a facility founded with reformist intentions degenerate into one of America's most infamous mental asylums? Well, that's the story for today. Welcome to the channel. If you are new here, I invite you to click the subscribe button. And if you're enjoying this big series we have on American asylums, well, check out the playlist. You'll find the rest of them there, along with all the other playlists of ad-free videos. That's right, you heard me. You won't get any interruptions on this channel in the middle of the video or 3 minutes in with some terrible advertisement you don't want to hear, because they're all turned off. For the whole library. So enjoy it. This is because we are rather sustained by people on Patreon, YouTube members, the occasional donation through the PayPal and the YouTube Super Thanks, and of course the merch store. All of those links will be available if you want to check them out in the pinned comment and video description. But other than that, just spread the word around. Tell your friends, share on social media, and give it a like, comment, subscribe for the algorithm. Now, with that being said, I won't say anything more about it, because we're here to learn about Byberry. And where does that story begin? Well, it begins like many others in the early 20th century, rooted in the progressive era's impulse to improve care for society's most vulnerable. Once again, this is going to be a story of the road to hell paved with good intentions. You see, for decades, Philadelphia's indignant mentally ill had been confined at Blockley Almshouse in West Philadelphia. And that wasn't really an asylum. It was more like a massive poorhouse, and a hospital complex notorious for its brutality and squalor. Not the kind of place you wanted to end up in. Reformers, inspired by pioneers like Dorothy Deese, who had championed more humane asylums in the 1800s, clamored for a change.
And so, in 1906, the city purchased a large rural farm tract in the Byberry neighborhood of northeast Philadelphia, with the intent to build a new psychiatric facility, far from that urban chaos. This was the idea. Follow the colony plan. That is a model popular at the time. Patients would basically live on a working farm, in a peaceful, nice country setting, engaging in light labor, occupational therapy, all forms of rehabilitation. Now the officials had hoped that the fresh air, productive work, and moral treatment might offer cure or comfort to those who were deemed insane. That is in contrast to the neglect they suffered at Blockley. Well, after several years of construction, the first patients were transferred from Blockley to the new Byberry Hospital, then called the Philadelphia Hospital for Mental Diseases, in 1911. At the outset, administrators spoke in glowing terms of a modern institution that would treat its wards with dignity. The campus, soon nicknamed Byberry Farms, started with a few small cottages and barns on what had been the city's poor farm. Well, even in its infancy, cracks in the idealistic vision had begun to show. The transfer relieved overcrowding at Blockley, that's for sure. But the problem was they transferred a few too many, and now Byberry itself was quite overwhelmed. By 1914, just 3 years after opening, Byberry already housed over 2,200 patients, and that's far beyond its planned capacity. In fact, it had quickly become the largest mental institution in Pennsylvania, larger than even the state-run asylums of that era. Most of these early inmates were chronically mentally ill poor people who had nowhere else to go. The new asylum provided basic shelter and custodial care, but only at the most minimum levels. That was because of funding, and this is a common thread throughout American asylums. The government just didn't give them enough money. And of course at Byberry, the funding from the city was meager as well. Therapeutic optimism was also in short supply. Many doctors of the time privately doubted whether the severely mental ill could be cured or even treated at all. So as a result, custodial confinement took precedence over active treatment. From the very beginning, Byberry struggled. Too many patients, too few staff. And that is a dilemma that would only worsen in the years to come. Off to a good start, aren't we? But the 1910s in general brought tremendous strain to Byberry. It didn't help that World War I broke out in 1914, and by the time the U.S. entered the war in 1917, many able-bodied hospital workers were drawn into military service. Philadelphia's Director of Public Health and Charities, Dr. Wilmer Cruson, even tried an experiment to support the war effort from Byberry's grounds. He had the idea of setting up a youth military training camp on a hospital farm, where teenage boys lived in dormitories, drilled in uniform, and worked the fields to grow food for the troops. It was peculiar, the program, but short-lived. It drew public attention to Byberry in any case, and even attracted donations for a new farm school on the property. Buoyed by the publicity, Dr. Cruson next lobbied the U.S. Army to lease some of Byberry's buildings as a wartime military hospital, which of course would have bought an infusion of federal funds. In 1918, the Surgeon General William Gorgas tentatively agreed, and several newly built wards were slated for wounded soldiers. But the plan fell apart. Bureaucratic delays, and also concerns that Byberry's remote location was inaccessible to Army needs. It just wasn't practical. Far better to just have hospital ships, that kind of thing. In any case, by early 1919, And with the World War over, the army cancelled the contract, and that dashed the hopes of the military's involvement. Instead, Byberry suddenly found itself caring for a new influx of traumatized veterans returning from the war, plenty of new customers coming back from there. Many of the men were suffering from severe shell shock, which is what we now recognize as PTSD, and they were assigned to Byberry for lack of other facilities. The problem was the staff were already overburdened. They didn't get that funding they wanted. All they got was more work. And now with even more patients requiring intensive care, the entire place fell into crisis. The city was desperately short of attendants to supervise the wards, and the low pay attracted few qualified applicants. In a near comical attempt to recruit workers, hospital officials put up a sign on the nearby Lincoln Highway advertising jobs. According to one account, it only succeeded in one night bringing in a group of drunks looking for easy work. I don't think they wanted them as desperate as the times were. Well, these unvetted hires, which they did end up getting a few people who were less drunk, proved to be disastrously ill-suited. Some were even opportunists. Theft from helpless patients became common as unscrupulous attendants took advantage of those in their charge, and don't think that that is over either. It all happens in hospitals and especially elderly care. In our modern day, unfortunately, this problem still continues. Well, tragically, it didn't take long for outright violence to erupt. In 1919, Byberry was rocked by a horrifying scandal. 2 male attendants were arrested. They killed a patient under their care. The fellow staff members testified that one attendant had pinned the patient down while the other choked him until his eyes popped out. Doesn't sound like an accident to me. Well, both accused orderlies were themselves World War I veterans. They were likely grappling with their own untreated psychological wounds. Not an excuse, just an observation. In any case, in an astounding miscarriage of justice, believe it or not, the charges were dropped on the grounds of the men's war trauma. And incredibly, they were rehired at Byberry, and they got a promotion and pay rises. I mean, just pausing for a moment to just let that sink in. Well, of course, news of this incident leaked to the press, giving the public its first shocking glimpse of Byberry's dysfunction. The image of shell-shocked ex-soldiers strangling a mental patient to death and facing zero consequences. Well, that planted a very dark seed in Philadelphia's collective memory. And from that point on, well, Byberry was stigmatized. It was a house of horrors, and one expose after another appeared in local newspapers detailing abuse, corruption, and negligence. City officials scrambled to contain the damage. Good luck doing that, fearing that Byberry might become another Blockley in the public eye. They pushed to continue the hospital's expansion and clean up its management. Amid the outcry, a new reform-minded city administration took power. In 1920, reformist Mayor J. Hampton Moore, who had been a muckraking journalist in his younger days stirring up trouble, assumed office and immediately put Byberry on his agenda. Moore appointed a progressive director of public welfare, Barclay Harding Warburton, who launched investigations into Byberry's finances and practices. Warburton then uncovered evidence of gross graft and political interference by the old city machine. Just for one example, in the year 1919, the city had allocated $12,000 for Byberry's workers' salaries. But $4,000 was missing. They could only find $8,000. The rest had seemingly been siphoned off by the hospital's chief farmer and even a physician, likely kicked back to corrupt superiors in the political machine that ran Philadelphia. He also alleged that politicians were exploiting patients for electoral gain, reporting that hundreds of Byberry's inmates were being herded to polling places and instructed how to vote, effectively turning the asylum population into a block of coerced voters. Now that's even more effective than the good old gerrymandering. Although Warburton couldn't fully prove the accusations in court, the whiff of scandal forced changes. It was enough that Byberry already had the reputation, but people were willing to believe pretty much anything about it. Because, well, that was just the trend. In any case, Mayor Moore replaced key personnel and insisted on tighter oversight. Under Moore's tenure, 1920 to 24, Byberry saw a period of modest improvement. Construction of new buildings accelerated to fulfill the campus plan laid out years earlier, and by the mid-1920s the hospital's East Group for male patients and West Group for female patients were finally completed, and then a separate children's unit opened in 1925 to house youth with developmental disabilities, then termed the feeble-minded. This children's division, officially the Philadelphia Institution for the Feeble-Minded, consisted of 6 cottage-style dormitories and a school, and it took in over 100 children from Blockley, aiming to provide education and training in a more home-like environment. In these years, some optimistic reports painted Byberry in a positive light. A 1925 newspaper story marveled at the productive activities instituted for patients. Women knitting hundreds of garments in occupational therapy workshops, men tending the extensive farm, and children receiving basic lessons in reading, arithmetic, and also hygiene. The superintendent in the mid-1920s, Dr. Everett Barr, even gave tours to reporters, quite proudly showing that, quote, "These patients were insane before. Now they are merely mentally sick." Whatever that means. Perhaps they were suggesting improved care was restoring some to functionality. But then again, what spectrum do we judge that on? Well, then the Roaring Twenties thus witnessed Byberry's best years, when generous city funding, ironically boosted by the same political machine's largesse, and fresh facilities made the institution appear briefly well-run and hopeful. Yet beneath the surface, old problems persisted. Philadelphia's entrenched Republican machine, now led by the notorious boss William Vere, continued to treat Byberry as a source of patronage but also profit. The hospital budget swelled in the late 20s, not purely out of altruism, but because machine politicians had learned they could funnel money through Byberry and skim off plenty for themselves. Dr. Samuel W. Hamilton, who served as chief physician after 1921, had grown so frustrated with political meddling and misappropriation of funds that he abruptly resigned in 1923. He had pleaded for more resources to no avail, and suspected that each time money was allocated, a large chunk just never got to the patients. But his principled stand, as good as it was seemingly in vain. The machine simply replaced him with a more compliant superintendent. Even as the new brick buildings rose on campus and smiling patients posed for the publicity photos, the basic conditions of care remained precarious. The patient population just kept climbing, and any gains in staff or hiring were undermined by either poor training or low pay. Perhaps it's a mix of both of them. And there is one telling statistic from a 1934 national survey that illustrates that imbalance. Byberry had over 4,500 inmates that year, and yes, they were called inmates at the time, not patients yet, despite only being built for 2,500, making it about 75% over capacity. By contrast, a private upscale asylum in the city, Friends Hospital, held only 155 patients in uncrowded comfort. Now that's a pretty big juxtaposition, and it showed that Byberry, as a public institution for the poor, was slipping into the classic pattern of the custodial warehouse, despite the periodic reforms, of course. Well, it didn't get much better in the 1930s, because as the Great Depression hit on the eve in 1929, any remaining pretense of adequate care at Byberry just completely crumbled. Bad times ahead. The economic crisis strained city budgets and swelled the ranks of the needy, and pretty much everybody was needy at that point. Well, Byberry was already overcrowded and became alarmingly packed as more mentally ill individuals with no jobs or family support were simply just dropped off at the hospital doorstep. Funding plummeted. Maintenance of buildings and grounds lagged. Staff positions went unfilled. Desperate families unable to feed relatives with mental illness sometimes had no choice but to commit them to Byberry, where at least they might get a roof and a little bit of meager sustenance. Inside the wards, however, the conditions were increasingly dismal and dangerous. By the mid-1930s, rumors of neglect emanating from Byberry were so dire that state authorities were compelled to investigate. In 1936, Pennsylvania's Department of Welfare launched a formal inquiry, and what the investigators found vindicated the rumors. The patients were malnourished, living in filth, and virtually untended for most of the time. And then there was a shocking statistic that emerged. At one point, there was only about one attendant on duty for every 400 patients. Well, such a ratio was essentially a state of anarchy. It meant that supervision was almost non-existent in some wards, and stronger inmates could bully or harm weaker ones with impunity, while overburdened staff rushed from crisis to crisis. So it's not surprising that injuries and patient-on-patient violence likely went unrecorded in this chaos. The scandal of 36 to 37 broke Philadelphia's political resistance to outside intervention. The next year, 1938, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania took control of Byberry and several other municipal asylums that had become ridden with scandal. Byberry was officially renamed the Philadelphia State Hospital, one of many state-administered hospitals in Pennsylvania's mental health system. And on paper, not in reality, but yeah, on paper, this change was supposed to usher in a new era of accountability and resources. But all it really did was heighten the gap between lofty intentions and grim reality. The same overcrowded wards and underpaid attendants persisted under the new management. And as one observer later noted, Byberry was as a hospital, it didn't magically make it a therapeutic place, and there was a hospital in name only. Many long-term residents were still treated less like patients and more like prisoners, or perhaps even lost souls, warehoused for life. The University of Pennsylvania sociologist Irvin Goffman would later label such places total institutions, self-contained worlds where inmates became institutionalized into an all-encompassing regimen that robs them of autonomy. By the late 1930s, Byberry had certainly taken on that character. An isolated, self-sustaining city of misery. Back in the state capital, there was at least recognition of the problem. One state official famously admitted Byberry had become a medieval pest house, a damning comparison to plague-ridden charnel houses of old. when a series of scathing reports and legislative hearings in Harrisburg made clear that Byberry and similar institutions were in crisis. Pennsylvania's governor at the time, George Earle, and his successors pledged to improve conditions. So, some new buildings were authorized and constructed at Byberry in the late 30s, expanding capacity further. But throwing more beds at the problem only went so far. Even with state funding, resources remained thin, and qualified psychiatric professionals were scarce. The approach to care, or custody, didn't fundamentally change overnight with the state takeover. As the 1930s came to a close, Byberry remained what it had been for years, nothing more than a place of despair, where people with mental illness were shoved out of sight, and with time, largely forgotten. Well, somewhat ironically, it was the next great upheaval, that is, Second World War, that finally thrust Byberry's horrific condition onto the national stage. You see, the war exacerbated many of Byberry's chronic issues. As America mobilized for the conflict in the early 1940s, the draft once again depleted the ranks of hospital staff. Orderlies and nurses were getting harder and harder to retain, leading to critical manpower shortages. As for food and supplies, they were rationed too, tightening the belt of an already austere operation. The patient population, however, did not drop. If anything, it just swelled even further, as wartime anxieties and military rejections added more people into state hospitals. So by 1945, Byberry was packed with over 6,000 patients, its highest census ever. While overcrowding was at its zenith, and supervision at its nadir. Nurses and attendants often worked double shifts to make up for vacancies, and even then there was not nearly enough eyes and hands to watch and care for everyone. And so it's in this dire context, a most unlikely group of heroes emerged, conscientious objectors to military service, assigned to work at Byberry as an alternative to going to war, and probably an alternative to going to prison. Under the Civilian Public Service, the CPS program, hundreds of pacifist young men, many of them Quakers, Mennonites, Brethren, and other religious objectors, were sent to understaffed mental hospitals across the country during the Second World War. At Byberry, CPS Unit Number 49 was established in 1942, bringing in a contingent of those COs, as they were called, conscientious objector, to serve as warden attendants, aides, and, just in general, support the staff. Well, initially, hospital administrators welcomed the extra hands. The superintendent, Dr. Charles Zeller, even personally recruited volunteers from other camps, eager to plug his 6,000 patient ship of fools from sinking. Well, by 1944, nearly 135 conscientious objectors, including a small number of women, were working at Byberry in various roles. Well, what these idealistic young men and women saw at Byberry shattered them. The horrors of war were replaced by the horrors of a mental hospital. Many of them came from compassionate backgrounds, with little exposure to the harsh realities of large institutions. They entered Byberry's massive wards to find scenes that one of them described as the effects of neglect and lack of support made manifest. They encountered the patients, lying in filth and soiled clothing, unchanged for days on end. They were tasked with bathing dozens of profoundly disabled patients who had not felt warm water or soap in weeks. They shaved men who had grown matted beards, fed those who had nearly starved, and carried out that grim duty of preparing unclaimed bodies for the morgue. Well, the COs found that regular staff often treated the patients with a casual brutality. Attendants sometimes carried clubs or heavy hose pipes filled with buckshot to beat difficult patients into compliance. Some patients, they observed in horror, were essentially being used as slave labor, forced to do the dirtiest clean-up work around the hospital, both in the men and women's wards. The pacifist COs, committed to non-violence, were aghast at the daily dehumanization unfolding in front of them. Many of them later confessed that, quite ironically, they experienced shock, depression, and nightmares from their time on Byberry's wards. Working in a mental hospital ended up giving them mental issues. While unable to simply stand by, a core group of COs decided to take some action. 4 particularly outraged men, Leonard Edelstein, Philip Steer, Hal Barton, and William Hetzel, began meeting secretly after hours. They realized that what they were witnessing was not unique to Byberry. Reports trickling in from COs at other state hospitals indicated similar atrocious conditions elsewhere. The 4 men conceived a plan to collect evidence and testimonies from mental hospitals nationwide to compile a summary statement of conditions that could be used to force reforms. By late 1944, they had essentially launched an undercover investigation while still working inside the hospital. They persuaded a number of fellow COs to document abuses meticulously. Some even then photographed the patients in secret and the facilities, risking punishment since photography was forbidden in the wards, because of course it would be. Leonard Edelstein, one of the CO leaders, later recounted examples of what they saw. Attendants who would taunt psychotic patients, intentionally feeding their delusions. Quote, "They'll jump out of the dark corners and slap them. They'll agree with a sufferer that there are snakes in his stomach," he reported, highlighting the perversity of caregivers aggravating their patients' symptoms and fears. Edelstein also described to a reporter how he personally witnessed an attendant subduing a patient by choking him into unconsciousness, a chilling echo of the 1919 strangling case decades earlier. But despite the risk of retaliation, the COs persisted. They founded an organization in early 1945 called the National Mental Health Foundation, explicitly aimed at publicizing the plight of the mentally ill in asylums. Using data gathered covertly, they prepared a landmark report titled "Out of Sight, Out of Mind," cataloging the appalling conditions in mental institutions not just in Byberry but nationwide. But before this report could even be widely circulated, fate intervened, and it would amplify the CO's message. In May of 1946, journalist Albert Q. Maisel published his bombshell exposé. Bedlam, 1946. Most U.S. mental hospitals are a shame and a disgrace, in Life magazine. Maisel had received information, and some of those secret photographs from Byberry COs, and he used them to stunning effect. Life's pages showed disturbing images of Byberry inmates, herded together naked in barren rooms labeled crowding, others staring vacantly labeled idleness, and some cowering or restrained labeled nakedness. The accompanying article spared no harsh words. It directly cited Byberry as an example of a dilapidated, overcrowded, undermanned hospital, in quote marks, where patients lived in medieval-like squalor. Maisel wrote, "In Philadelphia, the Sovereign Commonwealth of Pennsylvania maintains a hospital known as Byberry, and described it as a civic shame. The Life exposé was a national sensation. For many Americans, it was the first concrete proof that the phrase going to the insane asylum meant not healing and safety, but rather descent into rather hellish conditions. Of course, the reaction was swift. Pennsylvanians were outraged to see their state tarnished in the National Life magazine. Governor Edward Martin, incorrectly referred to as Edwin in some accounts, by the way, and his welfare secretary, SMR O'Hara, defensively denounced the article as biased. O'Hara, stung by the negative press, even accused the conscientious objectors of exaggerating and painting a distorted picture of Byberry. She wrote an angry rebuttal letter to the National Mental Health Foundation, essentially blaming the CEOs for stirring scandal instead of quietly mopping floors. Well, in response, the CO leader, Hal Burton, penned a firm but polite rejoinder, listing all the ways superintendents like Dr. Zeller had pleaded for funding to no avail. Burton pointed out that if citizens knew the truth of this neglect, they would support reform, and he challenged O'Hara. What was a department's plan to achieve a human standard of care and enlightened standard of treatment for the mentally ill? Well, the exchange obviously put O'Hara on the offensive. Publicly, the state officials could no longer deny the indefensible. Governor Martin made a well-publicized inspection tour of Byberry, visibly appalled by what he saw. As for O'Hara, to save face, she hurriedly issued her own official report acknowledging problems. Under mounting pressure, Pennsylvania's legislature approved an unprecedented $80 million appropriation for the following year for the new mental hospital construction and a couple of improvements. Byberry's longtime superintendent, Dr. Charles Zeller, interestingly emerged quite unscathed from the scandal. His reputation oddly intact, because, well, at least he'd been honest over the years about the institution's failing and the need for more support. In fact, Zeller soon resigned and left Pennsylvania, moving on to a mental health post in Michigan, as if recognizing that the situation had become, well, completely hopeless for her. Meanwhile, the National Mental Health Foundation, founded by the CEOs, gained national credibility. They were seen as heroic whistleblowers, doing work of national importance by dragging these abuses into light. Their report, Out of Sight, Out of Mind, published in 1946, further documented inhumanities across many states. And journalist, Albert Dutch, drove the message home with his influential 1948 book, The Shame of the States, which devoted an entire chapter to Byberry, dubbed Philadelphia's Bedlam. Now, Dutch did not mince words. He explicitly likened Byberry's atrocity-laden wards to concentration camps, shocking readers by suggesting that such cruelty was happening on American soil in peacetime. His book even reproduced some of these stunning photographs from inside Byberry, such as the emaciated men lying on a bare floor in a so-called incontinent ward, to ensure no one could deny the reality. So this period, from 1945 to 48, was the turning point for Byberry in the court of public opinion. At last, the asylum's name was synonymous, not with therapeutic refuge, but shameful abuse. One contemporary headline screamed that convicts fare better than the insane, comparing Byberry's patients unsavory to prison inmates. I mean, at least they still got basic food and shelter standards. And indeed, an investigative article in May 1946 described attendants' water cure torture of a Byberry patient. The staffer soaked a towel, wrung it out, and then wrapped it around the patient's neck and twisted it together, tighter and tighter when the man begged for mercy. The patient's eyes bulged, and his face turned deathly white, and then he fell unconscious, only revived after 15 minutes, utterly subdued by terror. A chilling story that used to once be whispered was now published in black and white for the world to see. The sum of these revelations was clear. Byberry had completely failed in its founding mission. Instead of a model institution, it had become a symbol of everything wrong in large state hospitals, a place where comparison had given way to compassion rather, had given way to complacency and cruelty. Well, what happened next? There was an aftermath of the exposés of the 1940s, and within it some changes did come. Some changes, nothing sweeping. The wheels of Congress moved slowly, I'm sure you all know. Well, Pennsylvania invested in constructing new pavilions and upgrading facilities at a number of state hospitals, and that includes Byberry in the late 40s and 50s. Well, there was a push to hire more staff and reduce the most egregious overcrowding, and the landscape of psychiatry itself began to change with new treatments. The introduction of antipsychotic medicine, most famously chloropromazine and thorazine in 1954, offered for the first time a way to chemically calm psychotic patients and potentially allow some of them to actually live outside of the hospital. Now that's big news. The mid-1950s marked the peak population for state mental hospitals nationwide, and for Byberry as well, after which the patient census slowly began to decline as an era of deinstitutionalization began to dawn. Byberry's population, which had once hovered around 6,000 in the late 40s, started to edge downward. By 1960, it was roughly 7,000. The hospital had absorbed some patients from other closing facilities even as it discharged others, and then continued a gradual fall. By the late 60s, new community mental health centers were being built due to federal reforms, theoretically to divert or release patients from these gargantuan hospitals. However, these broad trends offered very little immediate relief to those living and suffering within Byberry's aging halls in the 50s and 60s. And so the hospital remained, as one former trainee recalled, a, quote, clinical and managerial nightmare on a day-to-day basis. To handle the large chronically ill population, staff often relied on heavy use of restraints, seclusion, and sedation, the very practices that reformers had criticized. Reports of mistreatment continued to emerge with depressing regularity. A series of mysterious patient deaths in the 60s raised more alarms. The neglect or abuse was still endemic. In fact, neglect itself could be fatal. In 1970 alone, at least 57 patient deaths at Byberry were officially recorded as resulting from conditions like malnutrition, untreated illness, or accidents, whatever that means. Essentially attributable to neglect or lack of care, I suppose. Well, such a toll in a single year shows how hazardous normal life at Byberry remained. Not much had changed. There was just more buildings. Now, as for the patients who did not receive adequate supervision, they sometimes came to harm or died by wandering off. You see, Byberry had an open-door policy for certain low-risk patients, allowing them to walk the campus or even in the neighborhood, ostensibly as a reward for good behavior. But because the institution was so sprawling and disorganized, it often failed to notice when more serious patients went missing. On more than one occasion, neighbors woke up to find disoriented Byberry patients sleeping on their lawns after escaping the wards. It's one way to lower the property values, I tell you that much. I wouldn't want that kind of thing. Poor souls having to wake up confused and all that, the rest of them. Well, other times the consequences were tragic. One patient wandered off in winter, and he couldn't find his way back. Well, lacking any staff who noticed his absence in time, he died of exposure in the cold, not far from the hospital either. And there was another patient who was expressing a desire to end his own life, and he slipped away and did so, an outcome that competent care might have prevented. But within the hospital, violence was an ever-present threat. Not only did staff sometimes assault patients, but patients preyed on each other in the understaffed wards. Byberry housed some individuals committed via the criminal justice system. people not found guilty by reason of insanity, or inmates transferred for psychiatric evaluation. And these could include genuinely dangerous personalities. Right, so basically people going through the court, they pleaded insanity and they got away with it. Then they end up going just to the mental hospital instead, which, well, I mean, if you hear about the conditions at the mental hospital, maybe you just opt for the normal prison. I don't know. I've never been to prison. Yet. So I don't know what the situation is. In any case, in the lawless environment of the wards, stronger or more aggressive patients could become predators. Which of course means there's plenty murders and assaults among the patient population. As one retrospective account put it, they were quite routine. A particular ghastly incident involved a female patient who was assaulted and killed on the grounds, her death going unnoticed by staff until other patients were literally found carrying her teeth around as grim keepsakes. Well, the implication was that her body had been left undiscovered long enough for such morbid scavenging to occur, testament to how easily a death could be overlooked in the chaotic sprawl of Byberry. But even well into the 80s, security was so lax that 2 patient bodies were found on the hospital campus in 1989, one of whom had been missing for nearly 5 months, with no one taking any decisive action to locate him. That phrase, out of sight, out of mind, sadly seemed to remain applicable. Those who disappeared from Byberry's daily roll call were sometimes quite literally forgotten. Suppose the staff were so busy they thought, well, that's just one less mouth to feed. But amid all these conditions, experiments and questionable treatments added another layer of infamy. The 50s and 60s saw the pharmaceutical company Smith, Kline and French, headquartered in Philadelphia, maintain a research presence inside Byberry. Eager to develop new psychiatric drugs, they found a ready pool of human test subjects among the hospital's thousands of patients, and these were individuals who, by the virtue of their confinement and often lack of familial oversight, could be enrolled in trials with minimal fuss. So it was reported that extensive drug experiments were conducted, sometimes with dubious consent procedures. Patients were volunteered, or perhaps coerced into clinical trials for experimental medications, and even for products unrelated to mental illness, like cosmetics or skin creams. The ethics of these trials were highly questionable by today's standards, that's for sure. Sources suggest the number of patients suffered and even died as a result of adverse effects from experimental treatments during this era. One account claims that literally hundreds of Byberry inmates perished from complications of experimental drugs or other research between 1950 and 1968. And while that figure is difficult to verify, it's clear that Byberry's patients were often treated as guinea pigs, a vulnerable population exploited in the name of medical progress. But even purported therapies could be abusive. For example, some doctors still clung to outdated notions that mentally ill patients did not feel pain the way that others do. A psychiatrist who trained at Byberry in the 70s recalled a senior doctor stitching up a patient's wound without any anesthesia, blithely claiming that schizophrenics can't feel a thing. Well, such incidents reveal a profound failure of empathy, but also a troubling credulity in harmful myths among some of the staff. In any case, by the 1970s, public tolerance for conditions at places like Byberry was wearing understandably thin. American society was changing. The civil rights movement had inspired parallel efforts to secure rights for marginalized groups, including people with disabilities and mental illnesses. Investigative journalism and litigation became powerful tools to force improvements. In Alabama, The famous case of Wyatt versus Stickney in 1971 established that psychiatric patients had constitutional rights to adequate treatment, spurring reforms across the country. In Pennsylvania, attention often focused on Pennhurst State School. I did another video about that too. A facility for the intellectually disabled which faced a major class action lawsuit in the 70s for its atrocious conditions. But Byberry too felt the heat of scrutiny. Local media reported on the continuing stream of patient injuries and deaths, and by 1980 at least, the population had dropped to a few thousand, and by the mid-1980s it was under 1,000. The decline partly due to policy, deinstitutionalization, and a little bit more due to the facility's own wretched reputation. Few families wanted to put their loved ones in a place like Byberry. Although smaller in population than before, Byberry in the 80s was still beset by scandal. One case that grabbed headlines was that of a young man named William, a 27-year-old patient who was found to have been kept in full leather restraints for over 14 months straight, possibly even as long as 3 years, with hardly any reprieve. Well, essentially he'd been tied down to a bed, trapped and neglected, for an inconceivable duration. By the time an advocate lawyer, Stephen Gold, discovered William's plight and intervened, the patient's condition had deteriorated severely. Gold quipped that, quote, "He was much better when he went in there 7 or 8 years ago." The judge ordered William's immediate release, ruling that Byberry had egregiously violated its rights and failed in its duty of care. Cases like this show that even as the late 80s was winding up, systematic abuse, in this instance misuse of restraints as a form of convenience or even punishment, was well and truly alive at Byberry. This particular victory emboldened legal advocates to dig deeper, and they found more. Matters came to a head in 1987, following mounting complaints and a string of damning news reports. The state government initiated an extensive investigation of Byberry that very year. A special commission, which included mental health professionals and patient advocates like Mark Davis, was tasked with evaluating whether the hospital could be salvaged or if it just, finally outlived its usefulness. The commission's findings were harrowing, to say the least. They found, quote, "dangerous conditions, mistreatment of patients, and a substandard level of care across the board." The physical plant was crumbling, with some buildings literally uninhabitable. Patients were being found undernourished and improperly clothed. The therapeutic programs were minimal to non-existent. It was as if all the same criticisms from 1946 could be repeated. 4 decades had passed, yet Byberry remained an embarrassment. In some ways it had improved. The patient-to-staff ratios were far better than the Depression era, but, in other ways the institutional culture had not shaken off the old ghosts of neglect. The commission concluded that no amount of reform or funding would truly be able to fix the problems. The best course was just to shut the whole place down, once and for all. The momentum to shatter Byberry had finally reached critical mass. In the fall of 1987, Pennsylvania Governor Robert P. Casey ordered the closure of Philadelphia State Hospital at Byberry. Of course, the decision was mixed with a met of relief and met with a mix, rather, not mixed with a met. My goodness, I've been reading too long today. Met with a mix of relief and trepidation, rather, excuse me. For mental health advocates and many families, it was long overdue justice, an end to a nightmarish chapter. But some staff worried about losing their jobs, practical concerns like that, and some families of very long-term patients feared how their loved ones would cope outside the only home they had known for decades. Governor Robert Casey's administration promised a careful transition, a process of unbundling the patients into smaller community placements and other facilities that could provide more individualized care. Starting in 1988, Byberry stopped accepting new admissions. Over the next 2 years, hundreds of remaining patients were gradually discharged to nursing homes, group homes, or other state hospitals if they could. And by June 1990, the last dozen or so residents were relocated, and with that, Byberry's doors were closed for good after 79 tumultuous years. But the legacy was hotly debated in the immediate aftermath. Some preferred to forget it entirely, to erase the strain and just move on. Others, like former commission member Mark Davis, argued that it was important to remember and honor the victims. Quote, "Many people would like to forget Byberry's appalling and inhumane history," Davis said in 2015. He went on to say, "But the city should do more to honor the memory of patients who died there." Advocates proposed memorials, plaques, museum exhibits to acknowledge the thousands who had suffered or perished. And in the years after closure, the sprawling 300-acre campus with its dozens of empty, decayed buildings became a magnet for urban explorers and ghost hunters, a concrete reminder that such places were, well, all too real. In any case, of course, the vandals came along and stripped the place of copper and wiring. Nature came along too, began to reclaim the courtyards, and for nearly 16 years the ruins of Byberry stood as a silent witness. Until finally, in 2006, almost all the structures were demolished to make way for a suburban-style development of homes and offices. Well, today on the site of what was once the nation's largest mental asylums, or at least one of, sits a community called The Arbors at Eagle Point, with little to indicate the dark history of the ground beneath those lovely manicured lawns. So maybe, if you're in the area of Philadelphia, in that state, perhaps you can drive past, and maybe you'll stop and just kind of take in the atmosphere. If you do go there, lay a wreath of flowers on the behalf of this channel. Well, thank you very much for listening. Another American Asylum, all finished up. There is a hill in Danvers, Massachusetts. It was land once owned by a notorious judge of the 1692 Salem witch trials, and upon this hill rose one of America's most infamous insane asylums, Danvers State Hospital, often called the Castle on the Hill for its grand Gothic architecture. It opened in 1878 with high ideals of 19th century optimistic humane care. Yet like so many others, over the next century this stately psychiatric hospital became synonymous with the darker side of mental health treatment. In fact, rumor even links Danvers to horror fiction. H.P. Lovecraft's Arkham Sanitarium and even Batman's Arkham Asylum bear an uncanny resemblance to this institution's legacy. But such pop culture echoes show Danvers' reputation as a place of oppressive treatments and abuse, a hell house on the hill in the public imagination. Pop culture is one thing, but the real history of Danvers State Hospital is another. From its optimistic founding to its nightmarish decline, it's more sobering and instructive than any legend. And so today, it's a story that we retell, focusing more on the grimmer aspects that unfolded within those walls. Fortunately, we've got plenty of primary accounts, but keep a critical view as well, and we'll trace how a cutting-edge 19th century lunatic hospital transformed little by little
into an overcrowded snake pit. Well, allow me first to welcome you to the channel. Here we are going into another insane asylum in the United States. That playlist is certainly growing, isn't it? Well, I hope you're enjoying the series so far. If you're not yet subscribed, well, consider doing so. And another reminder that all the videos, including this one, everything in the playlist, they're all mid-roll free. So you won't get a single interruption. And this is because we are supported by the Patreon members as well as the YouTube members, the occasional donation through PayPal and YouTube Super Thanks, and of course the merch store with all of its wonderful little goodies. But also, word of mouth helps. Tell your friends, and give it a like and comment for the algorithm. Also, the hype button pushes us up in the algorithm too, so thanks in advance. All right. Now I won't say anything else more about it. Let's begin our video for today. I do hope you enjoy. The story begins in the year 1873, when Danvers State Hospital was conceived during an era of reform in mental health care. At this time, Massachusetts approved the establishment of a new public asylum in the state's northeast. It was mainly to relieve the terrible overcrowding elsewhere. And the chosen site was the Hawthorne Hill in Danvers, a rural 200-acre farm purchased from one Francis Dodge. But this hill carried a somber historical resonance. It had been the home once to Judge John Hawthorne, a key figure in the Salem witch trials, and if you hadn't put two and two together, the namesake of the actual hill. By situating the asylum on this secluded, windswept hilltop, planners were following the foremost psychiatric design principles of the day, that of Dr. Thomas Story Kirkbride, a prominent 19th century asylum superintendent who had prescribed that mental hospitals should be located in tranquil countryside settings, and with ample land for farming, fresh air and sunlight in abundance. The environment itself was to be therapeutic, a refuge from urban stress, where patients could recuperate through rest, work, and above all, a gentle daily routine. Boston architect Nathaniel J. Bradley was commissioned to bring these ideals to life, and so construction began in 1874. It lasted 4 years, and it cost roughly $1.5 million. Now remember, that's in the 1874 money. A massive sum in the post-Civil War period, that's for sure. The result? A sprawling Victorian Gothic complex built of locally quarried red brick, with a central administration building flanked by 4 radiating wings on each side. The layout, of course, as we mentioned, followed the Kirkbride plan, a very popular design for 19th century asylums. The wards staggered back in a shallow V shape, often likened to bat wings spread in flight. Every ward had tall windows and cross-ventilation, ensuring light and air would reach each patient's room in ample amounts. Kirkbride had believed that such a design would abolish, quote, the darkest, most cheerless, and worst ventilated parts of older madhouses, creating an environment conducive to healing. The impressive edifice measured 1,100 feet in length and encompassed 313,000 square feet, quickly earning it the nickname the Castle on the Hill from locals. And towering above Danvers, it certainly looked more like a medieval fortress or cathedral than a hospital. Very impressive, almost foreboding, embodying both the hope and the dread often associated with such institutions. So when the first patient was admitted on May 13th, 1878, the institution was initially called the State Lunatic Hospital at Danvers, or often simply Danvers Lunatic Hospital.
It was hailed as a modern model of psychiatric care, and at a time when many mentally ill people were still treated harshly or hidden away, the administration at Danvers explicitly refused to use physical restraints on patients. The superintendent and staff embraced a more moral treatment, focusing on curing patients through compassionate care, occupational therapy, and healthy routine. In practice, this basically meant plenty of outdoor exercise, farming, gardening, all sorts of activities for patients on the extensive grounds. The hospital operated its own farm, of course, producing food and giving patients meaningful work as part of therapy. Early reports described Danvers as a one-of-a-kind institution for its humane approach. The leaders of the institution believed they could rehabilitate troubled minds in this restorative environment, rather than simply confining the insane out of public sight. With a designed capacity of about 450 patients, which was quite large at the time, Danvers opened as one of the most advanced psychiatric facilities in the nation. Then, of course, the optimism of the 1870s is quite palpable in the records. The hope was that mental illness could be cured through enlightened care in a beautiful and orderly setting, and to that end, the hospital even included amenities like a chapel, theaters, and on-site laboratories in later years. A nursing school for training psychiatric nurses was established in 1889, and a pathology research lab in 1895, showing once again Danvers' early reputation as a progressive and scientific institution. And in its first years, indeed, Danvers State Hospital truly led in human treatment. They were off to a very good start. But those lofty ideals would soon be challenging, and it was hard to maintain as the patient load began to grow and grow. Of course, it didn't help having a good reputation. Kind of backfires when everybody is trying to get in. Beneath that castle-like grandeur and a utopian vision, structural flaws in the asylum system, underfunding, overcrowding, and the limits of contemporary medicine were already lurking, and the very features that made Danvers cutting edge could not forever hold back the grim realities that were on the horizon. The initial tranquility period that I've just talked about was pretty short-lived. Massachusetts' mentally ill population was rapidly growing, or at least rapidly being diagnosed in the late 19th century, with families and authorities eagerly sending patients to the new Danvers Hospital. And within just a few years, overcrowding had become an issue. By 1881, barely 3 years after the opening, Danvers housed about 626 patients, well beyond its intended capacity. 4 years later, in 1885, the census reached 788 patients, nearly double what the asylum was built to hold. An official report of the trustees in 1885 sounded the alarm. Quote, "The number of patients sent here has for a considerable time been too large. The crowded condition of the hospital was not provided for in its design or construction." End quote. Well, in other words, Danvers was a victim of its own success, and of the era's willingness to pretty much just institutionalize anybody for any reason. Even with its sprawling wings and grounds, the asylum could not comfortably accommodate the influx of patients deemed in need of care. The types of patients were also diversifying. Originally envisioned for the curably mentally ill, Danvers increased received chronic cases, and those with social deviance. This could be either developmental disabilities or substance abuse, and that ranges from alcohol to pretty much all the way up to the hardest stuff you could get in the 19th century. The superintendent faced pressure to admit inebriates and the so-called criminally insane, who required a bit more higher security. And this led, of course, to a kind of mission creep. The hospital's case mix became more challenging than they originally anticipated. So, to relieve Danvers, the state built a separate asylum for the criminally insane offenders in 1886. That was called Bridgewater State Hospital. Nevertheless, Danvers remained very crowded. The administration responded by expanding facilities and infrastructure on the campus. So throughout the 1880s and 90s, numerous auxiliary buildings were added. An additional patient cemetery in 1878 for those who died in care, new barns and workshops, residential cottages for nurses, and later tuberculosis isolation units as infirmaries as needed. In total, over 40 structures would eventually dot the hilltop, including labyrinthine underground tunnels linking wards and service buildings. The asylum was evolving into a self-contained city of the sick, but one of whose resources were perpetually strained. During this period, there was also a shift in terminology reflecting changing societal attitudes. Sometime in the late 1880s, the institution dropped the antiquated term lunatic hospital and was renamed Danvers Insane Hospital, which, it doesn't sound like much of a difference, but in any case, I suppose it's a little bit of a different name. Maybe lunatic and insane, one's a little bit more on the nose than the other. In any case, that didn't last for very long either, because by 1909 it would be renamed again, this time arriving at the name Danvers State Hospital, and that aligns with the trend to present these facilities as hospitals focused on treatment rather than mere asylums. The word asylum, once meaning a place of refuge, had fallen out of favor, and hospital conveyed a more therapeutic and gentle image. But a name change only does so much, and it doesn't do much to change the underlying challenges. They would only persist. But not all developments in the late 19th century were negative. Danvers saw some progressive practices. In the 1890s, Dr. Charles Page, the superintendent at the time, reportedly eliminated the use of mechanical restraints. According to him, they were unnecessary and even harmful. Quite ahead of his time. Of course, this policy built on Danvers' founding ethos of minimal restraint. Patients who might previously have been strapped down or put in straitjackets were instead managed with closer supervision or sedation. Such reforms placed Danvers at the forefront of the non-restraint movement in psychiatry. Or at least it would for a little while. We'll get to that later. But the hospital also experimented with new treatments like hydrotherapy, that is, prolonged warm baths to calm agitated patients, which became popular by the early 20th century. And let me tell you what, it's probably the probably the kindest treatment that I can think of. If it's to calm agitated patients, a warm bath, that would calm anybody down, right? So I think maybe it's perhaps doesn't need medical study to see a logic in that. Nothing better than a warm bath. Anyway, 2 dedicated hydrotherapy wings were added in 1916 due to reported success with these methods. And these innovations show that Danvers staff were actually engaged with the best psychiatric thinking of the time, and they really were trying to improve care despite growing numbers. In any case, by 1900, Danvers State Hospital had become a point of pride for Massachusetts, but also a place of mounting concern. Day by day, more patients came, and by 1901, the population had exceeded 1,100, and that's more than double the intended capacity. So in response, the hospital acquired 100 additional acres and opened Middleton Colony in 1903, a kind of satellite campus for 300 long-term female patients who could live in a more open, farm-like environment, apart from the main building. This provided some breathing room and embodied the era's idea of colony care for chronic cases. But still, the main Kirkbride building, the pride and joy of the architecture in Danvers, remained extremely crowded. The state legislature authorized major expansions in the 20s. 500 more beds were added in 1926, and another 648 in the following year. These additions were essentially dormitory-style accommodations, shoehorned into existing space on new wings. And by the late 1920s, Danvers was accommodating patients in areas never meant for habitation, even in attics and basements when necessary. The growth was not matched by proportional increases in funding, or staff for that matter. In any case, it was all set up for the hospital's decline into truly grim conditions, and that is what we will explore in our next section. So from the 30s through to the 40s, Danvers State Hospital reached a notorious peak of overcrowding and became emblematic of the future of institutional psychiatry, a real-life snake pit of misery. Doesn't sound good, doesn't it? Well, the Great Depression and the Second World War era were particularly brutal on pretty much everything, but state mental institutions copped it particularly hard. Money was tight, and patient numbers kept climbing. At Danvers, the census topped 2,000 patients in the 1930s, an astonishing figure for a facility only built for a quarter of that number. Some sources indicate, including transient and temporary patients, the hospital at one point handled over 2,300 to 2,500 patients in the late 1930s. The staff, however, did not multiply in accordance. Doctors, nurses, and attendants were impossibly stretched thin. Overcrowding had very concrete consequences on daily life, too. Cleanliness and sanitation, they all plummeted in the now packed wards. Resources were overtaxed, beds crammed together, insufficient hygiene facilities, and of course a shortage of clean clothing and linens. Reports from this time describe disturbing cases of neglect. According to later recollections and investigations, some patients wandered naked in the wards and hallways, left unwashed and untended, covered in their own waste. Well, such conditions were not unique to Danvers, okay? We have to say that. I'm sure you know it if you've watched the other insane asylum videos. In fact, the entire country's asylum systems were under strain. But Danvers was a little different. It became especially infamous. The hospital's own administrators acknowledged in 1939 that the new admissions were coming in at nearly 1,000 per year, and that's far beyond what the space and staff could handle. A trustee report from that year frankly stated, quote, "Overcrowding makes treatment very difficult indeed." Well, that's an understatement, isn't it? It moved on to note that the hospital urgently needed many more nurses and updated equipment. Of course, by 1939, the daily population stood at 2,360 patients. Once again, a ridiculously high number. And in fact, that year, 278 patients died. That's over 10%. That is a ridiculous amount. A single-year death toll that hints at the toll of disease, poor care, and perhaps even a bit of despair among the inmates. Oh, and inmates is what they called them back then. Of course, terminologies have changed, but they wouldn't really call them patients. Until later on, of course. Well, the staff, overwhelmed and desperate to maintain order, began reverting to harsher control measures. The compassionate, non-restraint philosophy of the 1870s could not withstand the chaos of the 2,000 rather disturbed and often untreated individuals in one crumbling facility. By the early 30s, Danvers quietly brought back physical restraints. They just had to. Going against the original mission, things were just too hard to handle now. Documents referred to, quote, special garments for patients, a euphemism understood to mean straight jackets, at least strong canvas clothing that limited their movement. As for sedation, that became routine alongside it. Many patients were heavily medicated, that is, with all the primitive sedatives available at the time, or they were placed in continuous bathtubs and wet sheet packs to keep them calm. The wards that Dr. Kirkbride intended to be cheerful and airy rather turned into warehouses of human suffering. The windows were now barred, sometimes locked door seclusions to segregate the most agitated individual. In essence, Danvers had become exactly the opposite of what its founders wanted, and exactly what they feared, a custodial asylum where treatment was secondary to mere containment, just another place where society's unwanted and undesirable could be shoved away into a corner, out of sight and out of mind. And so a series of shocking incidents and exposés in the 30s showed once again just how grim things had really become. In September of 1934, a bizarre tragedy struck. A patient and over a dozen others were poisoned after eating sauce from the hospital kitchen that had somehow, and I don't know how they managed to do this, had been contaminated with insecticide. How do you mix those two up? And it wasn't just a little bit either. Investigators found that 10 pounds of cockroach poison containing toxic powder had gone missing from the storage, and apparently some idiot mixed it into the food. I hope he got fired for that blunder. Well, the tainted sauce caused mass illness. A male patient succumbed within only a few hours, and even a staff chef who tasted the food fell violently ill. Although the superintendent, Dr. Clarence Bonner, insisted it was an accident and not deliberate malice, the event highlighted dangerous lapses in safety and supervision, and it was precisely the kind of nightmare that one might expect from an institution stretched to its limits, basic safeguards failing with fatal results. But you want to know what I think? Just on a personal note, if the overcrowding is that much of a big problem, it's not a stretch of the imagination in the desperation of the staff members that some might have tried to thin out the ranks. Now, I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but that is possible that they tried to get rid of a few patients to lessen the load on the staff, and then put it across as an accident. Of course, it's very difficult to prove that kind of intent, so it's just food for thought. Well, hopefully that food for thought is free of the cockroach poison. But this wasn't the only alarming report of patient-on-patient violence, too, and unexplained deaths. In 1938, the Massachusetts State Auditor Thomas Buckley launched an inquiry into abuses at state hospitals. And the findings were, as you can imagine, quite grim. Within recent years, 8 patients had died, and not from some tuberculosis or even the poisoned food. No, 8 patients had actually been murdered by other patients at Danvers and another state hospital, Medfield. Moreover, A tally revealed that over the lifetime of Danvers State Hospital up to that point, that around 400 patients had died from causes other than natural illness. This was a big problem. Of course, the statistics includes a lot of people taking their lives, accidental deaths, homicides, and a few other unnatural ends. But regardless, it's still a chilling body count that earned Danvers a very dark reputation. The concept of an asylum as a safe refuge had clearly broken down if hundreds of people were dying, whether they be through being poisoned or other violent circumstance, but still preventably under its own roof. Newspapers ran headlines about the mystery death investigations and the probe of Bay State's insane asylums, fueling public outrage. One contemporary newspaper, The Telegraph, noted bluntly that Danvers had seen 400 unnatural deaths in its history and multiple recent murders, confirming the hospital's status as one of the most dangerous in the system. But Danvers was not alone in such horrors. This was the era that prompted Dr. Albert Deutsch's famous 1948 expose, The Shame of the States, which documented atrocious conditions in many U.S. mental institutions. But still, Danvers stood out enough to inspire popular imagination. In fact, some historians believe it even influenced the 1946 novel The Snake Pit and its 1948 film adaptation, which depicted a woman's harrowing experience in a brutal psychiatric ward. Whether or not Danvers directly inspired the work, the hospital by the 1940s encapsulated the very image of a hellish asylum. Patients were found living in their own filth and left in deteriorating, dehumanized states. The term snake pit, denoting a place of chaotic cruelty, was frequently invoked in describing Danvers and its ilk, and it's certainly a term that is not mistakenly placed in this circumstance. But amid all the chaos, medical interventions grew to be more radical. July of 1948, Danvers performed its first lobotomy, ushering in the age of psychosurgery on site. Psychiatrist Walter J. Freeman, the notorious champion of the transorbital lobotomy, or the ice pick lobotomy, visited Danvers and personally performed many of the early procedures. The practice spread, and Danvers became such an enthusiastic adopter that neurologists called it the birthplace of the prefrontal lobotomy. Now, this moniker is somewhat a macabre exaggeration. Lobotomies were invented elsewhere, but it does reflect the prevalence of the operation at Danvers. Dozens, possibly hundreds of patients underwent lobotomy in the institution in the late 40s and 50s in an attempt to quell severe mental illness. And tragically, many were left irreversibly impaired or vegetative, adding to the hospital's grim legacy. When lobotomies failed, as they often did, patients deemed incurable were simply warehoused in back wards, sometimes in restraints, until the end of their days would finally come. And then there was the introduction of electroconvulsive therapy, ECT, in the early 1950s, another controversial tool to the arsenal. While ECT could be beneficial in some cases, at mid-century it was often administered in the most primitive form, without anesthesia or any muscle relaxants. And you can imagine, without having to have any medical knowledge, how much of a terrifying experience that would be for patients. Along with insulin coma therapy and other now discredited methods, these treatments contributed to Danvers' fearsome reputation. By the 50s, newspapers were regularly reporting violent incidents at the hospital. In 1952 and 53, 2 different patients were beaten to death by other patients in the wards. In 1955, 2 young inmates robbed and murdered a 62-year-old laundry superintendent on the hospital grounds. And even staff were not safe. a kitchen worker died in an altercation in 1952, and the poor nurses lived in constant anxiety of assault. Each incident showed the loss of control and the dangers at Danvers. The Boston Globe and other papers dubbed Danvers State Hospital a place of squalor and violence, unfit by any modern standard. To sum it all up, the 30s and 40s were the darkest years of Danvers State Hospital. The combination of massive overcrowding, inadequate staff, and just not enough money, combined with the crude treatments, turned the once hopeful castle on the hill into a real-life fortress of horror. And so it is little wonder that Danvers became a popular symbol of the failings of institutional psychiatry. The hospital that opened with no chains and high-minded ideals had by mid-century resorted to straitjackets, lobotomies, and locked wards filled with neglected and abandoned souls. But that doesn't end the story. The next decades would bring a very different approach to mental health care, leading to the decline and eventually the closure of Danvers. And so we arrive in the mid-20th century, and with the arrival of this time, there was major changes in psychiatry and overall public policy. Gradually, it emptied out places like Danvers. The 1950s in particular saw the psychopharmacological revolution, most notably the introduction of chlorpromazine, or thorazine as it's sometimes called, in 1954. Now this was huge because thorazine was the first effective antipsychotic medication, and its calming effect on patients with schizophrenia was quite profound. For the first time, many long hospitalized individuals could have their symptoms managed well enough to live outside an institution. Danvers, like all state hospitals, began to rely on these new drugs. The daily use of straitjackets and padded cells declined, as agitated patients could be chemically sedated in a more targeted way. Overall, it was a lot more humane. The atmosphere in the wards likely improved somewhat in the late 50s, thanks to this medication, even as total patient counts remained high, at least for a time. Meanwhile, the other side of the coin were these social attitudes. They were having quite a shift as well. Exposés of asylum conditions, including the damning statistics from Danvers itself, led to public pressure for reform. The deinstitutionalization movement gained momentum by the 60s, propelled by new federal policies and a growing belief that long-term institutionalization was not only outdated, but grimly inhumane. President John F. Kennedy, in 1963, called for replacing custodial asylums with community mental health centers. Massachusetts was an early adopter of this approach. The idea of it was to discharge stable patients to smaller community facilities or outpatient care, and to admit fewer new patients by treating them in the community. At Danvers, these trends manifested in a steadily declining census after the late 50s, and by the 60s, the patient population was dropping as discharges accelerated and admissions began to slow. However, this emptying was not accompanied by an adequate investment in community alternatives, leading to what some would call trans-institutionalization, that is, the mentally ill ending up in nursing homes, prisons, or even homeless on the streets. This is, of course, still a problem up to our modern day. Within the hospital, conditions were ironically worsened in some respects because of budget cuts. As public hospitals, political interest shifted to community care, state legislatures slashed funding for the old hospitals. In the 60s, Massachusetts imposed massive budget cuts on the Department of Mental Health, and this forced staff layoffs and minimal maintenance at places like Danvers. As for the physical plant, It was already aged and overburdened, and it literally began to fall apart. Entire wards were closed and sealed off as patient numbers shrank. They never bothered to do the maintenance after that. What was the point? By 1969, Danvers had started shutting down the wings of the Kirkbride building too. The once majestic structure began to deteriorate rapidly when partially vacant roofs leaked, plaster peeled, and the central wooden steeple had to be removed in 1970 after it rotted out to the point of instability. The 1970s marked the terminal decline of Danvers State. The state continued to deinstitutionalize, transferring or discharging remaining patients to smaller facilities or community programs. And so just like that, ward after ward began to go dark. By 1980, much of the original Kirkbride complex was eerily empty, inhabited only by pigeons and the memories of decades past. A few hundred patients still at Danvers were housed in more modern extensions, or the adjacent Bonner Medical Building, which was built in 1955, a little bit more modern in its conditions. Maintenance of the sprawling property had become minimal. Local officials and historical preservationists grew concerned that the castle on the hill was decaying. It had become an eyesore and even a hazard. In 1984, in recognition of its architectural and historical significance, the Danvers Kirkbride building was listed on the National Register of Historic Places. This designation acknowledged the site's importance, but there was a problem. It did not actually guarantee funds for its restoration. It was meant to save the building, but really it didn't do anything. It was just a name on paper only. In fact, a 1985 state assessment concluded that while the building was impressive, it was, quote, neither appropriate for nor capable of cost-effective rehabilitation for modern hospital standards. In other words, Danvers State Hospital was obsolete, a Victorian relic that was simply too costly to upgrade. And so even as the hospital emptied, a few final scandals in the 80s served as tragic footnotes to the Danvers story. In 1987, a patient named Anne Houghton slipped away from a minimally secured ward and wandered out into the cold of winter. She was found dead of a heart attack, not far from the canvas. The incident revealed lax supervision and security, and of course, once again, provoked more public outcry and criticism. Shortly thereafter, it emerged that another vulnerable female patient had been SA'd by a male patient in a rest room in the supposedly dwindling wards. How could they let something like that happen? We don't know, especially since there weren't many people left to take care of. Somebody was not doing their job. Of course, these events underscored that even with only a fraction of its former population, Danvers remained a dangerous place due to understaffing and poor oversight. The administrator of the time, William Bones, was forced to resign amid the fallout, and I really doubt he'd be putting that one on his list of references on his resume. But, disturbingly, Bones went on to work for Idaho's state hospital system, where a patient was later beaten to death under his watch. A grim coda, showing systematic problems well beyond Danvers. Well, by 1991, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts was poised to shut down Danvers State Hospital for good. Governor William Weld, embracing privatization and cost-cutting, impaneled a commission to evaluate the remaining state institutions. Of course, the findings were stark. Nearly 47% of the Department of Mental Health's budget was still tied up in these antiquated hospitals, even though they served only 6% of the state's mentally ill population. Danvers, with so few patients rattling around a massive campus, was a prime target. The Special Commission recommended closure, and Weld agreed. June 1992, the last dozen or so patients were quietly transferred by van to nearby Tewkesbury Hospital, which had a few empty beds available. And not long after, on June 24th, 1992, Danvers State Hospital officially closed its doors for good. 114 years, and the Grand Asylum on Hawthorne Hill had finally shut. But that's not quite the end of the story, isn't it? After all, how could it be? All of those people were still alive, and they had stories to tell. But as for the Danvers State Hospital itself, for the next decade, it stood abandoned, a silent monument to its own sordid past. Its imposing facade and sprawling wings, though decrepit, continued to captivate the public. Trespassers and urban explorers snuck in to photograph the graffiti-lined halls and peeling paint. And then there were the ghost hunters, who swapped tales of eerie happenings in the empty wards, further burnishing Danvers' haunted reputation. Yet amid the fascination, there were also earnest efforts to remember the real people who had died there. In 1998, a group of former patients and mental health advocates formed the Danvers State Memorial Committee, and they had a mission to identify and honor those buried in the hospital's hillside cemeteries. During the asylum's operation, especially in the earlier years, patient burials were often done quietly and on the cheap, marked only by numbered iron markers. Names were rarely recorded on graves, due to stigma or lack of family claim. The committee painstakingly combed through archives to match names to the numbers, and by 2002, they had identified over 3/4 of the approximately 770 people interred in the hospital's 2 cemeteries. They installed new headstones bearing patient names and dates, transforming anonymous numbers into individuals once again. A rather touching memorial plaque was also erected to commemorate those whose identities could not be confirmed, and this act of remembrance adds a counterpoint to Danvers' grisly lore. I would remind you that behind the statistics of death and tales of ghosts, there were very real human lives, many of whom had no resting place beyond the asylum grounds. Meanwhile, the fate of the monumental Kirkbride building had hung in the balance. Preservationists hoped to save the structure, given its historic significance as the prototype of a Kirkbride plan system, and its 1984 National Register status was hopefully going to help out with that. Various reuse proposals were floated throughout the 90s, from a museum to a commercial office space, even to housing. But funding and political will were lacking. Until, in 2005, a private developer, Avalon Bay Communities, purchased the property for $12 million. They had plans to build apartments on the site. Oh, despite protests, and even a lawsuit from the preservationist groups, the demolition began in January of 2006. But in a controversial compromise, the developers agreed to preserve the central administrative building and 2 flank wards, essentially the facade of the Kirkbride, but they demolished the remaining 6 wards and most of the other historical structures on the campus. The iconic steeple, removed in 1970, was reconstructed anew as a cosmetic nod to the past. But all told, the demolition erased many of the buildings that had witnessed Danvers' history. The brick wards, while overcrowded patients once slept, the cheerful grey gables nurses' home, the chapels where the prayers were said, and even the later Bonner building, where the last patients stayed. In their place now rose modern, upscale apartments. But in a strange twist of fate, a mysterious fire broke out on the construction site in April of 2007, engulfing the nearly finished complex in flames. The conflagration destroyed much of the new development and what remained of the old wards, an event some saw as the final curse of Danvers. Investigators never conclusively proved the cause. Speculation ranged from arson by preservation extremists to accident. Avalon Bay rebuilt, though. I'm sure they were insured. And by 2008, tenants began moving into the new Avalon Danvers apartments. As for nowadays, residents live in modern luxury units constructed within and around the bones of the former asylum. The hallways where orderlies once hurried with straitjackets have been refashioned into plush corridors. The sunrooms that once hosted deranged or demented patients are now filled with potted plants and lounge furniture. It's a kind of strange repurposing, I suppose. Many tenants, aware of the site's past, have reported an eerie atmosphere. Some even complain of poor sleep, joking that the ghosts of Danvers' past might still be lingering around. Or perhaps it's not a joke at all. But while such stories are anecdotal, the juxtaposition of upscale living with the memory of an infamous insane asylum, well, that's undeniably striking. I'm not sure if they were putting that on the brochure for the new buyers. Come and live on the graves of those abused victims of a horrible system. Doesn't sound like much of a selling point. Now, culturally, Danvers State Hospital's legacy endures as well. Even well before its demolition, the abandoned hospital was a magnet for filmmakers and writers. I suppose they were fascinated by its aura. The Kirkbride complex at Danvers was used as a filming location in 2001 for the psychological horror film Session 9, which has become a cult classic for its unsettling, atmospheric depiction of an asbestos cleanup crew experiencing terror in an empty asylum. Decades earlier, the 1958 movie Home Before Dark had also shot on location at Danvers, using both interiors and exteriors of the still-operating hospital at the time. In literature, Danvers appears thinly disguised, or by reference in numerous horror and thriller novels. As we mentioned earlier, fans of H.P. Lovecraft point to Danvers as the inspiration for Arkham Sanatorium in his story The Thing on the Doorstep. And through Lovecraft, the idea of Arkham Asylum entered the Batman comics. Well, whether or not Lovecraft explicitly had Danvers in mind, the parallels are pretty persuasive. A New England insane asylum of great notoriety. Now, even in the world of video games, Danvers was the model for creepy asylum levels in games like Painkiller of 2004. And the hospital's lore directly inspired a young adult novel called Project 17, about teens exploring an abandoned asylum. So in short, Danvers has transcended its physical existence, and even though it's torn down now, it's still become quite a symbol. Shorthand as a term for the dread of the old psychiatric system. Yet beyond pop culture and paranormal legend, the true legacy of Danvers is a lesson in the history of mental health care. It encapsulates a full arc, a pioneering institution that began with genuine therapeutic optimism and cutting-edge design, which over time devolved into an overcrowded, underfunded nightmare, and ultimately was emptied out as treatment philosophies changed. Of course, one can still have the debate whether Danvers failed because of the very concept of large asylums was flawed, or because society failed to support and modernize it when they needed help. In its early decades, Danvers likely did provide relief and refuge to many patients who had nowhere else to go, and its decline was not due to malice by any single person, but due to a confluence of systematic neglect, stigma, and the overwhelming complexity of chronic mental illness. that the 19th century medicine was just too ill-equipped to handle. Also, it's the government's fault for not giving them enough money. I prefer to blame the government. But what do you think? Maybe you can tell me in the comments. In any case, it's a bit of a journey from hope to despair. It's just like all the other American asylums. They all pretty much have the same start and the same ending. All the way from 1878, after the days of cell phones and all the rest. It's definitely a long time for a place to be running. I suppose it teaches us that even well-intentioned healthcare systems can become instruments of harm if starved of resources or insight. There's a danger of isolating society's problems too, instead of addressing them in the community. Now, at the same time, the evolution of Danvers also reflects the scientific and ethical process, from training and bleeding in earlier centuries to a more moral treatment in the 1870s, and eventually to the pharmacological and rights-based approaches of the 20th century. And in this sense, it's kind of a tale of learning and change. And so, I hope you come away from this one with, I don't know, a bit of a different perspective, I suppose. Perhaps it's a little complicated. I just think that if they had have received the funding at the time, and I'm talking about all the hospitals, by the way, and even today's medical system, especially elderly care, if they had just got the proper funding, if all those taxes that we pay, and I don't want to get political, but if all those taxes we pay went to things that mattered, like elder care, health care, and just care for those who can't really fit into society, but it's not through fault of their own, I just think the story would have been different. I don't know. Perhaps your government is very wise with how it spends taxes. I don't know where you're listening from. But in any case, like I said, I better not get too political. I think you know where I'm getting at, though. It was December in 1917 when the wards of Overbrook Insane Asylum fell silent under an icy chill. Inside this aging brick complex, patients huddled together desperately for warmth as the steam radiators went cold. The only boiler that the asylum had failed, and over the next 3 weeks, 24 helpless inmates froze to death in their own beds. Staff desperately tried to borrow a railroad locomotive to pump heat into the building, but the frigid cold wave gripped the hospital with a lethal force. This isn't the first or the last gruesome episode of Overbrook, an institution literally freezing its patients to death. It's just one of the many horrors that unfolded. Established in the late 19th century with high hopes, Overbrook's history became more of a chronicle of suffering, inhumanity, and neglect. The story of Overbrook is more than local lore, but a cautionary tale of how the mentally ill were treated in a bygone era, a chilling glimpse into the realities of asylum life, from deadly mismanagement and gory medical practices to the social stigma that left thousands of people vulnerable when hidden away. We'll walk through the decades of Overbrook's operation together. Welcome to Overbrook, where good intentions decayed into horror. This will not be a happy story. In any case, welcome to the channel. If you are new here, I do invite you to click that subscribe button, and liking the video and leaving a comment's always good for the engagement, so thank you in advance for that. Now, this video is completely uninterrupted. It's all ad-free, as with all the other videos on the channel, even the ones in this very playlist too for the Insane Asylum videos. This is due to the contributions on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through Super Thanks and PayPal, and also those who checked out the merch store. Thank you very much. If you would like to see any of the relevant links, they're in the pinned comment, video description, and channel description on the home page. Now, with all that being said and done, let's go back to the beginning, to the founding of Overbrook. It all starts in 1896, Essex County, New Jersey, and they purchased hundreds of acres of farmland in a spot near the Peckman River, just beyond a brook, giving rise to the nickname Overbrook. The official name was the Essex County Asylum for the Insane, intended to relieve overcrowding at Newark's City Hospital. Its design followed the progressive ideas of the late 19th century, a sprawling campus of red brick Victorian buildings, connected by over a mile of tunnels beneath the grounds. Those tunnels, stretching dark and dripping under the complex, allowed staff to move patients, supplies, and, at the worst of times, corpses, out of sight from those prying eyes. When it opened around 1898, Overbrook was hailed as a modern institution that would provide a more moral treatment, meaningful work, and fresh air to its patients. And indeed, the asylum tried to be self-sufficient and even uplifting. It featured a working farm, workshops, a power plant, and even a theater for patient activities. Overbrook was so large and integral that it became a town within a town. It had its own train station as well on the Erie Railroad Caldwell line, built to haul massive coal deliveries for the boilers. Patients tended vegetable fields and dairy cows on the asylum's expansive farmlands, producing food for their own meals as a form of occupational therapy. There was even a bakery, a firehouse, and even a semi-professional baseball team made up of a mix of staff and patients, which competed against local town teams. So to an outsider, Overbrook in its early years might have looked like almost a self-contained village, rather than a lock-up for the insane. It all seemed pretty nice. Yet, from the very beginning, there was a darker reality that lurked behind the idyllic facade. The asylum was overcrowded from day one. It seemed that no sooner had the new buildings opened that they were filled beyond their capacity. By the early 1900s, Overbrook housed well over 1,000 inmates, the contemporary term for patients, by the way. We're not using it in a modern vernacular. Well, they were also severely understaffed. This genteel, home-like care promised by reformers proved difficult to deliver with numbers like that. Just not enough hands to deal with everyone. Signs of neglect and abuse began to surface almost immediately. In 1910, a state grand jury investigated the conditions at Overbrook and issued a pretty scathing report. The jurors found the asylum was mismanaged and, quote, gross immorality existed in the institution, with nurses and attendants accused of abusing patients. But even more alarming, the county freeholders, that is, the officials in charge, were said to have ignored or even covered up these crimes. Although details were sparse in the newspapers, the phrase gross immorality in that era often implied cases of SA, or severe ethical breaches. In short, just a decade after opening, Overbrook was already mired in scandal. The lofty vision of enlightened care had all but given way to something more akin to a custodial warehouse, where the suffering were just shoved in the corners to fester away out of sight. Locals tellingly nicknamed Overbrook the Bin, as if it were a place to discard society's unwanted people. While this early period certainly established a pattern, not off to a good start. Overbrook's history would oscillate between public ideals and hidden horror, all too often with the latter winning out. But the most infamous tragedy is the one that we mentioned in the introduction. So let's talk about that. Go back to December 1917. As World War I raged overseas, a bitter cold snap hit New Jersey. December 1st, 1917, the asylum's aging heating plant completely shut down, leaving the sprawling complex with no steam heat and no electric light. Overnight, the radiators went silent, and the timing couldn't have been worse. That month brought some of the coldest winter weather on record. Inside Overbrook's massive dormitory wards, thin blanket-clad patients woke up shivering. Day after day, the wards remained unheated, effectively turning into freezing cells. Inmates huddled in their coats indoors and slept two to a bed to share bodily warmth. But the cold was relentless. The administrators were desperate, and they tried to frantically improvise. They brought in oil stoves and haphazard braziers. At one point, the superintendent even tried to borrow that locomotive engine from a railroad to pipe in steam for the heat, an almost absurd measure of a last resort. But the efforts were too little, too late. Over the 20 days following December 1st, 24 patients died from exposure or related illnesses brought on by the cold. According to a New York Times report, that was 3 times the normal death rate for that month. Well, at least 32 other patients had suffered from frostbite injuries during those weeks. Many of the victims quite literally just froze to death in their beds, as later accounts put it, found in the morning just stiff as a board. And just think about the horror of that. Men and women who were already mentally ill, locked up in an asylum, slowly dying of hypothermia in an iron cot, unattended throughout the night. Now that's a cruel fate that you'd think you'd find in a medieval dungeon, not a 20th century hospital. But it is what it is. Public outrage, of course, followed, especially once the press broke the story. The plight of 1,800 insane patients without heat. That was the headline. Now that ought to sell some papers, that's for sure. Overbrook's superintendent admitted to families that conditions were far from comfortable, that's to say the least. In fact, he went so far to send letters urging families to please come and retrieve their relatives if possible. So imagine that desperation behind that request. The hospital effectively conceded that it could not keep its patients alive, begging next of kin to step in and relieve the burden. Of course, many patients just had nowhere else to go. Their families either could not care for them or had long since abandoned them to institutional life. Once again, those society's unwanted undesirables just shoved into the dustbin. Those vulnerable souls remained trapped at Overbrook as the temperatures indoors fell below freezing. An official inquiry later assigned blame to the mechanical failure and inadequate emergency planning. But there were deeper issues that were quite evident. The catastrophe reflected institutional neglect. The county had underfunded maintenance and infrastructure for years, and there was no contingency for heating a vast complex in winter. The staff-to-patient ratio was also so poor that many patients were likely not closely monitored, even as they grew lethargic and ill. The 1917 winter tragedy stands out as one of the deadliest incidents in American asylum history, comparable to the worst hospital fires or epidemics of that era. And the thing is, It was a preventable horror. Afterward, Overbrook did upgrade its boilers and backup systems, but it was a lesson hard learned. The grim legacy of that winter would not be forgotten, and I dare say every winter rolling around would be met with quite a dose of nervousness. Well, locals would later claim to hear ghostly echoes in the halls. Maybe it's the final cries of those who perished in the frost. Well, whether or not you believe in ghosts, the fact remains that 24 people died needlessly due to mismanagement and indifference and poor maintenance. Another chilling reminder, quite literally chilling, of how vulnerable these inmates of the asylums were to bureaucratic failures. A little bit of underfunding, someone who doesn't want to see to all of their patients, or simply just understaffing, can have very real-world results. Now, if the 1917 disaster revealed lethal negligence, the 1920s brought episodes that highlighted blatant malpractice and even violence. One particularly gory scandal emerged in 1923 when a nurse was arrested and charged with manslaughter for her role in the deaths of 2 patients. Anna Rosenzweig, a senior nurse at Overbrook, had been performing forced feedings on severely mentally ill women who refused to eat. Now, force feeding wasn't just at Overbrook. It was a common, if dangerous, practice in asylums at the time. Patients who wouldn't eat voluntarily might be restrained and fed via a rubber tube or a funnel, essentially forcefully pouring liquid food into them. In Rosenzweig's case, something went horribly wrong. 2 women died during these brutal feeding sessions. The Jersey Journal reported on October 26, 1923, that the Essex nurse held for the death of 2 women, detailing that Rosenzweig was indicted after an autopsy showed the patients had choked and died from exhaustion and trauma during the struggle. In court, Overbrook's administration actually defended the practice of force feeding, calling it a necessary measure for the more difficult cases. However, the fact that a nurse was charged with homicide shows just how egregious this situation was. Essentially, patients were being violently treated to death, and the image of a patient thrashing against restraints, suffocating on a mixture of gruel as a nurse forces it down their throat, well, that's a pretty grim illustration of the malpractice that could occur behind these asylum walls. But this case also exposed the culture of impunity that often reigned in such institutions. It took 2 fatalities for authorities to finally take notice of a practice that likely injured many others in silence. Another shocking incident of the 1920s showed the dangers posed by patient escapes and the porous security at Overbrook. In June of 1925, a young man named Harrison Knoll made a daring escape from the asylum, one of the numerous escapes that year. In fact, 14 other patients had recently fled and were unaccounted for around that time. Now, Knoll was pretty young. He was only 18 years old, the privileged son of a wealthy New York family and a former Harvard student. Yet he suffered from what doctors called dementia praecox, an old term for schizophrenia, and had been committed after a violent incident in which he attacked his own father with an axe. Yeah, certainly get him out of the house after that one, that's for sure. Once free from Overbrook's supervision, Knoll's disturbed mind led him to commit heinous crimes that grabbed headlines across the region. In early September 1925, armed and erratic, Knoll shot and killed a taxi driver in cold blood, apparently just to steal the man's car. The following day, he used that stolen vehicle to perpetuate an even more horrifying act. he abducted a 6-year-old girl named Mary Daly off the street in a nearby town of Montclair. Well, when a ransom attempt failed, Noel brutally shot the little girl, hiding her body in the bushes on a mountainside. While the public was rightfully outraged and terrified, Noel was soon caught, and he freely confessed to the killings, being transferred to the state psychiatric facility at Greystone Park, deemed outrageously and dangerously insane. The aftermath brought intense scrutiny on Overbrook. How exactly could an unstable murderer simply walk out of a supposedly secure hospital? The Essex County Board of Freeholders fired Overbrook's senior resident physician, Dr. John Thompson, holding him responsible for the escape and lax oversight that enabled Noel's rampage. And this whole episode just shows both the threat to society posed by mismanaged asylums and threat to patients themselves. So I suppose in a way that Noel, too, was kind of a victim of Overbrook's failings, a psychotic young man who, rather than receiving effective care, found an opportunity to unleash his madness upon others. In any case, the incident fueled public perceptions of insane asylum inmates as dangerous and fed the stigma around mental illness. It also highlighted that Overbrook's problems went far beyond these internal abuses. They could literally spill out into the community in the form of violence. Throughout the 1920s, Overbrook continued to operate under a cloud of such troubling events. Periodic reports surfaced of patient abuse, staff corruption, and even people taking their own lives within the very grounds. The stigma around the institution grew. Families of the mentally ill often felt shame in having a relative at the bin. Well, if a patient died there under questionable circumstances, it might simply just be written off as the inevitable fate of the insane. And so we see, by the close of the 1920s, an asylum struggling with its identity, caught between portraying itself as a humane medical facility and functioning in reality as a custodial warehouse where extreme measures like heavy restraint, force feeding, were just the routine. The worst incidents, Rosenzweig's lethal force feeding or Noel's escape, pierced the veil and gave the public this rare look at the horror within the walls of Overbrook. The 1930s dawned, and they brought even new challenges that would push Overbrook to its breaking point. If you're familiar with the period, you'll know what happened. The Great Depression had devastated the American economy, and social services were strained to the limit. For thousands of destitute and desperate people, mental hospitals became a refuge of last resort. Overbrook, being a county asylum, saw a surge of admissions during the Depression years. Homeless individuals or those simply unable to be cared for by impoverished families ended up behind the asylum's gates. By the late 1930s, the population swelled into the thousands, far beyond its intended capacity. Contemporary accounts describe large numbers of homeless finding refuge there during the Depression, with the result that overcrowding was extreme and food was heavily rationed. Well, in plain terms, Overbrook became a human warehouse for society's most vulnerable. The elegant dining halls and airy dormitories envisioned in the 1890s were now jam-packed with beds, people just sleeping wherever they could. And indeed, photographs from later decades showed day rooms and hallways crammed with cots and mattresses, every available space turned into a makeshift ward. Patients slept shoulder to shoulder in rows, and privacy and dignity were all but non-existent. With overcrowding came severe neglect. The asylum's budget did not keep pace with the population boom, and staffing remained woefully inadequate. Nurses and orderlies struggled to supervise, feed, and care for so many souls. Basic living conditions deteriorated. Reports spoke of filthy wards, infestations of vermin, and patients wearing tattered, hand-me-down clothing. Food shortages, too, meant that meals were a thin soup kind of thing, or perhaps a gruel, and malnutrition became a quiet killer behind the high walls. Heavily rationed food made living conditions very poor, the kind of thing that was, well, expected in the worst of the Depression-era hospitals of the time. And in some cases, patients truly starved, or at least became severely underweight, their health further undermined by such privation. Neglect took several forms as well. Accounts of this period mention patients wandering off the grounds, untreated illnesses, and a spike of deaths from very preventable causes. Overbrook's mortality rate climbed, contributing to an astonishing cumulative death toll by some estimates of over 10,000 people dying within Overbrook's walls over the centuries of operation. Many of those deaths occurred in the 30s and 40s, the peak years of overcrowding and poor care. The social stigma of mental illness unfortunately meant that these deaths and conditions attracted very little outside attention. Families often didn't or couldn't advocate for institutionalized relatives, especially if they were penniless. Some patients in Overbrook had no family at all. They were essentially forgotten people. But Overbrook did maintain a cemetery for those unclaimed by relatives. It even had a small crematorium on site by some accounts. A grim necessity, given how many perished anonymously. And it is telling that even as people died in droves, public concern was quite minimal. The attitude of the era was that the insane asylum was a world unto itself. Unless a scandal broke into the newspapers, county asylums operated with scant oversight. Overbrook's administrators rarely had to answer to anyone for the everyday misery within. This allowed a culture of indifference to take hold among some staff, and indeed we hear occasional anecdotes of kindness, a nurse or doctor doing their best under the tough circumstances, but also many tales of patients left in soiled bedding for days, or locked in seclusion cell for weeks without proper monitoring. Unfortunately, there were more bad stories than good ones. By 1931, conditions had become so dire that even local newspapers began to question the situation. Indeed, a Jersey Journal article from May 1931 apparently highlighted the issues at Overbrook, suggesting that public awareness was growing. The freeholders who ran Essex County faced criticism for funding a luxurious new home for the asylum's farm overseers, while patients lacked basic necessity. This juxtaposition, spending on appearances while inmates suffered, certainly encapsulated the misplaced priorities. Like many asylums of the Depression era, Overbrook tried outwardly to protect an image of order and self-sufficiency, proudly noting its farm production and all the other little activities, even as it was very obviously sinking into internal chaos and depravity. An especially haunting statistic emerges from this time. As many as 150 patients from Overbrook in the 30s and 40s went missing. Now, what does that mean? Let's use some other words. Due to poor record-keeping and lax supervision, a large number of patients either escaped or just wandered off, and the hospital just could not account for them. In fact, many of the staff might have been relieved it was just one less mouth to feed, one less person to take care of. Some of these missing may have died anonymously on the outside, others possibly assimilated into the homeless populations. But the fact that 150 people essentially just vanished from a mental hospital is a stunning indicator of disorder, especially with that earlier guy who killed that little girl and taxi driver. Well, it suggests that staff at Overbrook could lose track of people entirely. That's a very horrifying thought. In any case, by the end of the 1930s, Overbrook had truly earned its dark reputation. It was a place where human lives were just lost in the shuffle, quietly and routinely. If one walked the halls at that time, the sights would be pitiful. Rows of forlorn faces, some psychotic and wailing, others nearly catatonic, tended by overworked nurses in a now crumbling facility. The smell of unwashed bodies and strong disinfectant permeated the air. The social stigma around the insane, as broad as that definition was back in those days, meant that few outsiders ever saw these conditions, and those who did, the occasional inspector or journalist, often described them with terms like dismal and squalid. Overbrook had become, in effect, just another dumping ground for the unwanted, confirming the worst fears of its unwanted nickname, the Bin. And yet, even worse times were ahead, as a new wave of patients arrived with the next great generational upheaval, World War II. The end of World War II in 1945 brought a surge of new patients to Overbrook, driving its population to an all-time high, and ushering in an era of both extreme overcrowding and aggressive psychiatric treatments. Among the influx were many war veterans suffering from the old cold shell shock, what we recognize now as post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD. These were young men haunted by combat trauma, for whom few effective treatments existed at the time. We were still trying to figure all of that out back then. Overbrook, it was already strained, and they suddenly found themselves tasked with caring for scores of psychologically wounded soldiers, in addition to its regular, chronically mentally ill population. By the 1940s, the asylum housed over 2,000 patients at any given time, sometimes even nearing 3,000. To put that in perspective, Overbrook was operating as a massive psychiatric facility, larger than many small towns. The staff was stretched to breaking point, and neglect became almost institutionalized. One post-war account described how 150 patients disappeared during the period, as what we've heard, and we mentioned that earlier, and that certainly gives a sense of how much worse things can get after that. Keeping track of everyone was simply a losing battle, and it's in the context of that severe overcrowding that Overbrook, like other mid-century asylums, resorted to or even embraced the era's most drastic psychiatric treatments. What had been state-of-the-art care in the 1890s, fresh air, work, and gentle routines, had by the 1940s given way to the medicalized interventions of a new age, many of them cruel and frightening in hindsight. Overbrook's wards saw widespread use of electroconvulsive therapy, insulin coma therapy, and even prefrontal lobotomy in the late 40s and early 50s. These methods were considered cutting-edge technology for severe mental illness at the time. But as we know now, they more often than not just caused more suffering. Electroconvulsive therapy, for instance, was administered by strapping patients down and delivering strong electrical shocks to the brain to induce seizures. In the 1940s, ECT was typically done without adequate anesthesia or muscle relaxants. Patients would often scream or moan in terror when dragged to the shock room, and afterwards they might emerge disoriented, with bruises or bitten tongues from the convulsion. Overbrook used this treatment extensively. Photographs even showed demonstrations of the procedure at the asylum. While some patients did benefit, ECT can relieve severe depression. Many others were traumatized by the process. One nurse who worked at Overbrook in this era later recalled a personal experience. As a young girl living next door, she used to hear the patient's screams at night. And later, as an Overbrook nurse, she claimed that she was the one who made them scream by administering electroshock and insulin treatments herself. Well, that quote, "I made them scream," captures the horror, the well-intended practitioners inflicting pain under that guise of therapy, transformation from empathetic neighbor to an agent of agony. Insulin coma therapy was another brutal regimen employed at Overbrook. In this treatment, patients, often those with schizophrenia, were injected with massive doses of insulin to induce daily comas. Nurses would then revive them with sugar after a period of unconsciousness. This process often caused violent seizures as blood sugar plummeted, and patients had to be restrained to prevent injury. It was a frightening roller coaster of consciousness that could lead to brain damage or even death if not carefully monitored. Overbrook reportedly used insulin therapy in abundance in the 40s. We can only imagine the dread that those patients felt, knowing each morning they'd be forced into a coma and perhaps wake up groggy, confused, and sore, only to endure it again and again in a multi-week course. But of course, the worst is saved for last. The most infamous was the use of lobotomy. Lobotomy was a neurosurgical procedure that involved severing connections in the frontal lobes of the brain, often via an ice pick instrument inserted through the eye socket. This procedure was seen as a last resort cure for the incurable mentally ill, and it swept through the American asylums after the Second World War, championed by neurologist Walter Freeman and others. Of course, Overbrook was just no exception. Hospital archives and oral histories indicate that multiple patients underwent lobotomies at Overbrook in the late 40s and early 50s. The surgery left many in a vegetative or childlike state. And while a few became more docile, which was often the goal in the overcrowded wards, others suffered seizures, a loss of personality, or severe cognitive impairments. It was, in all truth, just a form of medicalized violence, permanently altering a person's brain and identity. Seeing a lobotomy patient, vacant eyes, scarred forehead, and zero personality, now that must have been a truly grim sight. During this peak post-war period, Overbrook's everyday environment was arguably at its worst. Not only were the wards packed and often dirty, but the sounds and sights of this treatment could be as disturbing as the untreated symptoms. One might walk into a ward and find patients in wet packs, that is a form of hydrotherapy where patients were wrapped tightly in cold wet sheets for hours. Down another hall you might hear the crackle of the ECT machine, perhaps a muffled cry underneath it. In the infirmary, rows of insulin coma patients lay sweating and ashy, nurses rushing to each with glucose to pull them back from the brink of death. Now the more restful scenes would be patients herded into occupational therapy workshops, shelling peas from the asylum farm, or sewing hospital linens. Monotonous labor meant to occupy the mind. Overbrook followed the trends of its time to the letter. Whatever experimental or extreme therapy was in vogue, they tried it. And always, there was the specter of abuse alongside treatment. With so many patients and so little oversight, individual cases of cruelty continued. Attendants might beat a troublesome patient in a secluded corner, or a predatory staff member might take advantage of a vulnerable female patient. The very gross immorality decried in 1910 likely persisted on in the shadows. But it is important to note that not all was unrelentingly bleak. There were staff at Overbrook who did genuinely try to help and believe these treatments were at the cutting edge of psychiatry. After all, that's what they were learning in the schools, right? But with hindsight, we understand that the barbarity of many of these methods entailed. Overbrook's mid-century chapter is thus a bit of a paradox, you see. A time of medical innovation that was in many ways just another form of horror visited upon the helpless. It was said that over 10,000 patients died over the decades, and a good number of those deaths occurred during those years due to botched treatments, side effects, and of course, sheer neglect. And that social stigma in the mid-century was as strong as ever. Families would not bring the mentally ill loved ones home, even if they improved slightly, due to shame or perhaps fear. So Overbrook's population only slowly declined when finally the outside world changed its approach to mental health in the 50s and 60s. So by the early 60s, the era of that giant asylum was drawing to a close. Long gone were those days of those big imposing Victorian buildings stretched out on those country estates. It was just changing. And there were a series of developments that dramatically altered the fate of not just places like Overbrook, but just asylums in general. First, the introduction of effective psychiatric medications. And I say effective. We had a few things before, but there's that key word again. Now, especially the antipsychotic drug, chloroprozamine, also known as thorazine, around 1955. Now, this drug allowed many severely ill patients to be treated without constant confinement. And if they don't need constant confinement, then they don't need an asylum. You see where I'm getting at here? Or patients who had spent years in straitjackets, which by this time were very frowned upon too, or even locked wards could now be calmed with a daily pill. This medical breakthrough started to chip away at Overbrook's census. Now, the second big thing that happened was kind of a growing reform movement in mental health care, fueled by exposés of asylum conditions and a philosophical shift toward community-based care. In 1963, the U.S. federal government passed the Community Mental Health Act, encouraging the creation of local clinics and the release of patients from large state hospitals. Now, we have to say, while Overbrook was a county facility rather than a state facility, it was still swept up in the general trend of deinstitutionalization. The push to discharge long-term patients to smaller and less isolated settings when possible was the growing trend. Now, throughout the 60s and 70s, Overbrook's wards steadily emptied. Slowly but surely, things were getting less and less crowded. No longer were new cases of mental illness automatically just funneled into the asylum system. Many patients who weren't considered dangerous were released to family homes, group homes, or simply just the streets, unfortunately leading to a rise in homelessness for some, which is a whole different problem. Well, by the 1970s, the once crowded dormitories of Overbrook had whole wings closed off, gathering dust. The hospital limped along with a shrinking population consisting of only the most chronic or severe cases, or people with just nowhere else to go. Photos from the late 70s show paint peeling off the walls, wheelchairs sitting empty in abandoned corridors, Or perhaps you'll see a lone nurse overseeing a near-empty ward. In 1975, Overbrook ceased being called an asylum and was finally rebranded Essex County Hospital Center, trying to shake off a bit of the stigma. But the new name could not fully wash away the past. As for the conditions, they did improve in these later decades somewhat, if only because fewer patients meant less crowding and more attention per person, that kind of thing. The notorious treatments like lobotomy, well, they were long gone. Lobotomies had largely stopped in the late 1950s, put down to quack science, all the rest. Now, what about the electroshock therapy? Well, that continued, but it was a lot more regulated, and they refined it somewhat to include anesthesia, which makes things a little bit more pleasant. Still, some harsh practices lingered. Restraints and seclusion were used on those few who were deemed violent, and stories circulated of patients essentially warehoused in back rooms, forgotten by time. A degree of institutional inertia kept Overbrook going, even as its purpose eroded. For those remaining residents, many of whom had been there for, well, even some up to 50 years, Overbrook was the only home that they knew. Where else were they going to go? You couldn't just let them out into the world. Well, this included some truly tragic figures who had entered as young men or women in the 30s, and after a lifetime behind those walls, were elderly and frail by the 80s. And what are you going to do with them? What kind of life do you expect them to have after this? Those poor souls. If only they were born a generation later. Oh well, it is what it is. Well, also the physical decay of the campus accelerated too. I suppose you can say that within that sunset era of the hospital, people didn't really bother painting the walls, keeping up with the maintenance. As for those tunnels, they flooded and became impassable. Buildings were condemned one by one. It was as if the asylum was dying. By the year 2000, Overbrook's active operations had been consolidated into just a couple of buildings on one corner of the property. The vast majority of the campus lay abandoned, taken over by mildew, moss, and rodents. Nature began to creep back in. Trees growing through windows, wild vines crawling up the brick facades. A poignant image from this time is a patient's old Christmas card found on a nightstand in an empty ward, next to dusty beds that hadn't been slept in for years. Artifacts like that, it's kind of modern archaeology. It kind of shows the human side of it, doesn't it? All those people who had filled those rooms once, their voices now lost to time. Well, finally in 2007, Overbrook officially closed its doors for good. Essex County had built a brand new psychiatric hospital nearby, a modern and smaller facility, and the last remaining patients were transferred there. So after 111 years, a nice, neat little number, Overbrook Asylum was no more. The sprawling bin was left to the elements and to memory. In the years immediately after the closure, the site attracted plenty of urban explorers, historians, and thrill seekers who snuck in despite police patrols. They wandered the decaying labyrinth of Overbrook and found themselves understandably awestruck by what was left behind. Stacks of molding patient records in the basement, hundreds of rusting bed frames and wheelchairs, locks on doors that once kept people in, and walls painted with murals of idyllic landscapes peeling away, kind of ironic attempt to brighten up the wards in later years. The very emptiness of Overbrook is a kind of haunting image in itself. One explorer noted that even without any ghosts, the air hung heavy in the halls, remorse impossible to escape when you know what transpired here. In 2018, the abandoned buildings were finally demolished, erasing the physical structure of Overbrook from the landscape for good. And in its place today, there are county parks and suburban townhouses. Very ordinary, very peaceful, just like nothing ever happened. But the legacy of Overbrook, its horrors, and its lessons, well, that's a little bit harder to remove. I don't think that's going anywhere for a long time. So the story of Overbrook, what can we really say about it? It's kind of a microcosm of the broader history of mental health care in the last century. It's a journey from optimism to agony, from moral treatment to outright horror, and eventually toward reform, however imperfect. It certainly rhymes with the other American asylums that we've covered. Overbrook became as a symbol of hope, an enlightened new sanctuary for the afflicted, but it became this infamous place for exactly what it was meant to prevent: suffering, neglect, and the abuse of the mentally ill. And then there's the very hard to ignore 10,000 people that died at Overbrook in those 111 years. And that's a staggering toll. It invites us to mourn not only the individuals, but just this overall failure of a system. These were people who, due to illness and societal stigma, were virtually just discarded in a massive institution, many of them just dying alone, behind closed doors, unknown to the world outside. Of course, we don't have 10,000 stories to tell, but the only ones that we have uncovered are heartrending. A patient freezing to death in 1917, the 2 women force-fed until they expired, and that little girl, that poor little soul murdered by an escaped inmate. Not to mention the soldiers with shattered minds languishing in the overcrowded wards, and the countless men and women subjected to shock, insulin coma, and lobotomy in the name of cure. Now, if that's not the stuff of nightmares, I don't know what it is. It makes it even worse that it happened under the imprimatur of medicine and public policy. So what lessons can we really draw from it? Well, one is the effect of social stigma and isolation. For decades, mental illness was so feared and reviled that society was content to lock sufferers in places like Overbrook and then just look the other way. This allowed atrocities to occur largely unchecked. Inmates had virtually no voice, and if they cried out, and many did, literally screaming in pain or despair, their cries were contained by thick walls and ignored by those outside. Another lesson is about the danger of institutional scale and bureaucracy. Overbrook grew to house thousands, far beyond the capacity for human care, and when any facility becomes that large and impersonal, well, people just become numbers. Basic humanity can be lost. They just don't have time for it. The cruelty was often not deliberate evil by individuals, but rather the cold neglect of an overtaxed and underfunded machine. Of course, there were also instances of real cruelty, staff who abused their power. But they only got away with that because the system that they operated within enabled it. And finally, the arc of Overbrook's story does hold a glimmer of redemption, in that it ended. The asylum era gave way to a new approach that, while still facing challenges, at least aims to treat patients as humans deserving of dignity and community integration. Overbrook's demise was part of the broader closure of such asylums across America in the late 20th century. In a way, the crumbling of Overbrook's buildings was a physical manifestation of those changing values. The old edifice of neglect, literally falling apart. Some former patients, freed by deinstitutionalization, did sadly end up homeless or in prisons, a modern tragedy of its own. But others found better lives in group homes or with family. It's a bit of a roll of the dice. Not everybody gets a 6. Well, mental health care today operates on very different principles, of course, than in Overbrook's heyday. And yet, the ghosts of Overbrook remain, metaphorically, and some would say quite literally. Locals and ghost hunters have spun many tales about the spirits of deceased patients roaming the abandoned halls, or a nurse in an old-fashioned uniform, still doing her rounds, still tending to those who need her. Well, the ghost stories are certainly tantalizing, and one might argue that the real haunting is the historical memory itself, the tragedy, the pain, the injustice that occurred at Overbrook. Nothing casts a longer shadow than that, and you certainly don't need to argue about it as much as you do with ghosts. So when we walk in the park now that covers the asylum grounds, or drive past the condos built where the wards once stood, you tread on the ground that witnessed profound human misery. So in closing, it's not just a catalogue of gruesome events, but a series of historical lessons. It prompts us to question how we treat those with mental illness today, and ensure that the sins of the past are not repeated. Well, if anything, we've learned through our explorations into insane asylums. Who knows, one day it might be you who's misunderstood. You who has a bad day. Something terribly wrong happens in your life and you just react to it poorly. And all of a sudden you're thrown in a freezing dark hole like Overbrook. Let us hope that does not happen to anybody here. Locked in a dark ward at Pennhurst State School. The air hangs heavy with the putrid odor of human waste, and echoes with the screams of the poor souls confined there. In 1965, a journalist described a living nightmare inside this institution. Grown men and women, left to sit naked on wooden benches in barren rooms, doing nothing but waiting to return to bed. Nearby, other adults spent their days strapped into cribs like infants, some of them so neglected that they had regressed to a vegetable state of existence. This was a real place in the United States, in the state of Pennsylvania, operating in the mid-20th century under the guise of a state school and hospital for the sake of society's most vulnerable. The horrors of Pennhurst Insane Asylum. That's how it's become known, and it was all too real. So today, we're going to talk about Pennhurst State School and Hospital, or rather, Pennhurst Insane Asylum, depending on what gentle name or infamous name you want to apply. And I think you'll find that by the end, the story is much darker than you think. Continuing, of course, from our series on this channel about American Insane Asylums, which you can find in the playlists. I hope you're enjoying it. Now, allow me to welcome you. If you are new to the channel, I invite you to click the subscribe button, and then you won't miss out on all of the other videos we do. And leave a like and a comment too. Make sure other people have the opportunity to see it in the algorithm. And speaking of enjoying videos like this video and every other video on this channel in the playlists are all ad-free. You won't get interrupted in the middle of it, so whether you're going to sleep or you're just listening intently, you won't have any ads coming up to disturb your experience. This is possible because we are funded by the Patreon members, the YouTube members, The people who visited the merch store with all the mugs and t-shirts and all the rest, and the occasional donation on Super Thanks, and the PayPal link. If you want to find any of those, you can look in the pinned comment, the video description, or just in the channel description on the front page. Now, welcome's out of the way and introduction said and done, let's get nice and relaxed. Because today, we go back into another American Asylum. Ooh. Of course, Pennhurst didn't emerge out of nowhere, but rather it was, like many of the other asylums at the time, born out of an era of grand but somewhat misguided social engineering. When it opened in 1908, as it was originally called, Eastern Pennsylvania State Institution for the Feeble-Minded and Epileptic. Couldn't have found a longer name, I suppose. Progressive-era reformers hailed it as a humane solution for those deemed unfit for polite society. Influential physicians like Dr. Martin Barr championed the idea of perpetual segregation for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, believing this would protect both the individuals but also the wider public. In truth, these beliefs were steeped in the pseudoscience of eugenics, the notion that social ills could be cured by preventing the feeble-minded from reproducing, and by, of course, just shoving them into a little corner, keeping them out of sight. These are terms that we recoil from today. Things like defective. They were commonly used by officials to justify placing children and adults in institutions just like Pennhurst. The early 20th century saw a nationwide boom in such facilities, each typically isolated in the countryside and designed, at least outwardly, like a stately campus. Pennhurst itself sprawled over 1,400 acres near Spring City, Pennsylvania, with red brick buildings connected by graceful lawns and even a network of underground tunnels. To the public eye, Pennhurst might have looked like a peaceful boarding school or a self-contained village, certainly a far cry from the horror it would become known for. From the beginning, however, there were more than a few ominous signs. First of all, sterilization was quietly practiced at Pennhurst in the early decades, reflecting the overall eugenic attitudes. Contemporary accounts indicate that many Pennhurst doctors believed in sterilizing patients for their own good. And of course, these procedures were performed without consent. This was a pretty obvious human rights violation, but it was allowed to continue for decades. Men and women in the institution were strictly segregated, not only for behavioral reasons, but primarily to prevent any chance of reproduction. In effect, Pennhurst embraced the role of policing the genetics of its inmates. It wasn't enough that they were locked away. The powers that be also wanted to ensure that they would have no descendants. Ironically, even this draconian separation did not ensure safety. It didn't do anything to stop incidents of SA by staff or others in the male wards, which later became a dreadful facet of Pennhurst's routine abuses. The early emphasis on eugenics and control planted the seeds of a culture that treated patients not as individuals with rights, but rather just problems to be managed at any cost, and eventually, through the passage of time, eliminated completely. Yet in its public mission, Pennhurst touted itself as both a school and a hospital, suggesting that residents would receive training, medical care, and education. And for a time, yes, there were indeed workshops, a farm. They even had a band and a choir for residents, The administrators optimistically spoke of teaching, quote, imbecile children basic skills, and perhaps returning some to society as useful workers, albeit in, well, shoehorned capacities. This thin veneer of benevolence, however, soon wore off. The population grew rapidly, overshooting capacity almost immediately. Originally designed to house about 500 inmates, Pennhurst was filled to capacity within a few years, and the state kept sending more people. By 1914, it already held over 500 residents, and by mid-century, it was bursting at the seams. The average stay stretched on for decades, often a lifetime, effectively thrown in there for a life sentence if you were unlucky enough to be committed. While many families who sent a child to Pennhurst in the 20s or the 30s were led to believe that this was the best, or in some cases the only option. Of course, the heartbreaking reality was that few ever came back out. During the Great Depression and the Second World War, resources were scarce, but institutions like Pennhurst continued to expand as dumping grounds for anyone society just didn't know how to deal with. Children with developmental disabilities, adults with epilepsy or psychiatric disorders, even some who were simply unwanted or orphaned, they all got sent to Pennhurst. And by the early 50s, the institution's census had skyrocketed. In 54, it reached 3,550 residents, far beyond what its facilities could sustain humanely. And the numbers just kept climbing. In the 1960s, they peaked at well over 4,000 people crammed into the wards, and this made Pennhurst one of the largest institutions of its kind in the United States. Behind the soaring admission numbers lay countless personal tragedies. Families who had been told to place their child and move on with their lives, or poor and disabled individuals effectively abandoned to state care. Pennhurst's population boom reflected a time when institutionalization was a mainstream practice. And here's a bit of trivia for you. Even President John F. Kennedy's own sister had been placed in an institution after a failed lobotomy, a fact not revealed publicly until 1962, and it was a private institution, but still, that's a pretty interesting little fact there, especially since the lobotomy effectively turned her into a breathing shell of a human. In any case, the stigma of disability and mental illness, combined with the advice of many doctors, funneled thousands into places like Pennhurst. Crucially, funding and staffing never kept pace with this explosion of population. By the 1950s, Pennhurst had become a vast warehouse, with little pretense of cure or education. The state allocated only minimal budgets, and as patient numbers rose, conditions just got worse and worse. The very design of Pennhurst's system, a closed-off world subject to few outside eyes, allowed neglect and abuse to flourish unchecked. And it is inside those pretty, well-designed brick buildings, well out of the public view, that a human catastrophe was about to take place. By the mid-20th century, the institution had devolved from its reformist origins into something truly nightmarish. The signs that things were not right were evident to anybody who looked at even a cursory glance, though for years, few actually did. In November 1952, one case briefly pierced the veil of secrecy. A 29-year-old resident named Robert Beers died, and Pennhurst listed it as a heart attack. Well, the problem was, when his family came to collect the body, they found it covered in bruises and cuts. And, well, you don't really get that from a heart attack, don't you? And here's the other thing. Bayers was an African American, and his outraged parents refused to accept the official explanation. They demanded answers, and their persistence triggered an FBI investigation into the possibility of civil rights violations. Now, this was highly unusual. Rarely did federal authorities pry into a state institution's affairs. Pennsylvania's governor at the time bristled at the scrutiny, fearing it might set a precedent for thousands more investigations into prisons and asylums. So the incident was largely hushed up. No one was held accountable for Bayer's suspicious death. But it was an early warning. Behind Pennhurst walls, terrible things could happen with impunity. Tragedy struck again and again in the 50s, often amplified by the institution's gross overcrowding and mismanagement. In 1953, hepatitis ripped through Pennhurst in an uncontrolled outbreak. The entire campus went under a quarantine that lasted months, and the virus infected 425 people. A few years later, in 1957, an influenza epidemic killed 20 residents and sickened hundreds more. Investigators revealed Pennhurst had failed to inoculate many patients against the flu. These failed public health disasters hinted at deeper negligence. In fact, scholars later rediscovered that Pennhurst had been used as an experimental laboratory for infectious disease research. Doctors with fundings from federal agencies and corporations had deliberately injected residents with live viruses in the 40s and 50s to study the vaccines. Human experimentation, effectively. These residents, captive and often unable to give informed consent, were essentially treated like human guinea pigs. Such experiments were part of a broader pattern of devaluation. It could happen only in a place where patients' dignity and rights meant little to those in charge. Everyday life at Pennhurst during these years was bleak, even when disease and violence wasn't flaring up. Chronic overcrowding and understaffing meant basic care and needs were pretty much unmet. By 1955, the on-site population officially hit about 3,500, and even a little higher if one counts its satellite facilities. Dormitories and wards, meant for dozens, held several times that number. A single nurse or aide might be responsible for 40 or 50 residents at a time, an impossible ratio. The superintendent himself pleaded for more funds and staff as early as 65, describing severe overcrowding in dire terms. But the government does what it does best, and that is nothing. The state officials were slow to respond. Institutionalized people had very little political voice, and taxpayers were seldom eager to pour money into facilities for the feeble-minded. What was the result? You could only call it profound neglect. No other terms. Many residents were simply warehoused with no active treatment or education at all. They sat idly in day rooms, or lay in their beds for years, stagnating. One young woman's experience shows this. Admitted as a child, with a few words in her vocabulary, she lost even the ability to become totally nonverbal. She lost even those, rather, and became totally non-verbal after years at Pennhurst. The environment was so barren of stimulation and proper care that it actually caused residents to lose basic skills that they once had. The physical conditions within Pennhurst buildings, too, after many years became grossly unsanitary. Insiders in the early 60s spoke of, quote, disgraceful and disgusting conditions. In some wards, paint peeled from the walls, floors were slick with urine, and the smell of excrement never left. Cockroaches and other vermin were infesting in the dorms, and even crawled over the sleeping patients at night. A group of employees attempting to unionize in 1968 blew the whistle on these conditions, reporting that mice and cockroaches crawl over everyone in their beds. Can only imagine that. I hate cockroaches. Not scared of mice, but I hate cockroaches. Our food was often insufficient and of poor quality, and mealtimes could be chaotic, with too few staff to help those who needed assistance eating. Patients who could not feed themselves sometimes went hungry or subsisted on cold puree slopped into their mouths. Basic hygiene was similarly deficient. With so many people to bathe and change, many languished in filthy clothes or urine-soaked sheets for hours or days. A state inspection in the 60s found grossly inadequate laundry facilities, and patients wearing dirty, ill-fitting rags. And then, of course, there was the winter, where some wards were completely unheated, leaving profoundly disabled residents shivering under thin blankets. Abuse, physical, emotional, it all thrived in this atmosphere of chaos. Overwhelmed and undertrained attendants resorted to cruel methods to maintain control. Restraints were ubiquitous. It was commonplace to see patients tied to their beds or benches with straitjackets, cuffs, or even improvised straps, anything just to stop them from moving around. Tranquilizing drugs were handled out of not as a therapy, but a convenient way to sedate difficult residents into submission. One common practice was to dose patients with psychotropic drugs until they became virtually immobile, easier to manage in large numbers. Such chemical control sometimes reached grotesque extremes. In one documented case, a girl who was capable of walking was restrained in a wheelchair and a straitjacket for 9 years, purely because staff did not want to monitor her movements. Over time, she lost her ability to walk and became severely physically deconditioned, a tragic decline caused by the care of Pennhurst. And this was not an isolated incident. The files of the later Pennhurst court case bulged with dozens of similar stories. Parents would visit, only to find their loved ones covered in bruises, cuts, and scars, and the staff, conveniently, had no idea what they were. They couldn't explain them, or they wouldn't explain them. Complaints were usually shrugged off, if not outright ignored. Sometimes the abuse was brutally direct. There are reports of attendants beating patients, sometimes with objects like belts or wooden sticks. In one account from the 1970s, a staff member with a heavy shackle belt struck a resident viciously that left deep welts. Another resident recounted being picked up and thrown several feet across a room by an enraged attendant. When such incidents came to light, the individual staff might be quietly fired, but the systematic issues remained. The prevalence of these accounts is very significant because it shows a pattern of brutality, rather than just a few bad actors. And indeed, Pennhurst was so understaffed and poorly supervised that opportunities for abuse were everywhere. Residents could not speak, or the ones who lacked credibility were especially easy targets. They could be hurt or terrorized, and no one would believe or listen to them if they tried to complain. One of the most grotesque behavioral management tactics at Pennhurst was dental extraction as punishment. According to later court testimony, It was routine for staff to deal with residents who bit others by pulling their teeth out. Children who bit were not given therapy or chewing guards. Instead, the staff just pulled out their teeth, often without any pain relief during the procedure. You can only imagine how barbaric that was. Of course, it left several residents toothless at young ages. Dehumanization at work. The attitude of these individuals did not even merit basic human treatment in medical care. Medieval stuff. But to them it was an easy way to solve behavioral problems from the staff's perspective, utterly ignoring the suffering inflicted. By the 60s, conditions at Pennhurst had deteriorated so far that even some who had supported institutionalization began calling the place hell. You can't get much of a more effective word than that. But it is worth noting that this time there was a broader shift happening. More middle-class families armed with higher expectations and greater visibility had relatives at Pennhurst. They expected better conditions and were increasingly horrified by what they were seeing. Moreover, some staff and volunteers, including conscientious objectors to the Vietnam War, who worked in such institutions as alternative service, witnessed the neglect and sounded alarms in their communities. Thus, both from inside and outside, pressure was finally starting to build. Of course, there had to be a tipping point, and that came in the mid-1960s, when the journalists finally pulled back the curtain. October 1965, the local newspaper, the Pottstown Mercury, circulating near Pennhurst, ran a searing multi-part expose that branded Pennhurst as a, quote, living nightmare and a hell hidden behind a pleasant boarding school look. The series of articles by reporter Andrew D. Cook bore lurid details like dirty naked men and women seethe in turmoil of clouded minds, and an overcrowded dumping ground. Pennhurst is hell. I can only imagine the bosses of Pennhurst arriving at their desks Monday morning and reading that over the first coffee. Probably need a few more coffees after that one, wouldn't you? In any case, Cook was not mincing words describing what he saw. One installment painted a picture of empty lives in which people, little elevated from the vegetable state, simply exist day to day, receiving virtually no education or therapy. The Mercury published photographs that shocked readers. One image showed a row of pale, unclothed men with identical buzz-cut hair, packed together on benches in a barren day room. According to the caption, these men were entirely naked, though the photo did crop out most of their bodies, and they were doing nothing except sitting in a stupor waiting for bedtime. In another photo, several adult men, described pointedly as grown men, were shown lying and rocking in crib beds, cage-like, in a ward filled with much of the same beds lined up. The caption noted the ward was filled with the putrid odor of human waste and the screams and moans of those men. These images and words, splashed across the Mercury's pages, were the first real look into Pennhurst that the general public had ever really gotten. And, well, they did not like it. They were deeply disturbed, and rightly so. The Mercury series aimed its outrage not only at Pennhurst's administrators, but at the general public and state legislatures. In scathing editorials, the paper admonished the general public's careless attitude, suggesting that Pennhurst's nightmare was a reflection of society's prejudice and apathy towards people with intellectual disabilities. And yeah, it's hard to argue against that, isn't it? but it also hammered Harrisburg, the state government, highlighting how budget cuts and penny pinching had starved Pennhurst of resources. One Mercury editorial declared bluntly, "It is almost purely a financial problem," noting that better care required more money and more staff, and the lawmakers were just not providing it. Well, the series was more than just journalism. It became a crusade. The newspaper took the unusual step of printing special broadsheet reprints of all of the Pennhurst expose articles and mailed them directly to every member of the Pennsylvania legislature. Its aggressive tactic worked, at least initially. They were embarrassed by the negative publicity, and the state officials scrambled to respond. Within weeks, a bipartisan group of legislators visited Pennhurst, and the state welfare secretary convened a Blue Ribbon Commission to investigate in January of 1966. They even approved an emergency appropriation of $1 million for Pennhurst, which doesn't sound like much, but in 1966 it was quite a lot. Not to start addressing the worst deficiencies, hopefully this sum would certainly start making some progress. And for a moment, it seemed that public shame might prompt real reform. At least it seemed like that. Some improvements did follow, let's be fair. The infusion of funds in 1966 allowed Pennhurst to hire a few more members of staff, and of course to make minor upgrades. The state also pledged to transfer several hundred of the most severely disabled residents out to private nursing homes and other facilities to relieve the overcrowding. In the fall of '66, Pennsylvania passed a new Mental Health and Mental Retardation Act, which theoretically committed the state to providing adequate services in the least restrictive setting. The Mercury and disability advocates heralded this as a major victory, proof that public exposure of injustice could spur change. Yet these measures were tragically inadequate. Within a couple of years, it was evident that the cosmetic changes barely scratched the surface. And by 1968, Pennhurst still housed well over 3,000 people, and in conditions that remained dangerously inadequate and poor. Disillusioned employees and dedicated parents began to say that only more drastic action would force lasting change. In July of 1968, a second bombshell hit the public, a television broadcast that seared Pennhurst's horrors into the consciousness of Philadelphians. A young TV reporter, Bill Baldini of WCAU, Philadelphia's NBC affiliate, had managed, after persistent negotiation, to get permission to film inside Pennhurst. Over 5 consecutive nights, his investigative report, "Suffer the Little Children," aired on local TV, and it was nothing short of explosive. Viewers were shown footage from within Pennhurst that was almost unbearable to watch. Baldini's camera captured scenes of extreme neglect. Nearly naked children and teenagers with intellectual disabilities lying restrained in cribs, some of them wailing or rocking back and forth. Their limbs were bound by leather straps so they couldn't climb out or harm themselves, but it also meant that they could barely move. In one segment, Baldini walked through a ward where a staff member casually explained that many children were kept in cribs all day long because there weren't enough attendants to supervise them if they were up. The camera panned over to the children, with vacant eyes, some of whom had been effectively raised in these cribs, never receiving education or adequate human contact. The scenes were heartbreaking. One toddler-aged child with Down syndrome stood pressed against the side of a crib, arms reaching out, begging for attention as the reporter passed by. In another room, teenage boys, wearing nothing but diapers, sat listlessly on the floor amid grime, some with flies crawling on their skin. Baldini's narration was deliberately minimal and somber. He let the images speak the loudest. Occasionally he added some commentary. One quote was, "This boy has been in this crib since he was 1 year old. He's now 17. The title, Suffer the Little Children, showed the biblical irony, a reference to Jesus' words to care for children, set against the reality that those children were suffering immensely every day. The impact of Baldini's exposé on the public was immediate and profound. Never before had so many people seen with their own eyes the kind of abuse that was going on inside an American institution. Letters and calls poured into the TV station and to state officers, expressing horror and demanding action. The public outcry grew louder. Importantly, Baldini's reports also gave further cover and energy to advocacy groups like the Pennsylvania Association for Retarded Children, or PARC for short. They had already begun gathering evidence for Pennhurst's failures, led by passionate activists such as Dennis Haggerty, a parent whose own son had been mistreated there. After the exposé, the PARC members were galvanized. America was finally paying attention. But still, some of the most disturbing truths were yet to be publicly aired. In late 1968, PARC learned of a pattern of sexualized violence within Pennhurst that was truly appalling. Through informants, including some sympathetic staff, they documented that assaults were occurring on a nightly basis in the institution. A typical scenario involves stronger residents, often those with mild disabilities or mental illnesses, who might have been institutionalized for behavioral issues, preying on the more defenseless residents. Male residents were often both the perpetrators and the victims, though there were even reports of staff members and outside construction workers coming in to commit SA on the premises. In particular, Pennhurst's notorious network of underground tunnels was cited as a danger zone. Attackers would often drag victims into the tunnels or hide there, knowing they were dimly lit and seldom patrolled. So you can scarcely imagine the scenario. Vulnerable individuals, some non-verbal or physically helpless, trapped in an institution where even the shadowy corridors held terror, where no authority could protect them. Attendants were aware of much of this. Of course, how could they not be, given the frequency? But higher administrators largely turned a blind eye to it. After all, acknowledging the abuse would mean admitting how uncontrolled and dangerous Pennhurst had become. As for the PARC, they faced a dilemma. Now they had the information. How were they going to use it? Of course, they were afraid that if they went public, the leadership in Pennhurst and perhaps even some government members would clamp down and punish the informants, or even the victims, without actually fixing anything. And so, in November of 1968, PARC took a cautious step, issuing a press release that spoke in general terms about the serious problems at Pennhurst, including the abuse, without detailing the worst of it. They hoped this would prod officials to investigate while protecting their sources. But unfortunately, Pennsylvania's government still dragged its feet. It was as if the state were paralyzed by the scope of the problem, unwilling or perhaps unable to move in a decisive manner. Meanwhile, the tragedies at Pennhurst continued, completely unabated, showing once again how very little had actually changed. In the fall of 1968, Joseph Crispo, a 22-year-old resident, was brought to a hospital with severe injuries after what Pennhurst claimed was a bad fall. Oh, yeah, come on, no one believes that. It's their excuse every time, isn't it? In any case, well. But insiders told advocates that Crispo had actually been beaten savagely, either by staff or another resident, and that the fall story was just a cover-up. Another man, Joseph Jaggers, 38, similarly suffered traumatic injuries under suspicious circumstances surrounding the same time. Perhaps the most heart-wrenching story was that of John Stark Williams, a teenager at Pennhurst. His mother, Inez Williams Gant, was a poor African-American woman in North Philadelphia who, despite her limited means, tried to visit her son when she could. On November 4th, 1968, she traveled by a special bus arranged by advocates, since Pennhurst was far outside the city, to see John. She waited outside for 3 hours, only to be told at the end of the day that her son was not there. But the truth was, John had died 10 months earlier in January. So imagine the shock and grief of that moment. Pennhurst had never even told her that her child had fell ill and died. And to make it worse, and this is the most horrifying thing, Pennhurst hadn't given him a proper burial, but rather they sent John's body to a medical school for research without his family's permission. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Well, you have to believe it because it actually happened, but in any case, by the time Miss Gant had learned the truth, John's remains were so experimented on and cut up into little pieces that they were in no condition to be viewed. The family managed to reclaim his body by only paying a fee to the medical school. John's stepfather told a reporter that Pennhurst had disposed of the boy like he was an animal. A callous disregard for human life, using that body as a cadaver and even failing to notify kin. That epitomizes the dehumanization of Pennhurst residents. And so by the end of the 60s, the evidence was undeniable. Pennhurst was a deep well of suffering and abuse. It had become, in effect, a house of horrors operated by the state themselves. Media exposés and internal reports had documented every manner of atrocity: physical abuse, filth, negligence, medical cruelty, bureaucratic indifference, and all the rest. Incremental reforms had clearly failed. The problems at Pennhurst were just too entrenched. So some reformers began to say the unthinkable. Perhaps Pennhurst should not be fixed. Just shut the whole place down. Throw it into the dustbin of history. And of course, that set the stage for a new phase. A legal battle that would drag on for years, but which would ultimately wrest the fate of Pennhurst out of the hands of defensive state officials and into the hands of the courts. So by 1970, it was pretty apparent that only drastic action was going to address the horrors at Pennhurst. No more messing around, no more letter writing. Pennsylvania's own efforts had been halting and insufficient, and hundreds of people remained trapped in intolerable conditions. Advocates therefore turned to a powerful new strategy: federal civil rights litigation. Bold idea. If the state would not protect the rights and lives of Pennhurst's residents, well, perhaps the United States Constitution could be invoked to do so. Now, this was unprecedented legal territory. After all, the people at Pennhurst were not convicted criminals, but individuals with disabilities, many of them put under state care by their families or courts for supposed benefit. So the question was, could the courts recognize that they had fundamental rights to humane treatment and safety? The first major lawsuit in this vein was actually not specific to Pennhurst, actually. In 1971, a case known as Pennsylvania Association for Retarded Children versus Pennsylvania challenged the exclusion of children with disabilities from public schools, and helped establish that children with intellectual disabilities also have a right to an education. This was part of the broader disability rights awakening. Building on that momentum, PARC's leadership voted in 1969 to explore a lawsuit specifically about Pennhurst. In 1974, with the situation at Pennhurst still dire, the lawsuit was ready. It was filed as a class action on behalf of all Pennhurst residents, with a young attorney named David Fairlager taking up the case. The lead plaintiff was identified as Terry Lee Haldeman, a young woman who had been injured and regressed under Pennhurst's care. Thus, the case became known as Haldeman versus Pennhurst. It sued not only the institution but also the state officials responsible for it, alleging a large list of constitutional and statutory violations, cruel and unusual punishment, denial of due process and equal protection, and violations of newly minted disability rights laws in Pennsylvania. At its core, the lawsuit argued that Pennhurst residents had a right to habilitation, meaning training and care, in safe, non-degrading conditions, and that warehousing them in a place like Pennhurst violated their fundamental human rights. The Haldeman case dragged through the courts for years, but crucially it brought Pennhurst's reality into a courtroom, and thus into official written record. A 32-day trial was held in 1977 before U.S. District Judge Raymond J. Broderick, who personally toured Pennhurst during the proceedings. Witnesses testified to appalling conditions, many of which we've already detailed, so we won't go over them again. Families recounted how their children and siblings were healthy or manageable before, but once they were inside Pennhurst, they only deteriorated. Former staff and experts described the overcrowding, the filth, and the violence. The plaintiffs built an unassailable case that Pennhurst was not providing rehabilitation or care at any meaningful level. In 1977, Judge Broderick issued a sweeping verdict in favor of the Pennhurst residents. His findings were a damning indictment. Pennhurst, he concluded, was overcrowded, understaffed, and lacked the programs needed for adequate habilitation. Unwarranted restraints were used in lieu of proper staffing and therapy. People were tied down or drugged because there was no one to tend to them otherwise. The physical environment was hazardous, both psychologically and physically. Broderick wrote that it was so poor that it actually caused residents to lose skills they had previously acquired. And importantly, he confirmed that residents were subjected to abuse by staff and other residents at an unacceptable level. I mean, there's no acceptable level, isn't there? In one chilling line, the judge noted that, quote, Pennhurst is not only dangerous, but residents, often physically abused or drugged by staff, but it is also a place of psychological cruelty. In essence, the court recognized that Pennhurst violated the very constitutional rights of the people that were locked inside of it. Judge Broderick's legal conclusions were groundbreaking. He ruled that once the state confines a person in an institution, it has to provide at least a minimally adequate level of care and habilitation. Something Pennhurst, of course, utterly failed to do. But he also held that residents had a right to be free from harm, and that is a right grounded in the Eighth Amendment's prohibition of cruel and unusual punishment and the 14th Amendment's guarantees. And crucially, he said that keeping people with disabilities segregated in such a miserable place, when they could be served in the community, was a form of discrimination, violating equal protection. Or this concept, that separate was inherently unequal in the context of disability echoed the logic of Brown versus the Board of Education, extending it beyond race to the realm of disability rights. So Broderick issued a bold remedy. He ordered Pennhurst to close, and all his residents be offered suitable community living arrangements with adequate support. He even appointed a special monitor to oversee the process of deinstitutionalization. It was effectively a court-ordered liberation of over 1,000 people from a nightmare institution, and at the time this was heralded as a landmark victory for the rights of people with disabilities, a recognition that they should not be out of sight, out of mind, subjected to what amounted to torture in state facilities. However, this isn't happily ever after. The story didn't quite end there. Pennsylvania's officials resisted the ruling, balking at the cost and perhaps the affront to their authority. The case went through multiple appeals, and in the early 80s, the U.S. Supreme Court weighed in twice on narrower legal issues, not on the facts of abuse, which were then undisputed, but on federal-state jurisdiction and immunity questions. Those Supreme Court decisions in 1981-1984 became infamous in legal circles for limiting federal power. One decision, Pennhurst 1, that's how they name it in legal context, made it harder to use federal laws to hold states accountable. And another, Pennhurst 2, shielded states from certain lawsuits by invoking the 11th Amendment's sovereign immunity. In fact, Justice Thurgood Marshall's anguished dissent in one of these later rounds is where he wrote that Pennhurst's regime of state-mandated segregation and degradation, quote, rivaled the worst features of Jim Crow. Marshall was furious that procedural doctrines might let Pennsylvania evade responsibility after what had been proven about Pennhurst. Pretty much, they were going to get away with it because of some legal loophole. But you can imagine how people would be quite annoyed about that, right? Who would have thought that the government would be corrupt to save their own skin? But ultimately, the factual findings of abuse were never overturned, and significantly, Pennsylvania did not try to deny those findings. By the 80s, virtually everyone conceded that Pennhurst was indefensible. And so finally, after a decade of litigation, the state agreed to settle. In 1984, a settlement was reached that essentially affirmed Judge Broderick's mandate. Pennhurst would be closed, and its residents moved to small community-based settings with appropriate services. The closure process was complex and gradual, of course, but it did move forward, piece by piece. By 1986, only a few hundred people remained at Pennhurst, and on December 9th, 1987, Pennhurst shut its doors for good, after nearly 79 years of operation. More than 1,100 surviving residents were dispersed to group homes, special living arrangements, or other facilities closer to their home communities, with individualized plans to support each one of them. Many of these former residents, once written off as hopeless, actually thrived in the community when given proper care, learning skills, enjoying freedoms, and living in far more humane conditions. Of course, the end of Pennhurst was, I guess you could say, it's a watershed moment. It demonstrated that even the most entrenched institution could be dismantled when its injustice became overwhelmingly clear. But it also signaled the dawn of the deinstitutionalization movement for people with developmental disabilities across the entire country. No longer would large, prison-like asylums be seen as acceptable warehouses for the disabled. Those days were coming to an end. But it's crucial to note that even as the legal victory was being won, abuse at Pennhurst did not cease overnight. In the 1980s, a few remaining staff were actually criminally indicted for abusing patients, showing that cruelty persisted right up to the final chapter. It was as if it was built into the foundation of the building itself. One New York Times article in November of 1983 reported on several Pennhurst employees charged with beating and mistreating residents. Of course, the whole culture was not going to go away with a judge's gavel falling. And even the world watching, and the institution days were numbered, some individuals continued those old ways. Perhaps they felt untouchable. Or maybe they were just unable to change their behavior. In any case, these late-breaking incidents likely hastened the urgency to close the facility and remove the residents to safety. It was as if Pennhurst, to its last gasp, could not escape the toxic dynamic that had defined it for decades. But of course, eventually it did close. And with it, also closed one of the darkest chapters in American medical history. For the survivors and their families, the scars were deep and lasting. Many former residents bore physical marks, scars from restraints, untreated medical conditions, disabilities aggravated by years of neglect. And then there's the scars you can't see, the psychological trauma, even more pervasive. Individuals who had spent years or lifetimes at Pennhurst had to adjust to freedom, which was both as joyous as it was frightening. Some never fully recovered from the regression and abuse they experienced, requiring intensive support in their new homes. Families, too, carried guilt or grief. Some had entrusted their loved ones to Pennhurst in good faith, only to later learn of the horror that had transpired. Pennhurst's physical campus, the picturesque expanse of early 20th century buildings, didn't just get demolished in 1987 either. For years it stood abandoned, a crumbling monument of shame. Nature began to overtake. Graffiti and vandalism left scars on the infrastructure. And there was a debate in the local community and among advocates about what to do with the place. Some felt it ought to be demolished entirely, thrown away like a bad memory. Others believed it should have been preserved as a memorial or museum to remind those future generations of how bad things can get. much as one preserves the site of a tragedy as a historical lesson. The debate took a controversial turn, however, in the late 2000s, when a private developer bought the property and, to the dismay of many, turned it into a bit of a haunted asylum attraction for Halloween entertainment. The attraction, literally marketed as Pennhurst Haunted Asylum, invited guests to walk through the old wards for thrills. Many disability advocates and families of the former residents were deeply offended by this, and they argued that Pennhurst was not a fun house of ghost stories, but a real site of human tragedy. To turn into a macabre entertainment seemed to trivialize the pain of thousands. Well, debate continues on the issue. Some claim that the haunted house at least keeps the site from being demolished, and notes it includes a museum section that tells a true history, while opponents see it as a ghoulish disrespect. But in 2010, as if to reclaim the narrative, the state and advocates erected a historical marker on the Pennhurst grounds, officially recognizing it as an important site in both Pennsylvanian and American history. And the marker doesn't celebrate Pennhurst, of course, but rather it commemorates the civil rights struggle of those who emerged from it, and is now listed as an international site of conscience, a designation for places with dark pasts preserved to educate others. Through archives, oral histories, and the efforts of the Pennhurst Memorial and Preservation Alliance, the stories of its former residents are being recorded. And think we've done our bit today to make sure that they are not forgotten. In the heart of West Virginia, there stands a sprawling Gothic edifice of masonry and mansard roofs, an imposing monument to 19th century optimism that turned into a 20th century nightmare. The Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, later known as Western State Hospital, conceived as a sanctuary of healing, but became infamous as a byword for the grim realities of institutional mental health care. And so imagine yourself, right there, walking through the dim corridors, stretching nearly a quarter mile. You pass by hundreds of heavy wooden doors, knowing that for over a century, these halls witness both the highest hopes of reformers and the darkest abuses dished out to the forgotten. Let's just look at one rather chilling discovery made one quiet evening in the 1980s. A nurse who had vanished from her post was finally found, her decomposed body lying at the bottom of an unused staircase, another silent victim of the very patients she tried to help. And this is just one of the many tragic tales that are sealed within the asylum's walls. So today, we go back all the way from the 1850s to our modern era, and we can explore those halls of Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum. I think by the end we'll have a deeper understanding that just like all of the other mental health hospitals in the United States at the time, it's just another story of how wrong things can go. But let me welcome you to the channel first. Hello there, if you're a newcomer, it's a pleasure to meet you, and I invite you to hit that subscribe button and check out the playlists for more. Now, speaking of which, you can enjoy this and all of the other videos completely ad-free right here on YouTube. You won't get any interruptions. You won't be waken up or startled by some advertisement. None of that on this channel. It's pretty good, right? Well, that's because we are supported by our members on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who check out the merch store, and also the occasional donation. All of the links are available in the pinned comment and video description. But short of that, just like, subscribe, leave a comment, and tell your friends. That's good enough for us. Thank you for your support, and let's begin. So, the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, like the others born out of this mid-19th century movement to reform the care of the mentally ill. If you've watched the other videos in this series, then you'll understand the general climate of the time. But prior to this era, individuals with mental illnesses in the United States often endured quite deplorable conditions, jailed up with criminals, chained in cellars, left to languish without any treatment, just shoved into a corner, not to be seen or heard. Of course, we have a leading voice for change. That was Dorothy Deese, a tireless crusader who in the 1840s had exposed the horrific conditions of the insane in jails and almshouses. In her famous 1843 memorial to the Massachusetts legislature, Deese described the, quote, cold and damp cells and abused patients she had witnessed, and this galvanized lawmakers to create proper asylums. Her advocacy helped spark the establishment of state mental hospitals across the country, including Virginia, which at the time encompassed present-day West Virginia. And against this backdrop of reform, the Virginia General Assembly in 1858 authorized a new state-of-the-art psychiatric hospital to serve the western part of the state. The project was inspired by the influential ideas of Thomas Story Kirkbride, a prominent psychiatrist and asylum superintendent. Now, as for Kirkbride, he believed that environment was integral to treatment. A bit of a new idea at the time. It turns out that locking people in dungeons actually is not good for one's mental health. Who would have thought? Once again, modern ideas coming into play. Well, in 1854, he published a treatise prescribing the design of mental hospitals. He called for large, orderly facilities with long wings, arranged to allow sunlight and fresh air into every room. And he envisioned therapeutic gardens, along with productive activities for all patients, all part of what he termed moral treatment. Sounds like a big improvement, that's for sure. And it was pretty radical for the time. Well, after all, no one was really looking at the mentally ill as criminals. And if someone was mentally ill and unstable, it's best that they get put into a place where they can be looked after before any kind of trouble comes to themselves or others. So with all of this in mind, everybody was quite on board with the plan. And the Allegheny Asylum was planned according to this Kirkbride idealism. The renowned Baltimore architect Richard Snowden Andrews drew up an elaborate Gothic revival structure of a staggering scale. A central administration building crowned with a 200-foot clock tower, flanked by wings that would actually make it the largest hand-cut stone masonry building in North America, and second only in the world, by the way, to the Kremlin. The asylum's foundation stone was laid in 1858 on a 269-acre farm just outside the town of Weston, nestled beyond the Allegheny Mountains. Construction was soon interrupted by the chaos of the American Civil War from 1861 to 65. And in June 1861, as Virginia succeeded to join the Confederacy, a Union regiment swept into Weston on a surprise mission. Well, this was not to seize the asylum, of course, which was still only partially built, but to confiscate a cache of gold intended to pay for the construction workers. The 7th Ohio Infantry, led by Colonel Erastus B. Tyler, marched overnight to Weston and seized approximately $27,000 of the day's money in gold from a local bank that was earmarked for the asylum's payroll. The Union forces managed to send the gold to Wheeling, where it helped finance pro-Union government of Western Virginia. Now, this is a pretty dramatic episode, and it meant that the funds for the asylum stayed in Union hands. When West Virginia was formed as a separate Union-aligned state in 1863, one of its first priorities was to finish the hospital. And despite intermittent occupations of the construction site by soldiers and raids that stripped the building material, work resumed before the war ended. But the turmoil of the war thus oddly ensured the asylum's completion. After 1875, an economically unscathed Weston benefited from the state investments pouring into the large building project. By late 1864, even as construction continued, the Allegheny Lunatic Asylum opened its doors to its first patients. The very first admission came in October 1864, and was a housewife from Ohio, described simply as suffering from domestic trouble, whatever that means. But you see, in that era, the grounds for committing someone to an asylum were astonishingly broad. The asylum's own early logbooks reveal admissions for causes that today seem baffling or outright unjust. Among a few of the recorded reasons were grief, feebleness of intellect, religious enthusiasm, novel reading, I know, right? Menstrual derangement, and of course, masturbation. They'd lock you up for anything, won't they? Now, in one case, a man was sent to the asylum for seduction and disappointment, implying that his romantic entanglement had gone wrong. And believe it or not, even laziness and egotism were listed as causes for insanity in various 19th century records. But clearly the facility was not only for those with severe mental illnesses as we define it today. It became a repository for society's undesirables.
anyone deemed inconveniently different. And as one scholar later noted, these institutions often functioned as a dumping ground for people who simply didn't fit the mold of the social norms of the time. Yet in its early years, the atmosphere of the new asylum may have been relatively hopeful, at least by the standards of the day. The hospital was designed to be largely self-sufficient, reflecting the 19th century ideal that patients would benefit from a productive routine. And of course, the old saying is certainly true, the devil makes work for idle hands. And I tell you, in the times where I have nothing to do, I really have to find something to do. Otherwise, yeah. Without any direction, you just spin around in circles, don't you? In any case, the hospital was designed to be largely self-sufficient, as we said, and the sprawling campus eventually expanded to over 600 acres of land. Remember, originally it was 269, so this is more than doubling. Patients grew vegetables on the asylum's farm, tended to a cow herd for milk and dairy products, and even made furniture and clothing on site. The complex had its own blacksmith and even a carpentry shop. It included a waterworks, an ice plant, and later a gas well for light, all intended to support a community isolated from the outside world. And this self-contained operation served a dual purpose, you see, giving patients occupational therapy in the form of work, and also providing the institution with food and supplies. Early accounts suggest some patients experienced a structured, even dignified daily life as they engaged in farming, cooking, sewing, and maintenance tasks, under the notion that busy hands and fresh air could help calm a troubled mind. Dr. Rufus Haymond, the first superintendent in 1863, and his staff implemented the moral treatment principles. They did away with the chains and restraints where possible, provided recreational activities, and maintained a neat environment. Male and female patients were separated into different wards, and each patient had a private room with tall windows to let in sunshine. In the center building, there were comfortable parlors, and even a grand ballroom under the clock tower dome, intended for patient dances and socialization. A local reporter visiting in the 1870s, a little bit of a jump ahead, I know, described seeing patients strolling the landscape grounds, reading in the library, attending chapel on Sundays, certainly images that suggested a genteel asylum life, at least on the surface. But problems began to mount almost immediately. The asylum had been designed to accommodate about 250 patients at a maximum, based on Kirkbride's recommendation that no superintendent could humanely manage more than that number. But demand quickly exceeded that capacity. West Virginia in the late 19th century was still a rugged rural state, and the new hospital in Weston was one of the few places to send anyone deemed mentally ill, or even those simply unwanted by their families. So by 1870, only 6 years after the official opening, the patient census had crossed 300. The original construction dragged on through the 1870s. The central administration section with its imposing clock tower was finally finished in 1871, and a separate, segregated wing for black patients was added in 1873 to comply with the racial segregation laws of the time. When the massive building was finally declared complete in 1881, after a construction cost of $725,000, far above the initial budget, by the way, it was already overflowing. Over 700 patients were living there by that year. Now, this number was nearly 3 times the intended capacity, and the asylum had to crowd multiple patients into rooms that were originally designed for one. Already in the 1880s, legislative committees were warning of the dangers of overcrowding at Weston. As for the hospital leadership, they continually appealed for funds to expand and improve the facilities. And in response, the state added more structures. A new wing or annex here,
a separate recovery ward, and so on. In 1890, a separate woman's auxiliary building was erected to house female convalescent patients, and by 1892, the open front lawn was enclosed with an ornate wrought-iron fence. But despite these efforts, every new space was filled almost as soon as it opened. The reasons patients were sent in only grew to be more eclectic. It ranged from tuberculosis, a physical illness, but some chronically ill ended up in asylums for lack of other hospitals, and you certainly don't want to be in the same room as a tuberculosis patient, all the way to hysteria, also called female troubles, which was basically any behavior in women that defied their husband's wishes. A contemporary list of causes for female patients included heartbreaking labels like imaginary female trouble and menopause, suggesting women could be put away for any normal life stages or just resisting an oppressive situation. Indeed, one early female patient had been committed simply for ill treatment by husband, meaning that her husband actually abused her, yet she was institutionalized, and the husband remained free. Well, by the turn of the century, the asylum was wrestling not only with numbers, but also with a shift in mission. Initially conceived as a place to cure and release patients back to society, it increasingly became a custodial institution, a long-term storage for the chronically ill or the socially unwanted. Superintendents found themselves with swelling populations of patients who never left, and many spent decades or entire lifetimes within Weston's walls. As the 19th century came to a close, dozens of indignant patients who died were buried in the asylum's own cemetery, on a lonely hillside of the grounds. And most graves were actually not marked with names, but numbers, another indicator that these people died without families to claim them. By 1899, an observer could already detect a sense of strain. The noble ideals of moral therapy had faded under the sheer pressure of housing and managing so many souls. But not everything was bleak in those early days. You have to recall the context of the time. Compared to jails and attics the mentally ill had known before, Weston's asylum likely did offer better shelter, at least comparatively. Not good, but better. And then there was the routine meals, and some semblance of care. There were even moments of community. Patient baseball games, holiday dances, and craft workshops are recorded in hospital reports around the 1890s. But ominous signs of neglect were present, with staffing levels increasingly inadequate relative to patients. Individualized attention waned. Restraints began to come back into vogue, used more frequently to maintain order. Seclusion cells, bare rooms to isolate unruly patients, became a common tool, despite Kirkbride's original rejection of such harsh methods. Literally just a step back now. In truth, the asylum's outward orderliness was masking an internal reality, that the institution was filling up beyond its means, and the cracks in its humane facade were now beginning to show. So by 1900, the asylum had far outgrown what its founders had ever envisioned. The early 20th century saw a continued surge in patient numbers as West Virginia's population grew, and also as social attitudes cast a wide net over who should be institutionalized. The philosophy of care also shifted during this period. The progressive optimism of the Kirkbride era gave way to a more pessimistic and custodial approach. Many in the psychiatric field began to believe that certain mental illnesses were incurable, and that the asylum's role was more to segregate and manage rather than rehabilitate. At Weston, this meant fewer resources devoted to therapies or recreation, and more emphasis on maintenance and control. The census figures tell a pretty stark story about that. In 1902, the hospital drilled its own natural gas well on the grounds to fuel new heating and lighting systems, a response to the growing operational needs of the expanding complex. By 1905, the patient population was reported around 1,000, and it kept climbing. Every available building on the property was converted to a dormitory. Former single-person rooms were double-bunked and then triple-bunked. Over the 1910s and 20s, West Virginia's legislature authorized further additions: an infectious diseases unit dedicated to tuberculosis buildings, and a separate cottage for geriatric patients, and for the criminally insane. But these additions never really solved that fundamental imbalance. As soon as they opened, they were filled and then overfilled. Administrators struggled with chronic underfunding from the state. Annual reports from the 1910s and 20s are filled with pleas for more nurses, more attendants, more money for food and bedding. The State Board of Control, which oversaw West Virginia's asylums, acknowledged in a 1928 report that Western Hospital had to divert part of its budget just to feed the overflow of patients not originally budgeted for. Well, there were stories of shortages, patients having to share soiled mattresses, or wear cast-off clothing, that kind of thing, donated by local charities. Sanitary conditions deteriorated as the housekeeping staff could not keep up, and that was a problem that would only get worse in the ensuing decades. Now, some attempts at treatment did continue during this period, but often these appeared, misguided or cruel in hindsight. The hydrotherapy craze of the 1910s had reached Weston, and do remember, it has been renamed Western State Hospital in 1913, so a bit of a nicer name than Lunatic Asylum. So this hydrotherapy craze, it meant that agitated patients might be subjected to hour-long baths in tubs of ice-cold water or wrapped in wet sheets. Believe it or not, this was a treatment meant to soothe, but, if you're thinking it sounds like torture, it's because it pretty much is. And then we had the early use of electroconvulsive therapy, or ECT, that began in the late 1930s at Weston as a remedy for severe depression or psychosis. And at that time, ECT was administered without any anesthesia or muscle relaxants, making it a terrifying ordeal of convulsions and pain. A picture of Western State Hospital's condition emerges from an external survey conducted in 1938 by a committee of the American Psychiatric Association and other bodies. This national survey visited mental hospitals across the country. At Weston, the survey has found 1,661 patients crammed into facilities intended for far fewer. The report noted that among these patients were not only those with psychiatric illnesses, but also people with epilepsy, intellectual disabilities, which at the time was termed mental defectiveness, and others who today would not be in a psychiatric hospital at all. In other words, Weston had become a catch-all warehouse for the various marginalized groups. The physical plant was described as a dilapidated and unsanitary building in parts. One contemporary newspaper account from the year described peeling paint, foul odors, and unwashed inmates dressed in rags. And tragedy struck, too, as a direct consequence of patient unrest in October of 1935, when a disturbed patient set fire to one of the wards. Flames gutted a large section of the fourth floor of the main building before firefighters extinguished the blaze. But believe it or not, no lives were lost in that inferno. But it certainly did highlight the volatility of housing so many people in close quarters. The damaged wing was rebuilt in 1938 with funding from the New Deal's Works Progress Administration at a cost of $155,000. Interestingly, that rebuilt wing became one of the nicest parts of the hospital. In the late 1940s, staff referred to it wryly as the luxury ward. It had new beds, better lighting, and it even had paintings on the walls. Not like the other wings. But of course, only a small fraction of patients could enjoy these improved quarters. By the end of the 1930s, local newspapers had begun to take notice of Weston's deplorable conditions, breaking a long public silence. In 1939, an investigative series in the Charleston Gazette exposed alarming conditions at both Weston and the other asylums in the state. The Gazette articles described patients sleeping on the floor and insufficient furniture, lighting, and heating throughout much of the hospital's quarters. Photos that ran with the newspaper story showed filthy day rooms with broken windows and patients huddled in tattered clothing. And these revelations certainly started to chip away at that genteel myth that had surrounded the asylum. And for the first time, the public glimpsed Weston not as a therapeutic refuge, but as an overcrowded and underfunded institution, teetering on the edge of complete chaos. And so we find ourselves in the 1940s, where we are in a new and even darker chapter. Two contrasting trends define this era. On one hand, the patient population reached its absolute peak, and on the other, a wave of new radical treatments, some would say torturous human experiments, were introduced in an attempt to manage the overcrowding and improve patient outcomes. The period was categorized by both increasing violence within the wards and an aggressive medical intervention that remains controversial to this day, that of course being the lobotomy. During the Second World War and its aftermath, the census at Weston climbed to unprecedented levels. In 1949, the hospital housed approximately 1,800 patients, an unimaginable figure for a facility built for 250 of them. A staff member in 1950 recounted that every corridor had beds lining the walls at night. Sometimes the overflow of chronic patients slept on the mattresses directly on the floor. It was essentially 10 times over capacity by the early 50s. The staff-to-patient ratio was also abysmal. A single nurse might be in charge of over 50 patients in a ward, assisted by just a couple of orderlies. And under such conditions, individualized care was virtually non-existent. The hospital superintendent at mid-century, Dr. J.C. Stanley, openly admitted that his role had become more about crowd control than cure. Desperate to reduce patient numbers and calm the wards, West Virginia officials turned to the drastic measure of lobotomy. In the early 50s, the state's mental health system invited the notorious neurologist Dr. Walter Freeman to launch what was called the West Virginia Lobotomy Project. Freeman was the foremost American advocate of the transorbital lobotomy, a procedure where a sharp instrument akin to an ice pick was inserted through the patient's eye socket and swung to sever connections in the frontal lobe of the brain. I can see you rubbing your eye now just at the thought of it. Terrible, isn't it? Especially just the use of that term, ice pick. It's as frightening enough as it is, but just adding that terminology just makes it even more grim, I think. In any case, Freeman promised that this quick and easy surgery could pacify intractably ill patients and perhaps even send some home cured. Well, in truth, it did often leave patients docile, but they were just cognitively and emotionally devastated, essentially a chemical restraint by surgical means. He would turn them into effectively vegetables. Well, starting in the summer of 1952, Dr. Freeman made multiple trips to Western State Hospital. armed with his silver ice pick, which he called an orbitoclast, a carpenter's mallet. Freeman went ward to ward, sometimes performing dozens of lobotomies in a single day. Astonishingly, records show that between 1952 and 55, around 900 lobotomies were performed at West Virginia's asylums, with Weston being a major site of them. In one 2-week period in 1952, Freeman himself performed 228 lobotomies in West Virginia, an intensive blitz that he actually nicknamed Operation Ice Pick. It's ironic because it just seems like such madness, doesn't it? It seems like that Dr. Freeman should be the one locked up for being insane. Hindsight. All in hindsight, isn't it? Well, many of those surgeries took place at Weston, those 228 Operation Ice Pick procedures. Patients, some of them very young, some not even clearly diagnosed, were rendered unconscious with electroshock and then lobotomized in an assembly line fashion. Patient after patient, eyelid retracted, lined up against the wall, the leucotome punching through the thin orbital bone with a hammer's tap. A few crude swipes to disrupt the brain tissue, and then just on to the next one. Family members were often not even consulted or informed beforehand. Consent standards were lax to non-existent. In many cases, the state was the guardian for these long-term inmates and simply ordered the procedures. While a handful of families later reported their relatives seemed calmer or happier after lobotomy, far more outcomes were tragic. Well, some patients emerged with seizures or the loss of the ability to speak coherently. Others were reduced to a childlike state, lacking initiative or recognition of their loved ones. Freeman famously considered any lobotomy that did not result in death as a roaring success. But at Weston, at least a few patients did die from the procedure, shortly after from cerebral hemorrhages or perhaps infections. Nonetheless, administrators initially hailed lobotomy as a miracle. It did, granted, make previously aggressive patients quite compliant and easier to manage, and each patient, sent home even in a diminished state, was one less body occupying a bed, and that was the main concern, really. But in parallel with lobotomy, the 40s also saw continued use of other brutal therapies. Insulin coma therapy was introduced for schizophrenic patients. Large doses of insulin were injected into the body to induce daily comas, under the ill-founded hope that repeatedly shocking the brain with low blood sugar could reset mental illness. I don't know how they came to that, but that's just what they thought. Patients would convulse and sometimes lapse into prolonged comas or die. The risks were high, of course. And yet, at Weston, as in many asylums, insulin coma treatment was standard in the 40s for a time. Metrazole convulsive therapy was another. A chemical called metrazole was injected to trigger violent seizures. The theory was that induced seizures might cure schizophrenia. Patients often broke bones during metrazole convulsions. A truly terrifying experience, described by one as feeling your body on fire and being sure that you were dying, as later recounted in a patient memoir from another hospital, but reflective of such treatment in general. By the early 1950s, electroconvulsive therapy had largely replaced metrazole. But even ECT at the time without anesthesia was agonizing and could result in fractured vertebrae. Well, the cumulative effect of these therapies was a deepening atmosphere of dread within the asylum. Many patients lived in fear of being the next one on the list for a shock treatment or the lobotomy table. One can argue that doctors and staff were not malevolent, of course, They were simply overwhelmed caregivers grasping at any straw that promised relief for patients or manageability of the wards. And indeed, a few severely ill individuals did quiet down and could be discharged after these interventions, which at the time on paper was seen as a success. But of course, with hindsight, it's clear that patients often endured torture in the name of treatment. Meanwhile, the basic conditions of daily life remained as bad as ever, if not worse. Food was pretty meager, and when you got it, it was poor quality. Budgeting for meals only amounted to about a few cents per patient per day in the 1940s. And then there was the sanitation. Oh, that was appalling too. A 1949 Charleston Gazette reporter described some wards where, quote, "the stench of urine and feces is overpowering," and noted that a number of patients lacked even a bed or a mattress, just sleeping directly on the concrete floor. As for the winter time, heating failed, leaving patients huddling together in frayed blankets for warmth. The best-kept parts of the hospital were often reserved for the quieter, more presentable patients, those in the honor ward, or the ones put to work sewing and cooking. But many others, especially the profoundly disturbed or disabled, were regulated to back wards, where the conditions were truly hellish. In these neglected corners, violence among the patients became a frequent occurrence. With minimal supervision, overstretched attendants couldn't watch everyone. Stronger patients sometimes preyed on the weaker ones. Anecdotal accounts and later investigations documented episodes of assault, including SA. And all of these just went unchecked. During these era, several patient-on-patient murders occurred at Weston too. One famous incident often retold in whispers by staff was the so-called bedpost murder. Sometimes in the early 1950s, some sources place it later, in the early 80s, but former employees recall an earlier origin to the tale. Two violently psychotic patients conspired to kill a third patient in a most gruesome way. They initially tried to hang him with the bedsheets during the night. The victim, a man known as Dean, did not die from the hanging, though. Perhaps the sheet or their nerve gave way. But undeterred, the attackers then pinned Dean to the floor, shoved his head under one of the heavy iron bedposts of the ward, and repeatedly jumped on the bed until they had crushed his skull. Definitely not a quick way to go, you can imagine. And by the time the night nurse had discovered the scene, the victim was dead in a pool of his blood, and the two perpetrators reportedly stood by, calmly, spattered with gore. Now that's a horrifying story, don't you think? Records confirm at least one patient death by homicide in that era that fits the description, too, though one struggles to fathom how such a thing could have been allowed to happen at all, but, well, it's just the way it is, isn't it? And there's another off-cited tragedy. It involves the fate of a young female nurse named Elizabeth. In the mid-1950s, Nurse Elizabeth, her surname varying in retellings, disappeared during an overnight shift. At the time, her absence was a mystery. She had been well-liked, well-respected, pretty much a friend to everyone around the time, and there was no sign of her leaving. It wasn't until about 2 months later that other staff began complaining of a foul odor seeping from a seldom-used staircase near an abandoned ward. Upon investigation, well, they found Elizabeth's decomposing body hidden at the bottom of that dark stairwell. The discovery sent shockwaves. It appeared that she had been attacked by one or more patients and her body then concealed. This incident underscored that even the staff were not safe in Weston's deteriorating environment. And in fact, the hospital employee records from the 50s and 60s mention several assaults on staff, including female attendants being assaulted by male patients, and many nurses or orderlies suffering broken bones or concussions from patient attacks. so working at Weston had become a dangerous assignment indeed, and I'm sure they weren't getting paid extra for that. As the 50s drew to a close, West Virginia's mental health system finally began to face pressure to change. The combination of public exposés, the obvious ethical problems of lobotomy, and the advent of the first effective antipsychotic medications in 1955, notably chlorpromazine, and thorazine, slowly started to stem the tide. Now, thorazine could calm psychotic patients without shackles or surgery, and as its use spread at Weston, it allowed some patients who had been unmanageable to be discharged, or at least moved to a less restrictive setting. And this marked the beginning of deinstitutionalization, although at Weston in the 1950s, it was only a trickle rather than a flood. The population did start to decline, however, from the mid-50s peak of around 2,400 patients, but thousands still remained, and conditions did not immediately improve. The hospital was by then an aging leviathan, physically crumbling and entrenched in habit. So by the 60s and 70s, broader changes in general in American society and medicine were reshaping psychiatric care. The civil rights movement and changing social attitudes cast a critical eye on institutions like Weston. New psychiatric drugs, antidepressants, improved antipsychotics, and a philosophy of more community-based care promised that many long-term patients could live outside the hospital walls. The patient population at Weston did continue to drop through the 60s, from around 1,800 in 1960 to about 1,200 in 1970. On paper, that sounds like progress, sure. Less crowding, well, it should have meant better conditions. And indeed, the state did build a modern medical center building around the Weston campus in 1960, complete with a surgery suite and a morgue, aiming to upgrade the hospital's capabilities. Restraint practices were officially toned down. Straitjackets and cage-like crib beds were phased out in favor of chemical restraints, that is, tranquilizer drugs. Things like Valium, that kind of thing. However, those who remained at Weston tended to be the most severe cases, and the ones who had nowhere else to go. You see, many had spent decades institutionalized, and they had no families or community supports. So what do you do with such people? That was a challenge. And as for the funding, that was still woefully inadequate. West Virginia, a relatively poor state, struggled to support modern psychiatric services. By the late 1970s, Weston State Hospital had taken on a role partly as a forensic facility, housing insanity, equities, and violent criminals with mental illness, because other state facilities had simply closed. Now, this change actually made the environment in some wards even more dangerous, and now persons with a history of violence were intermingled with the older, chronic population. But like we said, you might have assumed that a shrinking population automatically meant improved life for patients, but investigative reports revealed that neglect and abuse persisted till the very end. In 1985, the Charleston Gazette once again turned the spotlight on Weston. Court-appointed inspectors had toured the hospital as part of a lawsuit, and their findings were horrific. Parts of the hospital were dirty and unkempt. Many patients were found completely naked, and some were still kept in cage-like enclosures or chained to furniture for lack of better means to control them. Bathrooms in certain wards were smeared with human feces and reeked of ammonia. Apparently, they had gone uncleaned for days or weeks. The kitchen was operating below health standards too, and patients were reportedly malnourished and dehydrated in some cases. This expose, coming at a time when public tolerance for such abuse was low, sparked quite a bit of outrage. How, people wondered, could a state hospital in 1985 look more like something from 1885? Good question, right? Once again, All just comes down to too many people and not enough people to take care of them. Overworked people tend to lose their patience. The 1980s also saw one of the asylum's darkest individual incidents. For example, in 1982, an elderly female patient was beaten to death by a younger patient. Tragedy that shows that continued problem of housing fragile and violent individuals together. This incident was mentioned in legislative hearings, according to the Gilchrist-Stahlnacker case. Another notorious event occurred in 1987, in what was called Ward F, the maximum security ward built in the late 40s. 2 patients murdered another patient, echoing the bedpost scenario described earlier, if indeed it was not just the same event. It seems at least one patient's murder by bludgeoning happened during this era, leaving a permanent stain on the institution's record, and probably the floor. Well, meanwhile, patients who died by taking their own lives due to lack of supervision also made the headlines. The 1992 Gazette coverage noted that a patient named Brian Scott B. had hanged himself, and his body laid undiscovered for 8 days within the hospital. Another patient, George Edward Bodie, died from injuries sustained in a fight with a roommate the same year. These incidents showed that even as the institution's population dwindled, basic oversight and safety had not markedly improved. By the early 1900s, it was quite evident that Western State Hospital, in its current form, could not continue. Advocacy groups and families of patients filed a class action lawsuit, this Humphreys versus Western State Hospital, highlighting the constitutional rights violations of the patients. A federal judge agreed that the conditions violated the patient's right to appropriate treatment and ordered changes immediately. At the same time, West Virginia's government finally allocated funds for a new psychiatric facility. There was even a brief, bizarre plan proposed by Governor Arch Moore in 1986 to repurpose the old asylum building as a state prison, reflecting the sentiment that it was basically a prison already in the first place. Well, that plan was dropped after legal challenges. Turning a hospital into a penitentiary was deemed unconstitutional without proper due process for the patients. Instead, the state built a modern psychiatric center nearby in Weston, the William R. Sharp Jr. Hospital, which opened in 1994. Thus, in the May of 1994, the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum / Western State Hospital was officially shut down after 130 years of continuous operation. The last remaining residents, fewer than 300 by then, were either transferred to the new Sharp Hospital or released to community care homes. The closure was in part by court order, as a settlement of the lawsuit, and also a recognition that the building was beyond salvage as a functioning hospital. Decades of maltreatment and mismanagement had finally come to an end. But when the heavy front doors closed for the last time, an era of history of West Virginia closed with them. The local community around Weston, despite knowing the asylum's terrible conditions, initially felt an economic pain at the loss. You see, the hospital had been the largest employer in the area, and an economic engine. Over 400 people lost their jobs. The enormous building, once the pride of the region, now stood empty, rapidly deteriorating. And in the years immediately after 1994, the abandoned wards were left to the elements and vandals. Rain penetrated broken windows and a leaky roof, causing plaster to fall in heaps and wood floors to rot. In a notorious incident in 1999, a group of off-duty police officers were caught using the derelict asylum interior for nighttime games of paintball, leaving behind hundreds of paint splatters and further damage. Quite an embarrassment, led to a few firings. But it seems like a pretty good place to do paintball, to be honest. But then again, vandalism is not good on these old buildings. Yeah, not good at all. In any case, for a time it certainly seemed that the great building might be destined for demolition, like so many other Kirkbride plan asylums around the country. Yet, the asylum refused to be forgotten. In 1990, a few years before its closure, the site had been designated a National Historic Landmark in recognition of its architectural significance and its place in history of the treatment of mental illness. And this designation helped spur preservation efforts. Eventually, in 2007, a private investigator purchased the entire complex from the state with an eye to restoration. And today, the asylum stands not as a treatment center, but as a museum and a tourist attraction, a place for guided historical tours in the daytime and, quite famously, ghost hunts at night. And the irony is sharp. A building once dedicated to healing the troubled now draws crowds precisely because of its troubled history. Visitors walk through the decaying halls with flashlights, hearing tales of lobotomies performed in the operating theater, or possibly encountering the eerie graffiti left by the former patients. Some rooms have been meticulously restored to their 19th century appearance: the ward of a Civil War-era patient, the office of a Victorian-era superintendent, the art therapy room with patients' crayon drawings still pinned to corkboards. Other areas are left untouched, frozen in the ruin that was found in 2007, paint peeling in long strips from the ceiling. Well, from an academic perspective, the asylum offers a case study in the trajectory of institutional care. It's an encapsulation of the arc from the reformist optimism, the belief that asylum care could cure mental illness in a humane environment, to the disillusionment of the institutional drift. The very structures meant to heal became agents of harm. The history prompts many critical reflections, that's for sure. One is how systematic factors like underfunding, social stigma, and political neglect can ultimately undermine good intentions. The asylum's founders did not intend to create a nightmare. They really did imagine a place of healing. However, patient numbers ballooned, resources lagged. The institution's priorities shifted from curing individuals to simply containing them. Overcrowding leads to neglect. Neglect leads to abuse. And sometimes abuse leads to even worse things. But there is another lesson. It's about the evolution of medical ethics. Practices like lobotomy or indefinite seclusion, which were accepted or even celebrated in their time, were seen as gross violations of human rights. The asylum's history forces us to ask, were those doctors and nurses really evil? Or were they, too, simply victims of a system and a scientific milieu that lost sight of patient humanity? Think critically about it. All those nurses, they were just being trained at the time in, well, what was the best technology they had. And you think about lobotomies too. If there was a chance to cure these patients, or at least improve conditions, well, just following orders, I suppose, isn't an excuse, but it's just the way it is, isn't it? So we can't judge them too harshly. Although, the lobotomy doctor, yeah, I don't think I'm going to be letting him off the hook. I don't know. I just don't like him. Don't like him at all. In any case, thank you very much for listening. Another insane asylum video out of the way. American history, huh? I'll admit I'm yet to visit the United States. And really I should. There's a lot of places that are on the list. A lot of these old era asylum buildings. The Alamo. Places like that. That's where I want to go to. I don't know. Maybe eventually when I go to the United States I'll do a meetup or something. Maybe. I can't make any promises for that though. Well, what I can do, though, is thank my top-tier patrons and supporters. We've got Kimberly, Christine, Sally Ember, Susan, Cameron, Carey, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulford, Near, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neural Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stephen, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Talbury, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Neftis, Alexander, Gokan, Dorsey, Benita, Claire, Courtesy, Carol, Robert, Mary, Bridget, Nefertari, Yvette, Miss Mochi, 11, Allison, Free American, Jennifer, Brittany, David, Cody, Brian, Are You My Mum? Rhonda, Carrie, Catty P, Lovely, Poma, Kevin, Marissa, Altazakin, Lucy, and Julianne. And that's it from me. Have a good night, everyone. I wish you a good rest, good health, and lots of love to you all around the world. Farewell for now.